Right.
Okay, Joe.
So, use that for the ignition.
Okay, yeah.
In first gear, just light up, fully send it all the way out.
Yeah.
We're going to go flat chat on the outlap, be as brave as possible everywhere. Okay. Late on the brakes, full power everywhere.
Excuse me,
cool.
This is my car. I think, Leah, you need to get out now.
I thought you worked Donington, my turn at Oulton. Is that not what?
It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Come on, Leah. I'll take that for you. She just while she can get out the car. Right. Well, anyway, we have got a fantastic array of championships today for you from Caterham Cars. We've got the 7 UK Championship. We have the Vertex 310R Championship, the Fan Drive 270R Championship, and finally the Bilstein Road Sport Championship. So a fun packed all in one day. We have got 3 races to do today and qualifying. So qualifying for 270s is out at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be action packed. I hope you're ready.
I'm about to say, yeah, we've got a stacked calendar for the events out on track. As you can hear, we've got qualifying going on at the moment. Sam's going to be in her lovely car, better her than me, in that a little bit later on. So many races coming your way, and of course we've got the main build. The 7 UK Championship is out on track as well. Round 5 lots than round 3 for the 7 UKs. Are you looking forward to it?
I'm very much looking forward to it, yes, and it's cooler today. We've had some very, very hot testing days previous to today, so it's a bit cooler, so it's better for the cars and better for us.
Well, what can the people watching expect from today? We've got that main class, but we've also got lots of support races, lots of talent. What can we kind of expect from the day?
Just lots of very, very close racing, as it always is with Caterham's. Lots of overtakes, it's chaos every single lap, and so you're going to be thrilled.
Well, I can't wait, Sam can't wait, and it is time to go racing.
Good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome to Oulton Park, the beautiful circuit here in Cheshire on this midsummer morning. A little bit cloudy out there at the moment. The sun will hopefully burn through the clouds as the day goes on, as we get ready to go Caterham racing. Yes, the latest round of the Caterham Motorsport Championships here in Cheshire. We've got 4 of their championships on the schedule here today. We'll be kicking off in just a few minutes' time with the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship, then up a gear with the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, and then it is the top guns in the Motul Caterham 7 Championship UK, the fastest racing Caterhams of them all. We also have the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Road Sport Championship, the second rung on the ladder for drivers coming out of the Caterham Academy. A full programme of 11 races for you here today. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action. I'm delighted to be joined by Caterham expert and former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Can't wait to get this sport action underway. You can see all the cars still out there for qualifying today, but the road sport's out there at the moment. We are going to start the racing with 270R Championship. And yeah, plenty of action there with 3 races for the 270s, 3 races 310s, 3 races for the 7 Championship UK, and then also the 2 road sport racing. We have got lots to get through before now, and lights out at the end of the day. Yes, we've over halfway through the championship season now. With for most of these championships, the 7 Championship UK still got a few rounds behind us. They're going to go and join the TOCA racing a little bit later. But yeah, absolutely looking forward to getting the racing underway, and Oulton Park always gives us some great action.
Yes, it is this flowing circuit with a lot of undulations and altitude changes. It's a lot of drivers say it reminds them of the Nürburgring in Germany, and like a mini Nürburgring here in the hills of Cheshire in the northwest of England. It always lends itself to great Caterham racing action. We've got about 90 seconds left on our final qualifying session of the day ahead of our first race, which is now in the assembly area, the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. And I think we can hand down to Leah in assembly to catch up with a couple of the drivers. Well, we can hopefully hear from Leah shortly there. One or two audio gremlins down in the assembly area at the moment. Shall we try again? Now let's try and hear from Leah again.
Can you hear me now, everyone? Are we back on air? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another exciting day of Caterham's here at Oulton Park. And I mean, it's not quite the day we thought we would have for it. We see these biplanes. Are they biplanes? I can't see, but what a lovely welcome for the racing here at Oulton Park, and what a great day we have in store. As Dave just said, we've got a bumper crop of races coming your way today, from road sport right through to the top class, the 420s in the 7 UK Championship. But we start here with the 270Rs. Third level in Caterham's. We've got a great race coming for you right now. We can hear the cars just starting their engines, getting revved up for the first race out on track. Obviously they did qualify earlier this morning, and on pole position we have Aaron Oliver, a winner last time out. He sits in pole position at the moment. In P2 we've got Brian Thornton, another great race winner. He's been on that top set of the roster this season too. And in P3 we have championship leader Paul Oglesby. What a great race we've got in store with those three at the front of our grid. It's going to be a great day of racing. Everyone is revved up, ready to go as we speak. I wonder if I've got time just to jump in with some of the drivers. We'll go to Anne actually, because Anne's one I wanted to speak to for quite some time. Obviously at Donington didn't quite get the chance to speak to her, but I want to talk to her now if I've got a quick second. I wonder if I've got time. Anne, have I got a quick second to speak to you before you go out? I know it's exciting. Hello, welcome to Oulton Park. How are you feeling ahead of race 1 for you today?
Well, I'm at the back as usual. I'm quite happy in this place. I'm familiar with it, but I'm going to go out and just enjoy it, have a good race hopefully. There's some guys alongside me here. I think we're fairly close together, but the car's feeling good thanks to all the guys at Team Parker. So just go out and enjoy it.
Well, not only is it going to be a good day of racing, you might be at the back, but you've probably got the best looking car. I mean, I hope they won't mind me saying this, your competitors, out of all the grid. Talk me through the choice of it then. Why have you gone for this kind of rainbow patchwork design?
Well, you can see the black and white zigzag pattern. My son also has been racing Caterhams for a few years, and he had that all over his. So it's like the Dazzle camouflage pattern was the inspiration for that, and I thought I really quite like that, but we need a bit of colour, and went slightly mad. So we've got plenty of colour, but just keeping a little bit of his black and white in there as well. So I can't really hide, can I? Really, that's the main issue. So it's very obvious, but hopefully everybody likes it.
I'm sure everyone will absolutely love it, and it is so distinctive out on track. I guess it makes it easier for your friends and family to spot you out racing.
Yeah, I guess so, but hopefully I can try and keep up with these guys and not just they've given up waiting for me to come around at the end, because I'm normally quite slow, but I'll do my best and we'll enjoy it.
I was going to say, even if you are where you are on the grid, do you still enjoy it?
Absolutely. I mean, this is now my 4th season. So I wouldn't keep coming if I didn't enjoy it, and I've had a brilliant coach in Luke, so he's got me to get up there with the pace and just do my best. But at the end of the day, it is great fun. It's a great camaraderie in the paddock as well, so I would miss it if I wasn't here, and they're very tolerant of me, so just enjoy it, I think, is the best thing.
It's lovely as well, and you are one of, I think Jasmine's potentially the only other woman in the grid, but there are so many more women getting into racing.
When Zena's racing, we now have Zena in 270 as well, but yeah, we want more girls. Well, girls, I would think I'm a bit beyond being a girl, but yeah, more females would be great. We can do it. It's one of the few sports that men and women can compete equally, which I think is a good thing. So yeah, the more the merrier.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you get in the zone for the race. Good luck, for the race today. Lovely to speak to you. I'm so glad I've managed to speak to her because she is such an inspiration in this grid. She's doing a great job, even if she is where she is, because at the end of the day, points mean prizes in this championship. We just look around. I mentioned as well, Jasmine Shaw, she qualified P7 for this race. She's doing an amazing job in this class this year as well. Doing a fantastic job. Speaking of other contenders for the championship then, Seb Thole, who is currently P3 in the 270R championship, while he is starting P8, so a little way down from where he perhaps wanted to be. I believe Luciano is P2 as well, and he started a bit higher up. He sat there in P5, sandwiching a lovely chrome car. And my question today, I did this for the Classic Tourers here, funnily enough, back in May, and a question I'm asking a lot of the races here is, why have you chosen the livery you've chosen? Obviously we've seen Anne Hall there with that lovely patchwork design, keeping that theme of the black and white, but adding colour in it as well. We've got that lovely chrome there as well, and I've spoken to a few other drivers which you will see at lunchtime too. But my question to you all at home, and I want to see this in the comments because I can see it, Dave up in commentary and Chris, they can see it too. If you had one of these Caterhams, how would you design it? What colours would you pick? Who would it be inspired by, and why? That's what I want to see. And as I leave that with you to answer, I'm gonna look at your comments now as we see these 270Rs go out on track, leaving the assembly area. John, just mind your back, I don't want you to get run over, not in the first race of the day, but as these cars are leaving us in the assembly area, I'm gonna throw over to our good friends who you've heard from this morning already, Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson. Boys, it's gonna be a stormer today, isn't it?
It certainly is, Leah. Yes, thanks very much indeed. So getting ready for our first race of the day. We've got plenty of comments coming in already. Good morning to you all on the stream. We'll get to those in a moment, but let's have a look at the grid. Qualifying took place very early this morning at around 8:30, our first qualifying session here at Oulton Park. Number 10, Aaron Oliver, was who sets pole position, currently sits fourth in the championship. He did a 1:36.113 around the island circuit here at Oulton Park. Only a few hundredths of a second clear of number 33, Brian Thornton, the Irishman, lines up alongside him. Championship leader Paul Oglesby, number 18 on row 2, alongside number 99, Andrew Davison. Then on row 3 we've got Luciano Caruso, number 88, and 42, Scott Helm. Good effort by Jasmine Shaw up there on row 4, number 21, alongside 28, Sebastian Thole, the South African, completes the top 8 on our grid, completing the top 10, 86, Craig Evans, and 14, Rob Kennelly. On row 6 we have number 20, Steve Loriman, and number 6, Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian-born driver. Row 7, 74, Charles Chapman, alongside 15, Shane Forster. And on row 8, 78, Daniel Crawley, and 48, Ryan Thole, that's Thole Senior. The 9th row of the grid, we have 23, Gary Cross, and 72, Christian Bond. Henry Speaks on row 10 alongside 58, James Platts, then Jimmy Way in 38, 31, Andrew Bailey, 65, Andy Mackay, and 19, Chris Morling complete 24 rows of the grid. Row 13 is 66, Tim Newman, alongside 47, Alistair Kinnear, and 62, Anne Hall, who we heard from a little bit earlier on, rounds out the grid. So the cars making their way, they make their way over the short circuit, the Foster's Loop as it's known, to make their way to the grid, and then they will have a green flag lap. We'll take you on a guided lap of the circuit once they take their green flag lap. Coming through the last corner at Lodge Corner at the moment, then they go through Deer Leap and up to the start finish line. But looking at the championship table at the moment, Brian Thornton has done the majority of the winning. He's taken 6 wins so far from the dozen races we've had at Cadwell Park, Croft, Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, and Donington Park. But he's had a couple of non-finishes as well. That's what you don't want in this championship, because it's very close, the intervals between the placings in the point chart. There's only one 1 point between each place. 25 for a win, then 24, 23 and so on downwards, plus a point for the fastest lap. So non-finishes you can't afford, and Brian Thornton had a non-finish at Cadwell Park. He got taken out there, and he had a non-finish at Donington as well. Paul Oglesby, who has had 1 non-finish but 5 wins, leads the championship on 249 points ahead of Luciano Caruso. Consistency has been the key for him. He's only had a couple of podiums this year. He's on 234, 2 points ahead of Sebastian Tholet in third, and our pole sitter here in the black car on the left of your screen, number 10, Aaron Oliver, fourth in the points. Henry Speaks is fifth. He's quite a way back on the grid for this one. He's only down on row 10 of the grid, so watch for him coming through. And completing the top 6 is Brian Thornton. So an interesting season so far, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And so each championship gets a number of what we call drop scores. So at the end of the season, they can drop their worst results away. So Brian Thornton's carrying 2 of those. He can have 3 in total over the course of the season, but he's already used up 2 of his lifelines, which is obviously not what you want. However, we've only got the, coming towards the halfway mark of this championship. So we've got Oulton Park this weekend, where we're going to cram in a whole weekend in one day. And then we've got Knockhill and Snetterton still to come. So yeah, really would like to keep those lifelines alive. And as you say, Paul Oglesby had a nice consistent season, but it does seem like Aaron Oliver's got the momentum with him. He's coming off a couple of wins and 2 second places out last time out at Donington, so he's got some momentum there. They've got a chance to go and see this full track then, this Oulton Park, the Island Bend track. Is different from where we've been over the last couple of times we've been visiting here.
Yes, and it will take you on a quick lap of the circuit then. This is Old Hall, the first corner, long right-hander. Quite easy to run wide over the curb on the exit there. Then it's down the avenue. There's a slight right-hand flick you can see there at Denton's, and then into the left of Cascades. Used to be lined with trees, the avenue did, in the early days of this circuit, in the grounds of the old Oulton Hall, hence Old Hall Corner. Then after Cascades, they swing round to the left, go along Lakeside. The lake is over behind the trees to the right. And rather than going round the left at Island Bend up towards the Shell hairpin, they turn right at Island Bend this time. Slightly shorter layout here at Oulton Park. This circuit's
extremely bumpy into that braking zone as well, Dave. I've heard from all the drivers, and we've not used it that much, and it's very, very tight down there. So watch out for that, but really bumpy on the way in. Just
under 2.25 miles long, this layout of Oulton Park. Then it's up over Hilltop and down towards the Hislop chicane, named after motorcycle star Steve Hislop. And then it's the right-hander at Knickerbrook on the exit of the chicane, and up Clay Hill towards Druids Corner. That's Charles Chapman, the light blue and yellow car there. We should have 27 cars on this grid, the biggest grid of the day, the 270R Championship. One driver who isn't on the grid is Sean Murphy, because he's watching on the stream. He just commented, unfortunately he couldn't be on the FanDrive 270R grid today, but looking forward to watching the live stream. Thanks, Sean. He's currently 22nd in the championship.
Hopefully everyone's logged into FanDrive, keeping an eye on all the proceedings as they go through. So do take a look at fandrive.app and follow along with the race weekend. You can see some drivers' posts, and you can carry on with it, or look at all the timing and everything else going on. But yeah, they can see them coming towards us into Druids. It's really daunting, double apex right-hander, really, really fast. Very little runoff as well, so a really place for the drivers to pay full attention up there.
Under the Warwick Bridge, named after Paul Warwick, who sadly lost his life here in a single-seater accident in the early 1990s, the brother of Formula 1 driver Derek Warwick. And then it's into Lodge Corner. The old lodge, the entrance lodge of Oulton Hall, was just on the outside of where that corner is. The old gateway is still there. And
newly refurbished, you can now hire it out.
Yes, indeed, you can stay there for a race weekend if you want to make it a big experience here at Oulton Park. There's Deer Leap. You can see the track bounces up the hillside and then onto the start and finish line. So lining up then for this 20-minute race, it'll be a standing start. Aaron Oliver in the black number 10 car on pole position. In the blue car with the orange stripe, Brian Thornton, the Irishman, in number 33, looking for win number 7 this season. Aaron Oliver looking for his second win, had a win at Donington last time out. Paul Oglesby in the green car on the second row, number 18, leads the championship, and a good effort by Andrew Davison, the orange number 99, completing the second row of the grid. Luciano Caruso on row 3 is in white and blue. Top 5 on the grid then. The red light's about to go out, and we are underway with our first race of the day here at Oulton Park for the Caterham 7 270R Championship. Everybody is away cleanly. It's Aaron Oliver who's just got the lead down to Old Hall for the first time. Brian Thornton up on his outside. Now, are they all going to make it through? 3 and 4 abreast in the pack. A couple of cars charged wide. That was Ryan Tholey in the silver car who ran out wide. Great cloud of dust in behind them. And down towards Cascades the first time. Brian Thornton will have the inside line for the left-hander. It's Davison in the 99 up there in third position. Everybody's made it through the first couple of corners okay, and it's Brian Thornton and Aaron Oliver side by side. That's Caruso, I think, coming up on the outside. Andrew Davison on the inside. There's one car on the grass further back, but it's Aaron Oliver who has held his lead from pole position. A frantic start to our first race of the day.
Yeah, you can see how dry and dusty the grass is. Every time they're putting a wheel out there, it really is kicking out the dust. That's going to cause a little bit of visibility issues, isn't it, as they go on? But it is Oliver Thornton losing out a little bit there as they come down into the chicane this time. As we watch them, sorry about the frozen picture there, but yeah, Aaron Oliver leading them down, so wait for them to come up then through up into Druids and the camera we're looking at here. But yeah, Thornton there just getting squeezed out a little bit. I think that was by just into that third place, so he lost a bit of momentum. Here come the cars then as they come up towards us into Druids for the first time.
Yeah, apologies there, just lost our camera down at Knickerbrook. We'll get that back as soon as we can. As the pack heads through this nasty double apex right-hander at Druids. It is Aaron Oliver who leads. Brian Thornton attacking Andrew Davison in second. Caruso is fourth. Oglesby in fifth. Then a new livery on the 42 car of Scott's Helm. That's a bright metallic turquoise livery, looking very nice indeed. James Platt in one of the patchwork livery cars there, number 58. And here they come up towards the start of the second lap. Brian Thornton still side by side. He has a lunge for the lead there. Don't think he'll get alongside Aaron Oliver in the number 10. The rest of them stringing out a little now behind him. The 23 car there coming in by Gary Cross from the 15 of Shane Forster. It's Oliver from Thornton now in second place. He's got back ahead of Davison, who is ahead at the line. Caruso is next, then Oglesby, Scott Helm, Sebastian Tholey, Craig Evans, Jasmine Shaw, and the 14 of Rob Kennelly rounding out the top 10 down towards Island Bend for the second time. And there's contacts. Oglesby into the back of Davison.
Yeah, we saw a couple of lockups there as we came in. We talked about that as we go, really bumpy, and a couple of drivers there locking up, and including Oglesby, who went into the back of Davison, and Davison is now spun and facing the wrong way. And there's a car off to the side. Is that Tholey? It's not Seb Tholey. It might be up there, so maybe he also had a lockup and can issue going into Island Bend that time through. As we watch this field coming through, it's still Thornton in second place, Oliver in the lead. We watch Lorryman going side by side as well. Really for frantic action. It's not the widest of the track. Here's a bit of a replay. Look for the right hand side. Caruso locks up. Doesn't quite hit the back, but here's Oglesby who pushes into the back of Davison, and that spun around, and that's going to be effectively the end of his race. He's going to have to do a lot of fight back as the day goes on.
And of course that spoils the whole of your day, because it's 3 races. The second and third races the grid is decided by the results of the previous ones. He's fighting back all weekend. Is up the inside. Brian Thornton takes the lead as they go into Lodge Corner. So Thornton got the lead on the inside. There's Ryan Tholey, number 48. We'll try and confirm who that car that pulled over is. I'm looking for cars falling down the timing screen. It might have been Craig Evans, the number 86, who pulled over at Hilltop. So I think the 86 car is out of it. Here's a battle further back. That's Caruso recovering.
Yep.
Yeah, he went wide on the grass at Island because of that little contretemps for second place. He's battling with Eduardo Pontes in the Williams lookalike, the blue, yellow and white Cannon Williams lookalike car. Some iconic liveries in there. Leo was getting onto the subject of car liveries. We'll get back to that later on, because we've got a frantic battle up front. Thornton and Oliver side by side. Oliver retook the lead. Cascade, where's Paul Oglesby going?
He was realising he was braking later than everyone else, and he was already maxing it. He took to the grass. It looked like it was grippy enough down there, but that's a couple of issues he's had down into Island. They are all having to get used to it, but yeah, that won't have gone down well with his fellow competitors as they come down towards us then into the chicane for this time through. Helm doing very well in that third place, but he's having to really defend now from Tholey. Oglesby does lose out. Jasmine Shaw's just up. She's on a bit of a run of form at the moment, making that Caterham into the sort of top group, as it were, as they're fighting on up and through this time.
Up towards Druids, it's Thornton who leads from Oliver. Scott Helm in that turquoise car in third position. Sebastian Tholey, the South African, is up to fourth as a result of that late braking move by Paul Oglesby. He's lost a bit of ground, the championship leader. There he is in fifth in the green car. Thornton to the inside again. It's almost side by side as they came through towards Deer Leap. It is Oliver who's got the lead as they come out to complete lap at number 3.
Oliver was really late on the brakes then, managed to hold off against Thornton, but Thornton's absolutely insistent, like we've seen him for the rest of the season, which will shove his car down the inside every single time he gets the opportunity, wants to be out in front every single lap, and around a track like this where safety cars can become an issue, a little bit like there, one of the drivers a little bit further back, you can see how difficult it is to get around all and keep it all within boundaries out there. There is a track sensor out there, so they can be careful of track limits as ever. But yeah, Thornton absolutely never happy to be in that second place, insistent on being in the lead.
But the place he doesn't want to be leading is into the last corner. That's where you don't want to be in a Caterham race, because you'll get slipstream. Aaron Oliver's gone a bit wide there, going through Island Bend. This is Scott Helm's opportunity to try and move up into second place. He's down in 7th in the championship. He's had a couple of non-finishes this year, but he's taken the fastest lap point on 4 occasions. His single lap pace is very good indeed. There's Tholet tucked in 4th, side by side into Hislop. You don't see that very often. Something's got to give here, surely, between Oliver on the outside, Thornton on the inside. This is more like a motorcycle race at the moment as they go through there. I'm trying to make it 3 wide at Play Hill. That's not going to work. Scott Helm sensibly thinks better of it. He was going to end up on the grass and heading out towards the barriers there. Up towards Druids they come. It's Oliver who leads from Thornton. Tholet's gone up into 3rd as a result of Helm drinking to the inside. Then it's Oglesby. And who's that in 6th place behind? That's Rob Kennelly in the blue car, number 14. He had got fastest lap of the race. He still has in that blue machine. And Jasmine Shaw's hanging on to the tail of this pack as well. She's running well. Aaron Oliver leads and they swing through Lodge corner up towards Dearly once again. This is brilliant stuff. And Luciano Caruso, look, the Rothmans livery car has caught them up again as well. Yeah,
he had unlucky in the last race. His gear knob fell off, and that cost him obviously a lot of time. And today he's someone, well, happily in testing, someone gave him an extra knob to be carrying around with, but we won't talk about that too much as they head off and round then into Cascades this time through. Well, Brian Thornton, they just want to go side by side. It's causing them to go dead slow, but the Oulton Park track is so narrow that they are just blocking off all access. You saw how much that made everyone else trip up each other. The reason Aaron Oliver went wide last time was because Thornton locked up. He's locked up again. Aaron Oliver's just having nowhere to go. He has to give him the room, and when he's locked up at the inside, you really aren't sure whether he's going to get it all stopped. But now Seb Tholet dropping into line, seeing whether he can do anything about that as we watch this exciting 270R race disappear up and over the hill once more as Thornton comes down once more into the lead. But for Aaron Oliver, it's just absolutely not letting that go. Seb Tholet just nowhere to manoeuvre his car at the moment. The track is blocked.
They come out of Hislop through Knickerbrook. That's 1-0 to you on Innuendo Bingo today, by the way. Thank you for that, Chris. I managed to avoid bursting out laughing on air there. Up the hill they head then towards Druids for what is the 5th time. Caruso's called them up, has got the fastest lap of the race. 1:36.564 is up the inside. Seb Tholet goes into 2nd place. He's looking for his maiden win here today, Sebastian Tholet. He's 3rd in the championship. He's had a couple of podium finishes this year. Looking at his points chart, he hasn't had any no scores though, so he'll have points to drop at the end of the season.
He has been a real revelation of the season though, kind of new into this Caterham, to be at the front here, and obviously racing with his dad as well, but absolutely brilliant that he's got up there up to speed. And I think he was surprised himself early on in the season, but we are no longer surprised. We see Caruso making some really good progress back through, so really good for him to got the speed in that car, naturally able to pull back to this lead group.
And there behind them in 11th place is Henry Speaks. We said he was a bit out of position in qualifying. He only lined up 19th, didn't get the brakes in qualifying, so he's made his way through into 11th place on the fringes of the top 10 now. Still with just over 11 minutes of this race to go, and they're still side by side, and then touch, off goes Aaron Oliver. Oh, what a disappointment. He's disappearing down towards the Shell Oil's hairpin there. Hopefully he can get the car stopped, so there might be some damage to the right front though, but one of our leaders is out of it, the poleman Aaron Oliver. Let's have a look at that again.
3 into 1 won't go there. They did. Brian Thornton, I don't think, realised that car was there. They did get told in their briefing that if they did disappear off straight down the track, they have to go around that Shalloy. So that, unfortunately, will be pretty much race ending. He'll have to fight his way back through, but there will be some talk about that in the steward's office, no doubt, after this. But currently, Brian Thornton does then lead because the car rejoining. You can see how far back that is in the field. It's a long way around that bit of track. Thornton, though, Seb Tholet is on the inside and takes the lead for the first time. Then they were absolutely sideways as they went through Druids. Druids is a devastatingly quick corner. That would have been exciting to be sideways, side by side going through there, but he held on, hit the bump on the inside. Now Oglesby is there and Helm looking to see whether he can do anything. Kendall coming through nicely in the blue machine to see whether he can do anything. Thornton hanging on there inside. You can see how much jinking and jiving there is between these two 70Rs. Jasmine Shaw looking round the outside. of, I think that's Caruso coming up through. In fact, Caruso's down the outside, 3 wide, then this time into Oulton, backs out away. I think that's sensible. And again, showing the cold shoulder to Seb Tholer on the outside of turn 1. Thornton's having an exciting race.
Well, this is absolutely sensational. 11 of them going for the lead now at the front of this Fan Drive 270R Championship race. Brian Thornton back in the lead. Seb Tholer, I think that's the first time he's led a Caterham race. He was briefly in front there coming out of Druids after that brave move. Thornton got him back. He's a bit of a specialist down the inside line into Lodge Corner. Let's hope they don't touch into Ireland this time. Side by side, a big lock up there for Tholer. He's lost the lead once again. Oglesby in third. Rob Kennelly up into fourth place. This is the best we've seen him run so far this season. He's got ahead of Scott's Helm. And now who's next in the order? It looks like Caruso is back up into sixth place after he went off in the early stages down this island bend. They passed Craig Evans' stranded car over there on the right. 78 of Daniel Crawley has come through into seventh position ahead of I think that's Jasmine Shaw in the maroon liveried car next in the order. And now the second group is towing up as well. There's Ryan Tholle, Sebastian's father, in the number 48 car behind Alan Lorriman. He's in the Union flag liveried number 20. Had a bit of a shunt in that car at Croft, I remember, earlier this season. But it's a solid line of cars now heading through Druids. Any one of these cars could win it. Caruso has the fastest lap at 1:36.564. Now let's see if there's going to be a move made for the lead. Tholle has retaken the lead briefly there, and Thornton back to the inside. Every lap is the same. He does this up the inside, the Irishman, side by side with Sebastian Tholle. So tight as they go up to that little bit of barrier there on the outside, always right up close to it. And Thornton's going to take the lead again on the inside into Old Hall. With a grandstand view of all this in third is championship leader Paul Oglesby.
Yeah, he's watching on and just figuring out how does he fit into this mix, because he certainly brought himself back into that mix after a bit of a slow start. He started third, dropped back away to the 6th or 7th, and has now fought his way back through that group up to the front. Definitely seeing issues into this hairpin. We said about it being bumpy, and those bumps are causing it to lock up, and there really isn't a lot of room for the cars as they go down into them. We've already seen a couple of incidents, haven't we? But Thornton this time having a relatively comfortable time. Kirk Hendel though down the inside of Oglesby, so Oglesby having to go back. Helm's starting to lose speed. Caruso nibbling away at the rear of that car, seeing whether he can do anything about it. And good to see Dan Crawley up there. He's not doing a full season this year, and they're looking to get a sponsorship package ready for next year. But good to see him up there fighting, showing what he can do in his number 78.
Number 14, Rob Kennelly, now up into P3. He's absolutely blown through the order. He doesn't even appear in the points chart at the moment. First appearance of the season for the number 14. And he's ready to attack the top two. There's the number 15 dropping a wheel wide. That's Shane Forster under attack from Gary Cross in the 23. And they're down in 14th and 15th places. There's battles everywhere. But Thornton leads from Tholle as they come through Druids once again. Kennelly up to third now ahead of Oglesby. And it's Scott Helm in the 42. We've still got 7 minutes of this race to go. It
feels like we've already had 20, doesn't it? They've certainly packed all that action in. You see Lorriman just defending down the inside from Tholle Senior as the rest of the field come through. Bailey a little bit further back than we might expect. We've seen him up near the front occasionally this season, but 3 wide for the lead. Why not? Kendall going down the inside then, and Thornton holding on low. He's got the momentum around that corner, and again insisting his car there. Seb going back down to a third place. Oglesby looking to see whether anything he can do, and Caruso also having a good look.
That was the 15 spinning at the back there. Shane Forster has gone at Old Hall. He'll rejoin hopefully at the back. Hopefully nobody has collected the 15 car, but Rob Kennelly nearly took the lead down the inside. He's going to have another go here, side by side. Every time Thornton's come into this corner, there's been somebody up there on the outside of him. Thornton somehow holds his lead. Tholle third, then Oglesby, Caruso, Helm, Crawley, Pontes, Shaw, Speaks, and who's that on the back of this group? Christian Bond now in the number 72. There's 12 of them going at it for the lead. This is incredible stuff.
They're getting closer rather than further apart, aren't they? As we go side by side for the lead once more. Thornton again, little bit of a barge there on Kendall as they came into the chicane this time through. Seb Tholle just going as close as he can without actually having to go alongside. It's really narrow up here, up into towards the Druids corner, and it really isn't much place you can put two Caterhams, but they are trying at every single opportunity to use the momentum. In the draft of these Caterhams, you gain an extra 5, maybe 7 miles an hour, so the draft is really important in the Caterhams. They're using every single one of those miles an hour, and there's only just enough room for them. You can see how bumpy it is on that second apex at Druids at the moment, and it really does cause the car to be upset. They can see a bit of a nose cone damage there from Seb Tholle, so one of those taps from the rear. The next thing in the car behind that nose cone is he's sideways going through the final corner, and in fact he's got radiator fluid. He needs to pull off. That is a burst first radiator, unfortunately.
Yeah, he hit the back of Rob Kennelly coming through Druids, unfortunately, so that's going to be end of game for Seb Tholley. He's gone so well in this race, but he'll have to pull over because the car's going to overheat.
He needs to, otherwise that will be engine over, unfortunately. So hopefully he's noticed that it's wet a little bit. That Bailey out the back there. One of the cars.
That was Henry Speaks.
Was it Speaks trying to come through? Yes, that was looking uncomfortable. Those cars kind of had an awkward moment where they gripped onto each other just as he gets some wheel contact. Sometimes that happens. They kind of grip in, but as Thornton did take us over the line first, ahead of Kennelly, Oglesby, Caruso, Helm and Crawley. Will it be the same? I bet not. They're locked up again. He's got to realise soon.
Yeah, Seb Tholley's just going to plummet down the order. Eventually his engine will seize if he keeps going like that with no cooling on the front. Just clip the back of Rob Kennelly as they fought for second going into Druids there. So Thornton from Kennelly this time. Oglesby now back up into third place, and then it's Luciano Caruso, who has fought back superbly after his off at Island Bend early on. Scott Helm in the turquoise car fifth. Dan Crawley is sixth. Eduardo Pontes in seventh. Tholley trying to keep going. 4 minutes. Can the car survive that long?
No, is the answer, the short answer. So hopefully he'll realise, but it's going to be getting slippy out there for everybody because his whole coolant will be out there. Caruso's been met with a wall of cars, but he has managed to deal with most of them, and he's put himself into that fourth place. That'd be a great recovery, wouldn't it? There's Henry Speaks over the top of this Tholley Senior, but Thornton is still into that lead. Then Kennelly out there in second. Oglesby holding on to third, but there is that Caruso fight back happening, and he's over the top of Helm, who's performed well, but unfortunately just find himself dropping back as these faster cars are coming through.
3.5 minutes to go as they cross the line, so we'll get at least a couple more laps out of this. Through all Hall go the leaders. There's a battle further back as James Platt catching up to the back of Chris Morling in the number 19. Behind them is the 65 Andy Mackay, the sort of cream coloured car. So this is the battle towards the rear of the field. There's battles everywhere you look. This is for about 19th place. 27 cars started, and at the moment 26 of them are still running. We lost Craig Evans on the second lap. This is the battle for the lead. Rob Kennelly down the inside into the Island hairpin, and Brian Thornton has to give way there on the inside. Oglesby looking on from third place, but Thornton again has the momentum on the exit up over Hilltop, then down towards Hislop chicane. Kennelly will have the inside again. They're still going to run side by side, and Thornton will cut back ahead on the outside of the right-handed element of the chicane, back to the left, then out to the right and towards Knickerbrook. It's Thornton who continues to lead the way, but only just, and somehow Seb Tholley still going, but he's all over the grass there on the exit of Knickerbrook up Clay Hill. Jasmine
fluid coming out.
Jasmine Shaw chasing behind. Yeah, his time is still limited in this race, but he's trying his hardest to keep going.
Yeah, so 2 minutes on the clock. We're doing 1 minute 37, so they've probably got another couple of laps, haven't they, by the time they get to it. It's going to be quite tight. So we've got side by side again for the lead, and side by five for second and third as well. So Kennelly down the inside, and Thornton having to give way this time. We've got side by side between Oglesby and Caruso. Caruso's going to be on the inside of this little kick. That's going to give him a little momentum, and he's got the tow. And Helm was looking to see whether he could make up for some of that lost speed as they head into turn one then. So it's Kennelly getting in that lead. Caruso just clips the glass, but he's got that's one of the guys into the barriers. Pontes into the barriers. He just went onto the grass, got squeezed there, and then he found out there was no grip for him to slow that car anymore. That car into the barrier, and we're looking out just in case there's a safety car.
Well, there's only 90 seconds left on the clock, and I think we're going to red flags. Yes, the red flags comes out because of the damage to the barrier up there. So the results, I would imagine, with the red flag out, is likely to be declared at the end of the last completed lap.
It'll be the last completed lap for the whole field,
yeah,
which can be pretty much 2 laps back, although because not everyone would have completed for that lap, and that probably means that Kennelly is not going to be credited with that win, because I think it was Thornton the last time across the line. As ever, when in these situations where a red flag gets thrown, it's all done by procedure, and they take the time, the red flag, and then say the full complete or the last lap completed by the full field will be the result, which might be 2 laps ago. But watch for the right hand side of your screen then, as he just drops his wheel onto the grass. I think he was squeezed there, wasn't he? He was indeed.
Yeah, by Dan Crawley,
and then he had absolutely no grip to be able to stop it before they got to the barrier.
Main thing is Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, is okay. We saw him getting out of the car, but he certainly went wallop straight in there at Old Hall. I can tell you Scott Helm has got a 5-second penalty. to add on. Yes, for exceeding track limits. That's just come through to us. So
we also saw quite a few incidents out there on track, didn't we, with cars disappearing off, bit of nudging, bit of contact here and there. So I don't think the results we're going to see here may be the final results that we see after they go through the steward's office. And that's the natural thing of motorsport. If there is any issue out there, it is up to the drivers then to call that up into the stewards, and they will have a look and review for them. But Kennelly is in the lead as he comes down to us, but I think he might be different by the time.
Okay, awaiting confirmation of the result, then we'll see if it does wind back a lap there.
He'll take the time with a little bit of time just to get communication done and click the buttons that they need to click to declare the provisional result. But they will definitely be calling it a provisional result at this point.
So at the time of the stoppage, it was Rob Kennelly who was leading.
One thing you can be sure, there's going to be probably quite an unhappy field of drivers as they some people will have lost out a bit in that, and I think Kennelly might be our biggest losers.
The checkered flag graphic has now appeared on TSL timing at the end of lap 11, which is where we were, and Scott Helms had the penalty applied, so the provisional results no, it just updates as I say that. I knew that was going to happen. But thank you, TSL, for bringing us the confirmed result at the end of lap 10. I waited as long as I could there. So Brian Thornton does provisionally take the win ahead of Rob Kennelly, and Paul Oglesby completing the podium, with Luciano Caruso fighting back after his off to take fourth. Dan Crawley fifth. Eduardo Pontes I don't think will be in the result because he was the cause of the red flag. So behind them will be Seb Tholle, who was saved there by the red flag from a potential seized engine. Jasmine Shaw will be 7th, then Christian Bond, Henry Speaks and Andrew Bailey, number 31, provisionally completing the top 10. Scott Helm was dropped down by that 5-second penalty to 13th on our timing screen, but possibly 12th, because I imagine Eduardo Pontes won't be in the results as the cause of the stoppage. We lost just one car there, other than that, Craig Evans dropping out early on. I think we can now hand down to Leah in Parc Fermé to talk to our race winner, Brian Thornton, taking win number 7 of the season.
Well, an abrupt end to the 270R race here after that red flag was brought out with that crash. We have heard the driver is okay, but there will be a slight delay while they repair a tyre wall. Let's try and speak to some of the drivers here. You can't hear. We'll move away. But there's quite a dramatic end to that race. Some of the drivers and teams not happy with how some of the racing out on track was happening. We do know how dangerous Oulton Park can be, so it's a shame it's ended in this way. Just to bring the provisional results, I'm sure Dave spoke you through it, but it also goes back a lap. So Brian Thornton was first in the end, P2 was Rob Kennelly, and P3 was championship leader Paul Oglesby. Yeah, let's see who we can speak to, because obviously, like I said, people not too happy with how that race has ended and how some drivers were driving. We'll try and go over to Brian first. He might not be willing to talk to us, but we'll see what we can do. Brian, can I try have a quick word with you? How do we phrase it? A new race around Oulton Park with that new layout. I know tensions are high at the moment. Can you just talk me through the race? Obviously, you did get the win in the end with it going back a lap. Yes, okay. You did. Well, provisionally, you have got the win. Talk me through the race and out on track.
Wasn't a clean race. I made contact with Aaron. I need to watch it back, see what happened. Look, you don't like making contact with anyone, especially. I raced well with Aaron, so it's a shame to see what happened. The whole race from top to bottom was full on. It was stressful. Yeah, it was stressful. There was loads of people caught up in turn 3 in hairpin. I don't see how many cars got caught up or what caused the red flag. Look, thank God I'm here and I'm safe, and we get to go again.
It is quite a dicey circuit, Oulton Park, isn't it? And there is very little margin for error. Do you think that the new layout is proving to be not a problem, but you obviously have to think about braking zones a bit differently? How did you experience it with this new layout that Bark have brought along? So
the braking zone into hairpin is a nightmare, because there's a couple of bumps and the car gets unsteady, and even as you're braking, the car's hopping around. And you're trying to brake as late as you can, because some guys are really good in the brakes, some aren't, some locked up, some didn't. So, yeah, it's just really tough. Yeah, it's just that braking zone is so tough. car just gets so unsettled. So, but I see loads of damage around. Loads of people got caught up. Yeah, I just need to watch it back. But thank God I'm here and we're all happy and safe. So. That's amazing.
And the main thing is the driver caught up, which is Evans, in the accident. He is okay and he's out the car.
Yeah, he was waving so, but what was the red flag?
I'm not quite too sure. We can't see it from here in Park Ferme, but I'm sure it'll be a one to rewatch, won't it?
Okay, all right.
But congratulations on the win. You are here, luckily. If we just bring around, I just saw, if we look at Sebastian Thole's car, we do speak to him and his dad actually at lunchtime, so make sure you tune in for that. But look at the extent of the damage. He was one of the front runners out on track. He came past here challenging Brian for the lead, and you can just see the contact with that. It's an absolute nightmare. But luckily, everyone here, everyone's safe, and the driver caught up in that red flag is okay too. Wow, we'll move away from the 310R and we'll actually go over to the 210. No, sorry, wrong way round. These are the 270s. We'll go over to the next class, and I caught up with some of the drivers ahead of the race in the assembly area earlier. Well, we are here in the assembly area ahead of the 310R first race of the day, and it is Ryan Wilby on pole position, his first pole this season, and what a place to do it, eh? I mean, it's different conditions to what they had yesterday in testing. It is a lot cooler and it is a lot less sunny. Hopefully it brightens up a little later on. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Ryan now. Ryan, I'm sorry to take you away. Are you watching the live stream?
Yeah, watching the race.
He's a fan. Ryan, your first pole position of the season. Starting P1's always nice, especially somewhere like Oulton Park, where overtaking might be a little more tricky. How was it in qualifying out there this morning?
Yeah, it was good. Car felt a lot better than the end of testing when I was on old tyres. The new tyres and the car just felt brilliant. So I had another 3/10 in turn one that I just couldn't cement. So it was feeling good out there. Yeah.
Amazing, big margins you've made overnight then with this new tyre. What are your expectations for the race today?
As you say, it can be quite difficult to overtake, so just try and hold track position, but not fight too hard, and just see if the front lot can get away, and then have our own little battle at the end.
Amazing. So will a good result for you be nothing less than a win?
I would love a win. Yeah, I've not had a win yet this season, so yeah, I'd love one. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, best of luck. Good luck for the race, and hopefully we'll see you in Park Ferme a little bit later on the podium. As I say, his first pole of the season. It's interesting to hear him say, a lot of people have said they actually preferred the conditions yesterday, but that new tyre working wonders for Ryan Wilby. We do have William Chadwick, a familiar name in the top end of this category. He is starting P2, and we have Ben Lopez Appleton, who's not yet here, who is going to be occupying that P3 slot as well. Obviously we can expect big things from the Harris brothers, William and Charles. They do start a little bit further down than we would expect, but not bad considering. Obviously qualifying is a massive factor here in performing well. Like I said to Ryan, and he agreed, it's very difficult to overtake here, especially with that cut off. They don't go around to shallow, whereas they have to cut that corner early. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform out on track today. And when you watch the racing, I'm not sure if Dave might pick up on this, but it is quite a small grid compared to what we usually expect for the 310Rs. I'm not personally sure why that is, but if you see a lot less cars, don't be concerned. It is just a smaller grid for this racing here. I'm going to catch William as he's coming back. Well, where have you been? Where have you been, my sir? You were here very early.
Yeah, I was here very early. It's either early or late.
Lovely. P2, great result. Are you enjoying your time around Oulton Park?
Yeah, it's my local circuit, so it's nice to be here. It's good to have a good race weekend here. It's a busy day, as you know. But yeah, P2's Caterham racing and Caterham qualifying is difficult to just make sure you're somewhere. The race will decide where we're positioned, so let's see where we can come.
Lovely, I'll let you speak to your mechanics and get ready ahead of the race. Wow, it is set up to be a great race here in the 310R category, and I'm going to pass over to our friends Dave and Chris in commentary to talk you through it.
Yes, thanks very much, Leah. So the car's being led around for the start of our second race. The safety car leading them round at the moment, and they'll line up on the grid ready for their green flag lap. This will be another 20-minute race, first of three today for the Caterham 7 310R Championship, sponsored by Vertex Watches. And it is Ryan Wilby we just heard from on pole position alongside the number 8 of Will Chadwick. Ben Lopez-Appleton on the second row. Now, Ryan and Ben had a bit of a tangle towards the end of qualifying, but they are going to make it out there for this one. Will Harris, the championship leader, completes the second row in number 14. Tom Willis, number 81 on row 3, has had some success this year, but is not in the points chart. I don't think he's scoring points this year. Starts alongside Charles Harris, brother of Will, on row 3. On row 4, Stephen Lancaster, the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car, number 49. And welcome back to Lars Hoffmann in the motor car, number 2, the German. First appearance of the season for him. Had a terrific fight in last year's championship with Taylor O'Flanagan, who's now moved up to the Caterham 7 UK Championship. Row 5, Peter Mott in the 96, and 17, Alex Vincent. He had a win last time out at Donington. Paul Goldstein, a little further down the grid than we're used to for the Gold Machine. Not contested the full season this year, but he is second in the points at the moment. He's on row 6 alongside our very own Sam Parker in number 7. Row 7, 36, Chris Buck, and number 9, Steve Metcalf in Taylor O'Flanagan's car from last season, so that should be quick. Row 8, Will Coop in number 76, and 95, Steve Harris, father of Will and Charles. On the 8th row of the grid, completing the lineup for this first race of the day for the Caterham 7 310R Championship. There may be one extra car at the back, actually. Chris Broom, number 42, missed qualifying, so he might be down there at the back if he's made it out for this one.
See the field out there then, ready for the first of their 3 races in the 310R Championship. All the racing today, 20 minutes long. You saw how much action we packed into that 20 minutes with the 270Rs.
You certainly did. It was absolutely frantic. I couldn't keep up with that first race, and we've got another 10 of those to come here. So Ryan will be on pole. He's down in 7th in the championship. The best he's had this year is a 2nd place at Spa-Francorchamps, the black car with the red wheels. Will Chadwick alongside. He was maximum scorer at Brands Hatch this year when this championship supported the British touring cars. He was the top scorer in all 3 races, but I think Tom Willis had a couple of wins on that occasion, but he's not racing for points this year. Just to
pots not points, as
just
we
to confuse
say.
me a little.
Yeah, but the 310R Championship then, this is the ultimate evolution of the Academy car that we run, so this is the 4th year at least. Many of these drivers actually way more experienced than that and have carried a lot more seasons racing, but we've got the Nova ZZR tyres back with us this year, so they're sort of dry focus tyre, almost like a cut slick really do give the drivers a lot of grip out there. Got 155 horsepower in the Ford Sigma 1.6 and a limited slip differentials that are one of the bigger differentiators between them and the 270Rs. The 270Rs also don't run this ZZR tyre, so definitely a ramp up in speed and performance out there, and that's the whole point of this Caterham ladder. Is each step you take up through the ladder you gain additional speed and a little bit more sort of racecraft, and say as they get to this level they're really experienced. But we'll see the 7 Championship UK car a little bit later, and that is another beast indeed. Good to see Ryan Wilby though up on pole position. Can he convert that? As he said, he's not had a win this year yet, and it'd be good to get him on the top step of the podium, but Will Chadwick is going to absolutely be thereabouts. Ben Lopez-Appleton also having that issue in qualifying. Hopefully his car is back, all pointing in the right direction. Will Harris a little bit further back, 4th place there. You'll say that to say that's further back is a little bit disingenuous, isn't it? But he'll be fully involved in that battle, as will Tom Willis, and Tom Willis had the time disallowed in qualifying, so who knows what that would have been. Certainly if the 270 is anything to go by, it's going to be an exciting race.
It certainly is, yes, as they make their way around, and I am really looking forward to this race. Last couple of cars there on the grid. Looks like Steve Harris at the back of the field, the yellow number 95 car in the Team Lotus colours, the yellow and green. Similar colours on Charlie Harris's car, but reverse. That one's predominantly green. Will Harris, championship leader, in the black car there with the dark red cage. He's had 5 wins this year, including a maximum score at Canwell Park at the start of the season. Alex Vincent's had a couple of wins, as has Will Chadwick, and the other winner this year at Spa-Francorchamps was Lionel Tolmash, but the Baron, as we nickname him, is not here this weekend.
Like you said though earlier, Lars Hoffmann is back with us this weekend, and let's wish Henning Westphaler a speedy recovery. He's out ill at the moment, so get well soon, and we'll see you back on the grid soon.
Yes, Haing's been racing that car under the number 25 so far this season, the Motul liveried car, the red and white. But Lars Hoffmann was battling for the championship all the way with Taylor O'Flanagan last year, so it's great to see him back out. He is going to be a contender here from the fourth row of the grid. So will be on pole, the black car. The white car alongside him is Will Chadwick. Ben Lopez-Appleton in the grey car with the green cage. On the second row of the grid, the 5-second board has been displayed. The red lights are on, and the 310Rs about to get underway. Here we go. And down towards Old Hall. First of all, a great start by the two front row men. Ryan Wilby alongside Will Chadwick, 3 wide for third place. It's Will Harris up the inside. Now, who's that coming around the outside there? That might have been Tom Willis, I think, trying to move up.
Great start. Yeah.
He did get a great start from row 3. So down the avenue towards Cascades for the first time. Ryan Wilby it is, who has just about got the lead on the inside, desperate for that first win of the season. Down towards Island, they'll go 3 and 4 abreast.
And they get it stopped.
Up over this little rise here, there's Willis. He's caught on the outside of Will Harris, the championship leader here, and goes back down into 4th place. Ben Lopez-Appleton is 5th, and already Hoffmann, there is the red Motul car, is up into 6th position as they head up over Hilltop for the first time. And Steve Metcalf at the wheel of the ex-Taylor O'Flanagan car, already making moves on the inside.
Yeah, it's strange to see their Taylor's back car back out there. We'll have to get used to that, but Ryan Wilby does lead them around the majority of this opening lap then as they head into the second half. But with Chadwick still firmly ensconced in that battle, Ben Lopez-Appleton also up there, and Sam Parker having some early fights with Paul Goldstein, but it looks like Paul Goldstein has got back past as they went into the second part of this lap. But it still will be then leads us into Druids, this fast double apex right-hander for this time through.
They're all of them close, bunched up. There's the last couple of runners. Steve Harris, number 95, at the back of the field in the Matt Blythe run car. Side by side for the lead. Ryan Wilby will hold the inside line. Will Harris having a look up the inside. Willis on the outside of Ben Lopez-Appleton. Hoffmann runs out wide. You don't want to run too wide on the run through Deer Leap. You'll clout that barrier on the left side of the circuit we mentioned earlier. Fair amount of scrabbling towards the back of the field, but Chadwick to the inside into Old Hall for the second time. He's going to take the lead on the inside. Tom Willis in the silver car with the red cage is trying to follow him through. And the next corner is that, it's the right flick of Denton's, and then down the drop into the left-hander at Cascades. Trying to fight back is Ryan Wilby, but Tom Willis, if he plays his cards right here into Ireland, could take the lead on the inside. There's Chadwick to the inside. Willis is on the inside of him. Wilby back around the outside. He locks up, and somehow is Ryan Wilby going to get the car stopped there side by side with Willis? Chadwick's lost out. He got slipstreamed along Lakeside there, and up into 5th now is Hoffmann. He's already making his staking his claim towards the front of the field.
You can see them tripping each other up though as they go side by side into all these corners. That's slowing them down, not giving them. Willis actually let their Wilby take that place back, which gives them momentum, but he's got a good run of momentum in that aluminium coloured car. One of the cars there a bit further back, and number 17 car, Vincent, there sideways on the dust and gravel, but they're tripping each other up, slowing each other down. That's just leading cars to absolutely bunch up in this 310R, just like we saw in the 270R. Hoffmann using all his racecraft to pull that car right back up there, just following along behind William Harris, our driver, as he comes down towards us. But it is Wilby who is going to get back into the lead. So again, a bit like Thornton we saw earlier, absolutely insistent that he wants to be that car in the lead of this race every single opportunity he gets, and currently is leading them as they start the next lap.
Charles Harris we saw there, the green and yellow Team Lotus livery car, in 7th place. Hoffmann jinks to the inside. The back of this group is Alex Vincent, who won the first race at Donington Park a few weeks ago, but then stalled on the grid from pole in the second race. Very lucky he wasn't collected by the cars behind. Jockeying for position as they come down towards the left-hander at Cascades. Then they'll run along Lakeside to the overtaking spot of Island Corner. Here they come. It is Will Harris up there on the outside. Jinking across though is Tom Willis, and again a big lock-up from Ryan Wilby. He's taking some risks here, side by side for third. That's Hoffmann's got through into 4th place. Will Harris being hung out to dry around the outside there. Ben Lopez-Appleton could get up into P5. The championship leader Will Harris not having things all his own way here, only 10 points ahead of Paul Goldstein, who's in the second group there. He's back in about 10th place at the moment.
He moved by Willis that time. He got the momentum over the top of the hill and just drove down the inside. It was let to happen a little bit there, so maybe we'll be sort of trying to start seeing whether he can work with Willis, but I don't think that's going to see that too long, because there's too many cars around for that the partnership to work. But Chadwick is still very much looking, and Hoffmann is very much involved in this battle.
Willis still there in second, Chadwick in third. Moving way to the inside there under the bridge is Wilby to protect that inside line. Chadwick tried to slipstream him. He won't get down the inside at Lodge. Going with them is Will Harris in the number 14, then Lopez Appleton, Charlie Harris. In 8th place is Alex Vincent in the 17. 9th is the AM class. There's Pro-Am and AM in this race. The AM class led by number 49, Stephen Lancaster in the turquoise car as they barrel their way through Old Horns. And there's Paul Goldstein with a little bit of damage I noticed that was prior to qualifying for a previous event on the rear panel of that machine. One of our marshals I was talking to down the assembly area said it looks like a crunchy wrapper.
Exactly right, yes. First opportunity to say thank you to all the marshals out there today, and I hope you're enjoying the racing, and thank you for letting us do what we love to do. Side by side you can see those bumps and rides and the cars absolutely drift over the top, and it's just as they need to get on the brakes, which is why we're seeing those lock-ups, and it's causing all sorts of shenanigans into this. Chadwick, I think, was having to dive out the rear of Hoffman, who maybe missed a gear there as he came down, so Chadwick alongside now, going to be settled down to the lead this time through. Lock-up for Hoffman into the chicane. Can he get it stopped? Yes, just about. Ben Lopez Appleton now over the top of Harris. Harris dropping backwards a little bit in the middle phase of this race. Still plenty of time left on the clock though. You can see how much action we're packing in here. There's Sam Parker in her third place in the AM Championship there. So the pink numbers on your tower to the left indicating the difference between the AM and the Pro-Am class as they currently. So Sam Parker is our lead in that AM class as we come into this weekend.
Side by side for the lead, Tom Willis on the inside, but Wilby round the outside. Good move there along the short sprint up towards Lodge Corner. He got the move done before the corner, and Sam Parker has taken the lead. Well, not only leading the championship now in the AM category, she's taken the lead in the race as well, past the number 49 of Stephen Lancaster, and also coming through behind them as well, the number 36 car, that's Chris Buck, the blue, white and red machine. Charlie Harris going side by side around the outside at Old Hall of Alex Vincent. I've never seen that move done before there.
Caterhams do moves anywhere they can. The outside can work if you've got the momentum into that corner. So we see a swapping for that second and third in the AM class there. Mott is in that lead, just slightly, a couple of cars up ahead, but a great battle between Parker and Lancaster for second and third on that. As we come down to the chicane and hairpin once more, there's Ben Lopez Appleton now over and back past Harris again, or the first of the Harrises. They are running line astern. Alex Vincent just behind there. It's Peter Mott just in front of Paul Goldstein. So that is the lead of the AM class, just disappearing over the hill.
Yeah, it's Paul Goldstein, a bit of a subdued run here, the man who runs in several different Caterham championships in the UK, but he's well back in this one, just on the fringes of the top 10 at the moment in this 16-car field. They charge their way through Knickerbrook, battling towards the back of the field. There's number 76, that's William Coop, just ahead of Steve Harris. The back of the field, Steve Metcalf's getting used to the ex-Taylor and Flanagan car, as Ryan Wilby continues to lead the way. The best he's had this year, as we said, is the second place at Spa-Francorchamps. Here they come up and into Lodge once again, defending from Tom Willis in the 81. Will Chadwick on their tails in the number 8, moving from right to left. Then Hoffman in 4th position. 5th is Lopez Appleton. 5 laps completed as they cross the line. Who's this trying to get down the inside? That's Hoffman. He's going to go for 3rd. He's got 2nd position. He's got both of them.
He's not got the momentum out the corner though, so he might be struggling into Cascades, although it does look like he's made to have that hold. So all change at the front. Willis then holding on over the top as they flick through the left-hander at Cascades this time.
So Lars Hoffman looking to strike out for the front on his first race of the year, replacing the unwell Henning Eschweiler in the Motor Oil sponsored car, and he's in the slipstream of Tom Willis now, and down to 4th has gone Wilby because Chadwick has got through as well in the number 8 car. He's 4th in the championship. Tom Willis runs out wide on the exit of Ireland. Going to the inside now is Chadwick. This is going to be very interesting as they come into the Hislop chicane. Hoffman moves to the inside. Don't bang wheels. That'll send you flying up into the air there, and he thinks better of it, and Tom Willis is able to keep his lead. Will be 3rd, Chadwick 4th, and the rest of the pack now able to close back up again, led by Ben Lopez Appleton.
You can't afford to be pushed out of the line at this stage. They're in the midpoint of this race, and if they get pushed out the line now, they will drop to the back of that pack as we watch that AM battle coming up towards us as well. But Willis is holding on over the top of Hoffman at the moment, and you can see how quickly Ryan Wilby went from that lead to 3rd, and in fact 4th place before recovering one of those places. It's not so easy to get places back around this Oulton Park track. You have to fight for everyone as Chadwick goes down the inside of Wilby. There's going to be a change then in that third place. So he is now fighting for that third and fourth rather than for the lead. It's not what he wants. Remember, he wants his first win of the season in that car as they come towards us. Willis over the line, over the top of Hoffman. Chadwick just over the top of Wilby. He's going to look down the inside, isn't going to get it done this time, and then it's Ben Lopez-Appleton.
It's over 10 minutes of this race to go, so we're not even halfway through this one yet, and already an enormous amount of action once again from the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship here at Oulton Park. This is just the first of 3 races for them here today. Road Sports class has 2 races, everybody else has 3. Here come the leaders then up the inside. Hoffman's going to take the lead into Island Bend. Yes, he's got through on Tom Willis in the 81. Third place now is Chadwick, and Ryan will be trying to hold off a combined attack from Ben Lopez-Appleton, and Will Harris, the championship leader, his brother Charles in the green and yellow car there just behind him, over Hilltop down towards the Hislop chicane. Willis back up the inside, retakes the lead. He's stronger in this section of the lap. The Silver Machine has got the lead back again, but only just. Lopez-Appleton under fire from Harris. Alex Vincent is in there as well. Peter Motta, AM class leader, then Goldstein and Lancaster in the 49. To the inside this time. Chadwick has a look, but it is Hoffman who continues to hold the lead, the German.
Yeah, absolutely. Just how quickly it all changes, and we've had 4 different leaders at least. There's a little bit of grass taken there as they're looking for any millimetre out on track. And Parker having to settle the fighting now with Buck for that final place on the AM Trophy. But yeah, Goldstein now coming back into this. If Will Harris has been relaxing into the race and seeing, well, I doubt he's been relaxing out there. It looks pretty frantic. But it's about time you've got to start making a move now. Otherwise, you're going to run out of laps. As Vincent's also all over the rear of his panel as his brother. So he's really not going to have a relax. And Mott is now coming back under attack from Lancaster in that AM battle, and they're just being a bit compressed by Goldstein, who's sort of involved in that at the moment, but they're coming back to that front group.
So into the second half of our first 310R race of the day, then Tom Willis back into the lead ahead of Lars Hoffman, with Chadwick hanging on to their tails. Ryan Wilby, the pole sitter, an early leader, down into 4th position. All 16 are still running. A couple of cars have got the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits one too many times. Ben Lopez-Appleton was one of them, and 76 William Coop was another.
If it goes beyond that black and white flag, if they do it again, that will cost them 5 seconds, and you can see how many Caterhams you can pack into 5 seconds. That'll drop them all the way down the order.
Yeah, given that the field is currently covered by 10 seconds, that's how close Caterham racing is. In fact, the first 13 cars are covered by less than 5 seconds, so even if the leader gets a penalty, he'll drop down that far. Here they come then towards Lodge Corner once again. Tom Willis trying his hardest to defend. Chadwick trying to attack from 3rd place, as Peter Mott still ahead of Paul Goldstein in the number 12 car. Lancaster behind them in the 49.
They come over then to complete the next lap, heading down towards a side-by-side Harris and Vincent then as they're going. We've seen quite a lot of side-by-side running. There is a sense from the outside there. We've got to be a little bit careful. There's Peter Mott with Goldstein, then Lancaster and Parker in that AM battle. But Willis managing to hold on for the whole lap that time through, which is not an easy feat when you've got this angry pack of cars just on your tail. Absolutely nothing between them as they come down towards us into the bumpy shell hairpin this time. Hoffman round the outside then, really nicely late on the brakes to swaps that position. Chadwick and Wilby just seeing if they, well, I think they're kind of defending a little bit just to make sure that they can just have a bit of a relax around a couple of these corners. Only 6.5 minutes of this race to go though, so they will start being more insistent as we get a little. Chadwick diving down the inside, just a little bit of a confidence there to see whether they can shape. But Willis has missed the chicane. He misses braking. He is going to have to rejoin. It's an awkward rejoin, and is he going to get out in front of them? He does, but he will have to give at least a couple of those places back.
We'll wait and see what transpires there. Will he be given the signal to give the places back again after going straight on at the chicane? He managed to do the slalom through the barriers there, Tom Willis. He finds himself back at the head of the field ahead of Hoffman, Chadwick and Wilby. Now he moves to the inside there I don't think he's going to give way.
I think if I was him, I would give way to at least a couple of those places. That shows intent. So he's done exactly what I think he needed to do to avoid a penalty there, which is give away to the positions that he would have lost had he not been able to go through that. So I think that may be enough to get rid of that penalty. We'll see, but the stewards will have to look at that as we go into hot 3 wide then. And it is Wilby back down the inside, so he's going to do an immediate 4th place to 1st place. As he know, he lost the rear of his car, he just about holds it on. Great skill on these drivers, but they are going to trip over themselves as they come through Denton's and then into the left of Cascade. You can see they're all having to get on the brakes. They're so stalling each other there. They are closer than they were on the grid, and it is the whole front pack, including the Am Battle, all seeing whether they can win this race.
Well, goodness me, that was almost 4 wide coming out of Old Hall there. Hoffman back to the inside on Chadwick. Well, a terrific race here from the Caterhams in the 310R category this time. Ryan Wilby goes to the inside. These two are still side by side for the lead.
Missed a gear, I think.
There's been some contact in there. Somebody's lost a wing. Didn't see who it was.
It was Hoffman who lost the wing, I think. I think he missed a gear, or so, and then people tripped over him a little bit.
So it is Will Chadwick who now leads the way in the number 8. Could be all change at the front of the field very shortly.
Yeah, I think Ben Lopez Appleton missing his left rear wing there, so I think that was that's where it was. But it looked like it deposited itself to the side of the track, so it should be okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to work out who that was. Yes, indeed, you can see it there. So he's the first of many to lose a wing today. Who's that on the grass? That is Ben Lopez Appleton out onto the grass there, down under the Warwick Bridge, as Chadwick leads from Willis. 3rd place it is Ryan Wilby. Up the inside comes Lopez Appleton on Will Harris, the championship leader in the 14 car. This is absolutely frantic stuff. Alex Vincent in behind them with the blue roll cage, as round the outside goes Tom Willis to retake the lead into Old Hall. Well, there you go. We've seen it twice in one race now. I said I've never seen car go around the outside of Old Hall to take the lead, and we've now seen it on 2 occasions in the same race.
They all feed absolutely nose to tail then, this whole lead group. There is a bit of a pregnant pause then back to Metcalf, who's next up. You can see them there comes the next driver in that famously coloured yellow Caterham there. But it is Chadwick now back to the lead. We've had at least 5. That was a bit of nose contact, so that's Ryan Wilby's nose. I think he just clipped the rear of Willis's car there. Did dispatch that. Hopefully that's not burst his radiator, and it's Vincent, is that, or is that Ben Lopez Appleton who's struggling? I think it was Vincent losing speed out of the corner. But you can see there is no, in fact it was Tom Willis's nose cone that got sent flying, wasn't it? So the 81 there outrunning. You can see that radiator just hanging out the front of the car there. Hopefully that's all in one piece and not damaged. But I don't think the order of this race is going to be settled until the very last corner.
Just over 3 minutes of the race to go now, with Tom Willis still going in 2nd place. I can't see any fluid leaking out there, so he may have got away with that, but it'll affect the handling and the aero of the car as he chases Will Chadwick. Will Chadwick, who had that maximum score at Brands Hatch and also a win at Donington. He's under fire now from Ryan Wilby and from Tom Willis. And Steve Metcalf, the yellow number 9 machine, staying ahead of William Coop in the 76. Behind them, Steve Harris, the number 9, the Taylor O'Flanagan championship winning car from last season, with Taylor having moved up to Caterham 7 UK championship. We'll see him out a little bit later on. Who's leading the way as they come through at this time? Has Chadwick lost the lead? Yes, he has, only just to Ryan Wilby though, on the straight towards the island right-hander once again. It is Ryan Wilby who still leads the way, but only just again. He locks up, he does every time there, and Chadwick will get down the inside and retake the lead once again with 2 minutes to go.
Once you have locked up if you have got a bit of a flat spot on that tyre, it will find it again as you just go over the rise in the track. As soon as it meets that flat spot, it'll lock again. He will have to use that tyre for the rest of today though, in the following 2 races, so that's going to be awkward for him into that chicane. It's not the only one that's locked up into there, and other people will be suffering the same, but they have 1 new set of tyres per race weekend, so they will be using those tyres for the remaining racing we've got today.
Very much in the closing stages now, then 90 seconds of this race still to go. They'll be coming round to start their final lap this time, and it is Will Chadwick who leads the way. We said earlier, you don't want to be leading into the final corner at Lodge. You will get slipstream. There is room to slipstream up Deer Leap as well. Ryan will be going to the outside at Lodge. He's late on the brakes and he takes the lead around the outside. So Wilby goes to the front ahead of Chadwick. Then behind them is Tom Willis. Rest of them starting to bunch up now. Tom Willis able to use the slipstream to keep his radiator cool as well, if anything. He's going around the outside of Will Chadwick, and we have a third leader in the space of 2 corners and 1 straight there, almost, not even half a lap.
Doesn't seem to slow you down too much losing your nose cone, but they're a bit of an air scoop there up on it, but it's not slowing Tom Willis down at the moment, and all these drivers are going to figure out what they can do in this last lap then of this Ireland version of the Oulton Park circuit. Willis is going to lead them into the hairpin. That's one overtaking manoeuvre defended against. Can he hold on for the rest of this half of the lap left, as we see side by side Ben Lopez, Appleton and Harris seeing what they can do to figure out and recover some positions at the end of this. Mott is still leading the AM Championship. He's got a couple of cars now between him and the rest. So they come down into the chicane. Another defensive move, another position saved. Can Willis take it to the line?
Well, here they come out of Knickerbrook for the final time. The clock about to count down to 0. The checkered flag will be waiting. There's Paul Goldstein, a fairly anonymous race in the midfield, has to be said, for one of our regular race winners in a few different Caterham championships over the years. Best he's had this year in 310R, a couple of second places. But here are the leaders. Tom Willis leads from Will Chadwick. Here comes Ryan Wilby. He's looking frantic here. Willis moves to the inside. They do the snake across the straight there under the bridge. Chadwick's going to go to the inside, and Tom Willis, Ryan Wilby nearly goes into the back of it. Any one of these 3 could still win it. They come up towards the checkered flag this time out of Dearly, but I think Tom Willis has just about done enough. He takes the checkered flag. Will Chadwick in second. Ryan Wilby comes over in third. I think it was Ben Lopez Appleton in fourth, ahead of Lars Hoffman, and the Harris brothers only back in 6th and 7th, the championship pace setters. Peter Mott wins the AM class in 8th, then Alex Vincent 9th. Goldstein is 10th, and the rest of them all make it home. All 16 starters go the distance. A superb race from the Vertex 310Rs.
We're going to run out of voice, aren't we, before the end of today? That action is relentless from start to finish. Another great race by the 310Rs then in the bag, and Willis taking that another pot for him this season. Chadwick taking a really solid second place. What a season he's having as well. Will be disappointed in that third place, but it is a trophy to take home, and it was so frantic that he'll have 2 more opportunities today. Appleton, I think, will be happy he survived it through, and Hoffman looking like it was going to be a good for in that 5th place, but dropped back just a little bit as he got the provisional results.
Provisional results of race 1 with the Vertex Caterham 737R Championship. Tom Willis the winner by 1/10 of a second over Will Chadwick, with Ryan Wilby the pole sitter in 3rd position. Ben Lopez Appleton in 4th, ahead of welcome returnee Lars Hoffman. Will Harris has to settle the 6th, ahead of Charlie Harris. And the 8th place Peter Mott wins the AM category, and Alex Vincent and Paul Goldstein round at the top 10. The other finishers were number 49 Stephen Lancaster in 8th place, ahead of 36 Chris Buck. Sam Parker was 13th, ahead of William Coop. And Steve Metcalf and Steve Harris rounded out the runners, covered by just over 19 seconds the entire field. Fastest lap went to Charlie Harris with a 1:32.982. Pace will quicken once again in race number 3, the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship, for the fastest Caterham racers of them all.
We're watching the cars come in. I think we're waiting for Sam to jump into there, but as we watch them then come into, you had a bit of a tight bend back into Parc Fermé there, but the drivers, most of these will be to Oulton Park before, will know all the difficulties of that. But well done in the AM Championship as well. Peter Mott taking the win there with Lancaster, and then Buck taking 3rd place, just over the top of Sam Parker, who was in that 4th place. But yeah.
So next up on track today, the Motor Caterham 7 Championship UK in just a few minutes' time. That's followed by the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Then we'll have our lunch break before the second race for the 270Rs. Continue from there, followed by the 310Rs 7 Championship UK. The Road Sports only have 2 races, of course, as opposed to 3 in the other categories.
Yeah, how is our voice expected to last all the way through?
Mine got way out already.
Yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting for Sam to get herself ready down there. And yeah, so coming up the 7 Championship UK then, what a car that is. We've got slick shod, full race focused car, and anything the 310s and 270s can do, I'm pretty sure the 7 Championship UK drivers will be seeing what they can do. But they're a bit earlier in their season, actually, so the 310, they're into their second half of their season, but 7 Championship are still in the... they've only had 2 rounds so far, as it were, so 6 races, but they'll be with us again on the knocker with the TOCA bill coming up, as well as the Donington round with TOCA, so they're going to have some good old crowds to watch their action as we head into the second part of their season. And we'll be back with the Academy not too long away as well. 1st of August they're at Brands Hatch Indy for their next round of their championship, so do keep an eye out across your socials for all the updates there as well.
Thanks for all your comments coming in on the YouTube feed. Hello to James Hapgood, Paul Hadsley, Mr. Malova, he and his family watching on. And Katie Rathbone, who says, watching from Spain, sat on a plane on the tarmac. Big shout out to the guys at CC Recovery. Yes, big thanks to our recovery drivers here today as well. I think we can head down to Parc Fermé with Sam in the meantime to talk to our race winner.
Very, very good race. No safety cars. I don't think anyone. One person's missing a wing, but that was 2 people perhaps. That was a great race. Great race. Very, very close from start to finish. Let's go and have a word with Tom Willis. Tom Willis. Hello. Congratulations.
Yeah,
I saw. Did you have a little dive off through the
I
chicane?
missed the brake pedal.
Yeah.
I just don't know what happened, and then had to go through, and then I was like, am I going to get a penalty? So I let people past just in case.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah, but I didn't know what the rules were on that, so I came out where I'd sort of started.
Yeah.
So anyway, got away with it, lost the nose cone, but over the moon with P1.
Yeah, absolutely. But to come off and then rejoin, and it was so close at the front though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. There were some hairy moments, but all good fun. It's the way of Caterham racing, and that's why we all do it.
Exactly. Well, very congratulations to you. Let's go and have a word with Will Chadwick. Where is Will? There he is. He's by his car. Come on, John, come round here. Will Chadwick.
Oh, hello.
Congratulations on
Thank you
second
very much.
place. How was it for you?
Chaotic. I'm sure we all saw it on the live stream. It was very chaotic, but no, I couldn't be happier. Max points, because obviously Tom's not in the championship. That's my main aim. Get as much points as possible towards the end of the season and try and mount a championship challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very well done. And it was very close from start to finish, wasn't it? Lots of changing positions, but yeah, you came out on top pretty much.
Yeah, good enough for me. I'm happy for that, and keep on going with the weekend. Just try and keep getting the points. That's the main aim. Hopefully win one of the races, but it's tough round here with how chaotic it can be. Everywhere, isn't it, Caterham?
Exactly. Well, well done. Very well done. And Ryan Wilby, let's go and have a word with Ryan. Ryan, 3rd place. Are you happy with that? It was quite a frantic race,
it was frantic,
but it was quite clean though, right? Well, from where I was
maybe not
behind.
so much up the front. There's a nose cone missing here and a few wings gone and the usual sort of things, but nothing major.
Yeah.
But everyone's just finding the feet, I guess, with it being the first race of, where to position yourself.
Yeah.
But it was very frantic up the front and swapping places every lap, so good fun.
Yeah, that's it. Well done. It's a good place to start first race 2.
Yeah, hopefully. Keep moving forward now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, I think the Vertex 7 UK cars are coming up next, so I'll hand back to Dave and Cheesy.
Yes, thanks, Sam. Well, the safety car leading the next race around. This is the Motul Caterham 7 Championship UK, the quickest Caterham racers of them all. They have a 20-minute race coming up. We'll give you the grid in just a few moments' time. This is going to be an absolute cracker on this flowing circuit. And we caught up with some of the drivers just a little earlier on.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but this one I am extra excited for, because it is time for the 7 UK class to get out on track. This is the first time this year that I've seen these machines out on circuit racing wheel to wheel, and I can't wait, to be honest with you. We are just starting to get the assembly area a little bit more filled out. Until about 30 seconds ago there was only 2 cars in the assembly area, so it's good to see them all coming now before the race, and we'll see who we can grab a quick word with. Just to mention, this is the top class of the Caterham Championship. It is the expert class, and it is all the competitors, all of these cars, even though they've got different liveries, different looks, are identical. So it's all down to the skill of the driver. Now, they have raced at Croft. They went over to Belgium and raced at Spa, and round 3 brings them here to Oulton Park. So it's only this will be their 7th race of the year, and on pole position, who has just arrived, it is the number 1 of Matt Armstrong. He'll be joined by P2, which is Taylor O'Flanagan, the championship leader, who is not yet here, and in P3 we have Louis Darling, and it is actually his best qualifying of the year. Let's go and see if Lou will have a quick word with us, just to mention, because yeah, it is best result so far. Louis, can we grab a quick word with you? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you enjoying Oulton Park so far?
We've had nothing but car problems. Well, it's been our story most of this year. We've had a new engine on Thursday, and we've finally got everything buttoned up. Well, I don't want to say it too soon, but I think we've got everything buttoned up. So it's our best quality result of this year, because we normally don't finish. So we're just going to see how we go.
But Oulton Park is a bit different to Croft and to Spa, which you've been to. What do you think, apart from the car troubles you might have had, little gremlins, has put you in such good stead and given you such a good position for qualifying?
I always like Oulton. It's one of the best circuits in my opinion, but yeah, I like Oulton. So we'll see how we go.
Lovely. Thank you for speaking to me. I'll let you get ready.
Well, the car's already well on their way round on their green flag laps, so we'll give you the grid for our Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Reigning champion number 1, Matt Armstrong on pole, with the championship leader, Taylor O'Flanagan, last year's 310R champion, alongside him. Second row, Louis Darling, we've just heard from in the 25, alongside Justin Armstrong, 23, father of our pole sitter. Row 3, 28, Harry Senior, and 76, Monty Hind. Steve Nuttall is on row 4, alongside the 21 of Charlie Lower, then completing the top 10 on the grid, 56, Craig Story, and 6, Dale Head. Row 6, Henry Heaton in the number 10, alongside 17 of Mark Farmer. Mike Evans and Tom Eden on row 7. Row 8, Nick Heighton and Darren McCormack. The 9th row, 22, Gary Curtis, and 35, Mark Kendall, and 68, Chris Welch. Rounds out the 19 car grid for this 20-minute race. I'm delighted to be joined for this race by top Caterham racer Harry Cook, joining me in the commentary box. Harry, good morning.
Hello, great. Yeah, strange to be this side of the telly, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Right, not seen you on track yet, but I believe you're joining the UK Championship a bit later this year.
I am, yeah, planning to join for Donington. I've got a new car on the way, so hopefully, that gives me a good chance of getting used to the car again and pushing for 2027.
We've seen you having some great battles with Harry Senior in the past. It was a tale of 2 Harrys for several races last year, we called it.
Yeah, certainly. I've raced the majority of the guys on this grid, so yeah, looking forward to observing them from here.
5-second board has gone up then for their first Motor Caterham 7 Championship race of the day. The red and blue car of Matt Armstrong in pole position, the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan alongside. We are underway and down towards the first corner at Old Hall. The fastest cars we will see today. Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion, takes the great start by Louis Darling in the greenish and white car. Goes up into second place off the line, the Welshman. A couple of cars run wide towards the back of the field, but it is Matt Armstrong who's got the lead. Darling with a great start up into second, side by side with third Justin Armstrong, who's the leading AM driver. Of course, there's Pro-Am and AM categories just like in the 310Rs in this one, going toe-to-toe with Taylor O'Flanagan, the reigning 310R champion. Stephen Nuttall in the black car gets a wheel onto the grass there. Big lock-up from Craig Story in the Dayglow yellow number 56 car. They all make it round Island Bend okay for the first time. Up over Hilltop they come. It is Matt Armstrong who leads, Darling in second, O'Flanagan in third, Harry Senior in the light blue and red car. They're making a move on the inside of Stephen Nuttall for fifth place, and number 21 Charlie Lower sporting a new hand-painted paint job this weekend, something certainly a bit different. We'll have a look at that a little bit later on, hopefully, as the cars head up towards Druids for the first time. Reigning champion Matt Armstrong, it is who sets the pace.
That's a very clean start for the 420s. I haven't usually experienced that, so a great start from Louis as well, seeing him up there. Oh,
that's the 17 car of Mark Farmer spinning off, got a wheel onto the grass, coming out of Druids there. He's in the gravel. That might lead to the safety car coming out. We will wait and see. There'll be yellow flags out of Druids. The marshals will try and recover that machine from the gravel trap, but it's Matt Armstrong who leads as they complete the opening lap from. Louis Darling challenging for the lead there, looking for his first win in the category. It's only the third meeting of the season, but there's got a bit of contact there. Charlie Lower bashes Stephen Nuttall up the back, heading out of Old Hall. Stephen Nuttall, an experienced Caterham racer in a variety of different series for the mark, as they head towards the exit of Cascades, then onto Lakeside, up towards Island Bend for the second time. And Louis Darling is not holding back here, he's lunging for the lead.
And Charlie and Harry will be seeing the guys pull away up front, and they'll be desperate not to let that gap get too big. They don't want to lose the opportunity to stay in the slipstream.
Yeah, slipstreaming all important down the straights here. These are not massively aerodynamic cars, as you can see, as Harry Senior moves past Justin Armstrong there in the fourth place. Tommy Eden making a move up the inside on Mike Evans, the man from Birmingham, in the number 93. Gets the move done there. They're just outside the top 10. Battles everywhere you look. And look at the sheer speed of these cars. The 420R, the name of these cars refers to 420 bhp per tonne. These cars phenomenally quick for these little machines. It takes a very brave driver indeed to try and tame them. Well, from what you've seen here so far, Harry, you looking forward to joining this group?
Yes, I am. Yeah, definitely. It seems like there's a few more pro-ams actually this year, so it seems a little more chaotic actually since when I was racing. But yeah, definitely excited to get back.
Of course, you've still got yellow flags out at the exit of Druids there. The marshals are still on track, but Mark Farmer has been retrieved from the gravel. He's made it round into the pit lane. Looks like it could be the end of his race as the pack charges its way into Old Hall for the third time. Matt Armstrong leads by just under a second. The fastest lap of the race recorded by Dale Head, number 6, who's a little further back down the field. He's in 8th place at the moment, so look for him making a move through the order.
It looks like Louis and Taylor may have been racing a bit too hard there and let Matt get away. You know, the Matt's crucially now, he's going to be doing quali laps, trying to break away as hard as he can.
So we'll keep an eye on the lap times here as well. These cars lap the Oulton Island circuit in under 1.5 minutes. The current fastest lap is 1:28.724. O'Flanagan is up to second. He's got ahead of Louis Darling there. Then the battle for fourth place. There's Dale Head, the number 6. I believe he's the brother of Aaron Head, who's raced in this series successfully in the past.
Yeah, he's difficult to get past. I remember last year I raced a bit lower down in the field, and getting through I had to race against Dale and much of the grid, and I thought it'd be a little bit quicker, but they're all very experienced and difficult to pass.
Difficult to pass indeed, and that's what Harry Senior's being at the moment. Your old rival in the number 28 car. They're trying to go round the outside of Louis Darling as they come into Lodge Corner. Second group headed by, you can see that distinctive hand-painted paint job. I believe that was done at Goodwood recently on the 21 car of Charlie Lower. Wonderful to look at that machine. I'll try and get a close-up of that if we can. And Louis Darling been shuffled back further because Justin Armstrong, our AM-class leader, has got through as well. There's the 76 of Monty Hind, another man graduating this season from the 310R. Had a big crash in his 310R at Croft last season when his throttle jammed open coming through the Jim Clark S's, a place you do not want that to happen. Certainly, thankfully, Monty escaped okay, but his 310R was wrecked. Side by side down into the island, then through on the inside comes Harry Senior, Louis Darling behind that little group. Then it's Lower, Nuttall. Then behind them Dale Head, Monty Hind and Chris Story up there behind them. Craig Story, I should say, in the number 56. That's the Dayglow yellow car with the black roll cage. Monty Hind up the inside on Dale Head, makes up a place into Hislops. And car running a little bit wide out there, I think. That might have been Charlie Lower, the 21, but he's gathered it up again.
Yeah, I think Matt Armstrong's had a difficult start to this year. Reigning champion, you know, he wants to get a few wins under his belt, and I think he had that incident at Spa where he actually had a DNF, so this is a very important race for him to really start getting the points back and defend his title.
Yes, indeed, DNFs is what you can't afford in Caterham racing, because there's only 1 or 2 points increments down between each position, and Matt Armstrong did not finish the first race at Spa. It's Taylor O'Flanagan has had 3 wins this year. He leads the championship. Harry Senior has had 3 wins, so Matt Armstrong has yet to win this year. He's had 4 second places but has not taken a win, so he's desperate here to pull away as much as he can from O'Flanagan in second place. Justin Armstrong is now up to third, so the Armstrong father and son pairing are now both in a podium position. Justin down in 7th in the championship and leading the AM category just ahead of Craig Story. As up the inside there, that's the battle between Monty Hind and Steve Nuttall. Then Dale Head, Craig Story behind them, and the number 10, that lovely turquoise livery car of Henry Heaton. His family will be cheering him on. I remember watching with the Heaton family at Donington a few years ago. They're very vocal indeed in their support of Henry. They'll be cheering away somewhere.
Yes, they certainly are, and I hope Henry starts to pull a bit back through the field here. I think he'll be expecting to be a little bit higher, and he'll be seeing the cars disappear in the distance, so he'll be getting a bit more sort of looking forward to trying to catch up to them, I think.
62 there is Darren McCormack, trying to make his way up the order in the number 62. He's in equal 10th with Chris Fraser in the championship, the Australian-born driver. He's not here this weekend. Great story under fire from Dale Head. Marshall's looking on from the outside of Druids there, hoping nobody else will spin off. As round the outside, Stephen Nuttall on Monty Hine. These two having a terrific fight for what is 6th position at the moment. So there's battles everywhere you look, as always.
A very good move from Stephen around the outside. That's always a bit scary. You've got to make sure the guy on your inside's got his braking point secure. You know, if he locks up, he goes straight inside of you. So you're always a little bit nervous when you're doing a move like that.
Dale Head on the rear, well, I'll say on the rear bumper of Craig Story's car. They don't have bumpers, but he's right on the tail of that car. The lead gap is up to nearly 1.5 seconds now. Matt Armstrong ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, with Justin Armstrong just under a second further back there. He is in third. Then the battle between senior and lower, and then this fight's for 6th, 7th and 8th. Louis Darling currently in 6th place, then Nuttall and Hind 7th and 8th. We've lost somebody into the pit lane. Mike Evans, number 93, has pulled off, unfortunately, on that last lap. So looks like his race is over. We've already lost Mark Farmer after he spun off. Louis Darling under fire. Stephen Nuttall, he's an outside line specialist. Look at that, he's done Louis Darling into the chicane at Hislops this time. Darling jinks back out wide to defend from Monty Hind as well in the 76 car.
Yeah, after a good start, Louis seems to be struggling a little bit now. I know he can be quite aggressive on his tyres, so I wonder if he's possibly getting a little bit, you know, once the tyres get hot, it's very difficult to calm them down and they really do start overheating. But he's lost another position there, so maybe there's another issue we haven't seen.
We're not even halfway through this race yet. They try and break the toe down the straight there under the bridge. You can slipstream, as we saw from Steve Nuttall on the run through Lodge Corner. And yes, I'm wondering if there is an issue for Louis Darling. He's lost another place there to Craig Story. The Dayglow yellow car got through. The lead gap this time is up to 2.1 seconds. Matt Armstrong, he's really pulling away, but it's Harry Senior, the light blue car with the red cage there. He's got the fastest lap, 1:27.581. So the lap time's getting quicker all the time. The top 5 all lapping in the 1:27s. Charlie Lower has got through though into 4th place. He's the man on the move. How far behind Justin Armstrong is he? Not far now. He's caught right up to him there. Look, there is the hand-painted number 21. You can see that distinctive design on his machine.
My guess is here with that gap now, I think it's looking like Matt Armstrong's going to sort of got this race sealed up. 2 seconds, you're sort of clear of that slipstream, and now you've got Justin closing in on Taylor, and Taylor goes wide as well.
They've all gone off.
They've all gone off, yes.
What on earth's happened there? There must be some fluid down. They're all going off. Look, Louis Darling spins around. Someone's dropped. I wonder if that's Mike Evans, because we saw him pull into the pits. There's fluid down on the entries of the chicane. They've all slid straight on. That was like a scene out of the Trophée Andros ice racing series in France in the winter. Where's Ivan Muller when you need him?
I think it was my first commentator's curse there. I just said Matt had it sealed up, and then he goes straight off at the next corner. So that must be some fluid down to see them all fly off, but hopefully it will settle down now.
So we'll have the red and yellow striped flag out there for slippery surface at Hislops chicane. Now, what order are they going to come through in? I'm not quite sure now, after everybody went straight on there. Matt Armstrong, I think, is still in the lead, yes, because they all went through the chicane behind him. Both Flanagan second, they've got clear of Justin Armstrong, then Lower and Senior. So I don't think the order has changed there, except for Louis Darling. He was the unlucky one because he spun, and he's come into the pits, so he's got some damage there, I think, as a result of that. Louis Darling sadly out of luck there, the Welshman.
But crucially, the gap now has come down by over a second there, so Taylor's back in the slipstream. That's given him a chance at staying with Matt, so Matt will be very upset about that.
There's the battle for what is 4th position. Charlie Lower holding off Harry Senior. Had a double win at Croft at the season opener, had a win at Spa as well. He's all over the back of Charlie Lower. They've got to be mindful though, this is where it gets slippery into the Hislops chicane. Will they all get round this time? Yes, I think they have.
A little more cautious, so you could see they're a little more relaxed. You're always, it decreases each lap, but you're always a bit nervous going back in. You don't know where the braking point's going to be, so it's definitely a scary corner after you sort of know there's fluid down.
How easy is it to see, Harry? You've been out on the track many times. How easy is it to see if there is fluid down at a given point on the circuit?
Well, you actually can't see it at all. You go in, and if you're the first guy there, a bit like Matt, you basically are the sign to everyone else there's a bit of a problem. If 2 cars go off, you've got to be a bit more calm, and then the slippery surface flag obviously comes out for you. But yeah, there's literally no warning with something like that. The car will just slide off, and you're sort of completely out of control. So they all did pretty well. Unfortunately, Louis had that spin there as well, which isn't good for him.
8 laps completed then in our opening race of the day for the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship. Stephen Nuttall still scrapping away with Monty Hine, Craig Story in behind him. Justin Armstrong up there in third still leads the AM division. The gap is a little under a second, just a few thousandths under a second between Matt Armstrong and Taylor O'Flanagan, the reigning 310R champion. He's taken to the 420R spec machine like the proverbial duck to water. Third place is Justin Armstrong. We just see him at the top right there, disappearing over Hilltop. Here's the battle further back down in the midfield. Henry Heaton in there giving chase to Dale Head, and Nick Hyton's in there as well. The number 78 has come through. Who does that belong to that's just come flying off? I believe that belongs to Monty Hine, that wing.
And it hasn't landed in the best place. That's going to, if you're too wide going through there into that corner, you're definitely going to have to see it and avoid it. So they'll probably put a little sign out for the drivers, maybe a slippery surface flag.
Well, it would have been out at that point anyway at Hilltop, with the bit of oil or coolant that's gone down there as they race their way towards the conclusion of lap number 9. Just under 7 minutes of this race still to go. Still your leader is Matt Armstrong from Taylor O'Flanagan. Black and white flag is given to Charlie Lower, number 21 in 4th place for exceeding track limits at Cascade. Just must have run wide on the exit. There's Heighton getting ahead of Dale Head. And in behind is Henry Heaton, the number 10, being chased by Tom Eden over the line, and Ross McCormack is at the back of this group as well in the number 62, Darren McCormack I should say, as Monty Hine runs wide there. There's contact, that was Dale Head, and who did he bang wheels with there? Possibly Nick Hyton, yes.
It was a great move from Hyton to get past Head, but they were squabbling in the next few corners, so they're obviously getting a bit too close at the exit of turn 1.
Yes, it is getting a bit frantic in this midfield battle at the moment. We concentrate on that for now. This is for 7th place at the moment. There's Stephen Nuttall in the black car in the distance. He's escaped at the head of this group and trying to go after the leaders. Nicely going either side of that bit of debris from Monty Hine's car. Is anybody going to hit it? Oh, just brushed there by Dale Head, but it hasn't dislodged it from the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, that was very close. They'll all know it's there now as well. That first lap is always the worst, but now Heaton's seen it, he'll know coming over that crest, watch out for that wing on the driving line.
That'll be a souvenir for our marshals at the end of this race. Big thanks to them once again for their service. As a result of that bit of contact, somebody else has got a wing flapping there. That's Nick Hyton's car. This is the fight for 4th. Charlie Lower doing everything he can to hold off Harry Senior, second in the championship, Harry, behind Taylor O'Flanagan at the moment, so he'll want to move up here. Charlie Lower sits 3rd in the points. O'Flanagan on 140, Senior 129, Lower 118. Steve Nuttall a bit further back in 4th place. Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion, only 5th in the points, so he needs a win here to try and move up. Justin is farther in 7th place behind Henry Heaton, completing the top 10 in the points chart. Craig Story, Nick Hyton, Chris Fraser, who's absent today.
Yeah, Harry Senior last year, his pace was amazing, and I couldn't stay with him. So he seems to be struggling a little bit more this year. I did hear I think he's swapped an engine out, so I don't know if he was having a few car problems, or whether we have a lock-up there.
Yes, lock-up from Craig Story as he slides down the inside of Nick Hyton. Henry Heaton coming through behind them, so Hyton and Heaton battling it out. Bit of a commentator's nightmare, that one. They got either side of this bit of debris. Is anyone going to hit it this time? Very nearly. Henry Heaton collects it there. Monty Hine's dropped back a few spots. I wonder if he's got a problem there. He's got who's that he's got on his tail there? That's Darren McCormack in the 62.
We're seeing a lot of cars go wide now as well, skimming the grass on the exit. So I think people, the last 5 minutes, you do start to get a little bit tired. You'll make those little mistakes. We'll see it from a few more drivers now, I think.
Is that driver fatigue or the tyres going off possibly?
I think it's a combination. The car starts to get a bit more slidey, and you do really start to feel it, especially it's not as hot today, but yeah, you really start to these last few minutes, sweat coming down, and you'll see, Taylor closing in on that. So I think he's going to have an opportunity, I think, going into that sort of final phase of the race.
Taylor is closing. He's just on the fastest lap, 1:27.106. So Taylor O'Flanagan is ready to attack. He's kept his powder dry for most of this race. Now he is going for his 4th win of the season to try and extend his championship lead. He's halved the gap over the last couple of laps. We'll pick them up when we can further round the lap. There they are coming through Island Bend, and Matt Armstrong has now having to defend from Taylor O'Flanagan. What a graduation he has made from the 310Rs this season. Quite brilliant from Taylor O'Flanagan as he chases down the reigning Caterham 7 UK champion for the lead here at Oulton Park. They're nearly 4 seconds clear of Justin Armstrong in 3rd place. I think it will be 2 laps to go this time through, and this is going to be a close one.
Yeah, Taylor can start to relax a little bit more now. He's caught up. He'll be pushing for lap after lap, and now he's got to plan the final phase of the race. When's he going to get past Matt? He might have a go here. If he's close enough, he might just stick behind until the end. We'll see. You can see he's a little bit more relaxed. He's obviously not going for the move around the outside. So Taylor's a good thinker in racing, and I learned that from racing for many years. So we'll see when he makes his move.
Out of Deer Leap they come. Just a couple of laps to go here at Oulton Park in our first Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship race of the day, and Matt Armstrong is really having to defend now. Is Taylor O'Flanagan biding his time, leaving it as late as possible to try and make a move? Is he just trying to put Matt Armstrong off here by lunging up onto his shoulder, as motorcycle racers say? They're well clear of Justin Armstrong in 3rd in turn. He's clear of the battling pair of Lower and Senior. There they are. Lower's actually pulled away a little bit from Harry Senior. Down towards Island Bend. We've seen a lot of lockups here so far today. It's this looping right-hander. They make it through this time. It's up the other side over Hilltop, then down towards Hislop Chicane. That's a bit of debris is still there. They avoid that.
You can see Taylor relaxing there. He's pulling out the slipstream as well, so his temperatures that he'll be watching very closely might be getting a little bit hot. He's making sure his car is in that window to make that move on Matt on the last lap. I'd be surprised if he passes him this lap. I think he'll be waiting for that final lap.
Yes, I agree. I think he's waiting to get it as late as possible so Matt doesn't have a chance to fight back. Monty Hind recovering there, throws the car through the Hislop Chicane, gets ahead of Dale Head in the number 6. Tom Eden, number 64, is up behind them. 17 cars still running as the 19 who starts in the leaders are side by side into Lodge Corner. Matt Armstrong holds the inside line. They come up to start their final lap. This time it's just between these two. As at the front of the field, O'Flanagan has a look to the inside now, back to the outside. He's all over Matt Armstrong as they go down towards Old Hall, but Matt, with the experiences of last season, able to hold his lead. 5-second penalty for Dale Head further back for exceeding track limits, so Dale's got a penalty, but never mind that, because it's all about these two at the front of the field on this final lap.
I think Taylor there was testing the waters as well, seeing if he could get around the outside, so that was a good trial for him. So he might think, I need to get that inside line if I'm going to get past him. Pretty much the only opportunity now as well. We are on the last lap, aren't we? So yes, I think he's definitely going to be lining up into that last corner.
There's a back marker ahead of them as well. I think it's Mike Evans who's rejoined from in the pits. We'll see whether they catch him down towards Hislops for the final time. And Matt Armstrong soaking up the pressure. There's Evans. They're going to lap him. Where are they going to meet him? I hope he sees the signals from the marshals and gets out of the way of the two leaders, doesn't hold them up. They go up Clay Hill for the last time.
That's quite a gap, but Taylor needs to close it up if he wants a chance.
He'll try and close it coming out of Druids. He'll get in the slipstream now and try and position himself for the straight. Which side's he going to try and go at Lodge? He's got to go for it as they come through Lodge Corner. You can see Matt Armstrong moves across the inside to try and break the toe. Taylor O'Flanagan being forced to go around the outside. They are into Lodge absolutely side by side. There's nothing between these two. Armstrong on the inside. O'Flanagan's going to have to slipstream him on the run to the line. They're not going to catch the back marker. Is O'Flanagan going to do it on the run to the line? Not quite. Matt Armstrong wins. 0.144 of a second. A cracking race between those two. Justin Armstrong wins the AM class in 3rd, then Lower and Senior in 4th and 5th place. Steve Nuttall is 6th, and then we've got the battle for 7th place coming through. It looks like it's Henry Heaton who's going to come through for 7th place. No, he's got a penalty as well. Henry Heaton, we've just heard, has got a penalty of 5 seconds for exceeding track limits, so it is Nick Heighton who will take 7th ahead of Monty Hind. Tom Eden 9th, and Craig Story will round out the top 10. Heaton and Head both get 5 seconds of penalties. Last couple of cars coming into finish. There's Mark Kendall. Problems in qualifying for him, but he's back out for the race. Then we've got the 22 of Gary Curtis, the Monaco resident. Chris Welch and Mike Evans will be the final finishers. Pause to catch our breath after that one. As we say in the West Midlands, where I come from, what a Boston race.
Yeah, very exciting race there, and I think they'll learn from that. You know, unless the wind direction changes, I think it's clear that Taylor couldn't actually get past Matt because he just stuck it on the inside. Matt defended really well. So later on in the weekend, we might see them get past into turn 1 potentially, and then try and hold it around the lap. We'll see how it develops, but yeah, definitely I think Matt proved you can actually hold it into that final corner, so that's going to maybe change their strategy going forward.
Mike Evans will be the last man to finish. Didn't quite get lapped there, came into the pits a few laps in, so he's lost quite a lot of time, but will finish on the lead lap. Just 2 non-finished that one. Unfortunately, we lost Louis Darling after that spin at Hislops, and we lost Mark Farmer early on, and in fact Mike Evans is not going to take the flag. He's going to pull into pit lane, so that means unfortunately he might not be classified as a finisher, but these we'll check out the provisional results of that one. Matt Armstrong it is who takes the win by 0.144 of a second ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, who got the fastest lap at over 92 miles per hour. Justin Armstrong, the AM Class winner, on the podium overall. Then Charlie Lower holding off Harry Senior. Steve Nuttall in 6th position. Nick Heighton in 7th, with a couple of drivers dropped down by penalties. The top 10 is completed by Monty Hine, Tom Eden and Craig Story. McCormack was 11th, ahead of Henry Heaton and Dale Head with their penalties. Mark Kendall 14th, Gary Curtis was 15th. Chris Welch in 16th place completes the finish as he got a penalty as well. And we lost Evans, Darling and Farmer into the pits. Let's head down into Parc Fermé.
Well, that was a fantastic race. Absolutely brilliant battle between Taylor and Matt. Matt's not here at the moment because he just overshot the Parc Fermé entrance, but we'll get him back in here in a moment. If not, his car will just get him. But as soon as these guys get out of the car, I will have a word. But fantastic drive from Justin. Finished 3rd on the road, but obviously he's in the AM class, so he won his class. And let's have a word with Taylor. Taylor, you tried everything to get past Matt. Honestly, that was great defending from him, but fantastic from you. It's actually quite hard to overtake here, isn't it?
Yeah, much harder than I thought, to be honest. And yeah, such a workout. I was knackered. So just trying to keep my concentration, not doing anything silly. First race. Started raining. Yes. Where did the rain come from?
I have no idea.
I was like, what is that on my visor? It's not forecast. Yeah, he drove amazingly. I was really struggling to catch him, and then finally did, obviously with the help of the slipstream, and he defended brilliantly. So yeah, fair play. He deserved it.
But it's nice that you two actually just working together. You built a gap, didn't you, between 3rd?
I don't know about working together. We were both just driving as quickly as possible after each other. But yeah, he drove amazingly, so fair play. Yeah, happy with the result.
No, but that's good place for you. Obviously, you know, good starting point, and it's all about points, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah. We're getting into the championship now, so happy with that. Definitely.
Brilliant. Well done. Well deserved.
Thank you.
I'll go and have a quick. Oh, there's Matt. He's over this side. We got him in here. So we'll just let him get his helmet off. In fact, while we're waiting, we'll have a quick word with Charlie, who finished in 3rd place. Charlie, hello. Hey. How was that for you?
Amazing. Yeah, the car felt fantastic. Yeah. So thanks to PT and obviously down at Hardline for sorting that out, because yeah, pretty disappointing qualifying actually. Didn't get the most out of the car, but yeah, it came to me in the race, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly. And it puts you in a better start place for race 2.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure. Obviously, it started raining halfway through the race. I was absolutely terrified. These boys decided to skip half the track and get an advantage, but we'll see what happens about that.
Okay, yeah, we will do, yeah. Okay, brilliant. Well done, Charlie. Right, has Matt got his helmet off? Let's have a look. Oh, yes, he has. He's over here. Matt, well done. I was saying to Taylor, that was a great race for you two. You defended like your life depended on it. You made your car mega wide and really hard to get past, and he obviously tried everything to get past but couldn't quite make it.
Yeah, I thought I was in for an easy race about halfway through, but then he just didn't give up, so yeah, I was a bit annoyed about that for the last 3 laps, but yeah, happy to come home in first. It's the first one of the year, so happy days.
Absolutely. More of the same later, hopefully.
Let's hope so.
And your dad did really well as well. He won his class, and he finished 3rd on the road.
He's a faster Armstrong this weekend, so he could still win a race, I reckon. So yeah, good start today. Let's hope for more.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. I think we've got time quickly. We'll have a quick word with Justin before we head to the next race. Justin, let's have a quick word. That was fantastic. You were 3rd on the road. Fantastic drive. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was really good. A bit sketchy when the rain came down. I think all 3 of us missed Knickerbrook, but we maintained position and yeah, it was an interesting race. It was quite good, a bit lonely, but good. It was nice watching Matt and Taylor battle up front,
Yes.
but yeah, so I had a nice watching brief. It was great.
That's it. That's a good viewing point, like that. Yeah. Well done. Very well done. Right. Next up is the Bilstein Road Sport Championship, and I think I can hear them out on there making their way out onto circuit. So I will hand over to commentary now.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, next up on track we have the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship, the second rung on the ladder, effectively. Most of these drivers will have competed in the Caterham Academy Championship last season. We haven't got the Academy here today. They compete on a slightly different calendar to the other Caterham Championships, but in Road Sport we've had 4 meetings already this year. Richard Davies won the first 4 races of the year at Cadwell Park and at Croft, but he's had a non-finish, so he's only 3rd in the championship. Ollie Smith took a double over at Spa, and last time out at Donington he had a win as well. Kyle Townend also took his first win. The safety car leads the pack towards the grid then. They'll cut across the even shorter Foster's Circuit loop. Safety car driven by Gareth Newton, ex-saloon car racer today, as it often is here at Oulton Park. So it's Ollie Smith who leads the championship at the moment. He's qualified 4th fastest for this first road sports race of the day. It is Richard Davies for number 25, the Welshman on pole, alongside 99 of Matt Fox. 18, Mitch Fasania, who didn't compete in the Academy. He went straight into road sports last year. He's on the 2nd row alongside 89 of Ollie Smith. Row 3, 56, Sam Eminson, and 19, Kyle Townend, the winner last time out at Donington. 4th row, Heinrich Watson-Miller, number 47, and 14 of Archie Kennedy Dyson. Completing the top 10, 70, Joe Oliver, and number 10, James French. 80, Ben Oliver on row 6, brother of Joe, alongside Jason Spencer in the number 8. Then row 7, 27 of Rob Hicks, 86, Richard Watson. Row 8 is 12, John Bond, and 21, Luke Wilson. The 9th row, number 9, Stephen Vischer, and 88, which is Mark Hensler. 66, Alex Dobridin starts at the back with a 10-second penalty. His car failed post-qualifying scrutineering earlier this morning, so his qualifying times are disallowed and he has to start with a penalty.
So we're in the road sport then, the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. The Academy aren't with us this weekend, so they are the lowest step of the ladder that we've got here. This was last year's Academy cars. They attached the Nova ZZS tyre to their car, and that's pretty much all they do. They have a rear anti-roll bar as well, so a little bit more stable, but otherwise completely road legal car. And as you just heard, they are absolutely got full specification of all the cars should be, and Dobrynin, one of the parts wasn't the correct part, and that's why he's been given that penalty. We try and keep things absolutely as even as possible. 2 races, 2 20-minute races for the road sports this weekend, and they have 2 drop scores to rid themselves of by the end of the season. As you say, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy race season, with Davies taking the early win, but now really getting some momentum behind Ollie Smith, who's been really the driver on form as we come into the middle part of this track season, and as we come to the tail end of the season, who is going to take it? We also saw Heinrich Watson-Miller having a really good race at Donington, didn't we? And we'll see that he's doing quite well in qualifying this time. Can he continue that run of form? So he's starting 7th. So keep an eye out for him. Quite easy to spot because he's got the slightly higher rolled cage. He was just a bit too tall for us to bend him into one of these Caterhams. But looking forward to this. We've had some fantastic Caterham action today already, and the road sports season has been really good to watch. So who's going to come out on top? Can Davies get back to winning form? Well, he's starting in the right position to do that. Matt Fox has been there all year, as has Fasania and Smith. So all these drivers really are prepared and capable of winning this race. You can see the flags out there, not flapping too hard. Really perfect race conditions today, but it is starting to slightly warm up, so the cars will start getting a bit more. We've got all the cars on the grid. We've got a green flag at the back. Let's get this race underway.
So the green flag waving at the back of the field then. Safety car led them around the first time, so I think we've still got the green flag lap to come.
Yeah,
yes, the
right,
30-second board went up there, so they do have an additional green flag lap to come. While we've got the extra green flag lap, they have the lap over the short circuit to the grid. They line up with the safety car in front of them, and then they line up and then they do an additional full green flag lap here at Oulton Park.
That's why you get the big butts, Dave. You know these things.
Thanks for your comments coming in. Hi to Peter Smith, Charlie Crossland. He was cheering on Will Chadwick in the first race earlier on. Sean Murphy we've mentioned. And Leah was asking earlier, if you had a Caterham, what livery would you have it in? Well, my favourite colour is purple, so I'd probably have a bright purple Caterham. Most people know that my favourite race car livery is the silk cut Jaguar colours that we used at Le Mans in the 1980s.
I can answer this question because I had one. I had a yellow car for many years, and in fact, I run with cheese holes on to go with my nickname. And then the only year I went black with the reverse cheese holes was the one I won my championship. So maybe that's my new the new livery that I would have to go with. But good to see all the cars out there, and let's hear from you out there. What liveries would you go with if you were driving in this Caterham Championship?
Yes, if you had a Caterham, thanks to Leah for the question, what colour, what livery would you have it in? We've seen a few tribute liveries. Eduardo Pontes unfortunately went off in our first race. He's in the livery of the 1980s Williams Formula 1 team, the yellow, blue and white. Luciano Caruso has the Rothmans colours, made famous by Porsche at Le Mans. Dan, our director, says he'd have a Lightning McQueen livery, a bit like Aaron Thompson in the pickup truck championship this year. There's always a Lightning McQueen, and there's always a Gulf liveried car as well, isn't there?
Always.
Every championship, every series has a Gulf liveried car, powder blue and orange.
You can see the wrap technology and the cars choosing to paint and whatnot out there, but it is a great way of expressing your personality on your race car and a way of you standing out, isn't it, on the live streams that we do on all our races for Caterham Motorsport as they head around this fantastic Oulton Park circuit. It really is an adventure you go out on. It's an old-fashioned track. You can see the barriers aren't too far away from the edge of the track. Track's not as wide, as super wide as we see some of the more modern tracks out there, and it really does test these drivers. These drivers, many of them will be in their second season of racing. Only Mitch Fasagna and a couple others, I think, joining them in here. But they are now actually going to be forming up on their grid, ready to get this race underway. It was my little premature excitement last time, but good to see them. And to say they've had some spectacular racing all through this season. The battle of the yellow machines. Can Davies get back to the front, though, with Fox and Townend there? So Townend a little bit further back. Got a bit of work to do.
Yes, Matt Fox and Kyle Townend, their car's virtually identical from a distance. You have to look at the number plates because Matt Fox has got Foxy on his number plates. The red and black car of Richard Davies on pole position. Mitch Fasagna is in green. Ollie Smith alongside him, the championship leader, the 89, is in blue with an orange stripe. The red lights are on and they go out now. Away we go with the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Super start by Matt Fox. Not a great start by our pole sitter Richard Davies. Alex Dobrin in there at the back getting underway from the 10-second penalty. Mitch Fasagna goes down to fourth behind Ollie Smith, the championship leader. Great start by Heinrich Watson-Miller as well. You can see with the taller roll cage on his car, but it is the man from the outside the front row, Matt Fox, who leads the way into Cascades for the first time. Let's see if he can hold it as they come up towards Island Bend on lap number one. There is Fox, Ollie Smith side by side with Richard Davies for second, and there's Watson-Miller, a fantastic start. He started from the fourth row of the grid. He's up into fourth place already ahead of Mitch Fasagna. That's a great getaway, and I think up there with them as well was that green car of Sam Eminson, number 56, who started fifth on the grid. They're all away cleanly and down towards Hislops for the first time. Matt Fox established in the lead. Carl Townend got a fairly poor start as well. He's back in the pack.
Yeah, just that fluid all seems to have dried up there that we saw in the last race, so getting it all stopped up. There was a little bit of a lock-up deep in the field, but I think that was just as they were going three wide as we watched them all then flowing round. Yeah, good start from Matt Fox off of that front row, and Richard Davies just struggling just a little bit, but they are all back together again, and it's these three again, nose to tail. And it's this Heinrich Watson-Miller, who is absolutely up there and moving from seventh place up into what is now fourth place, but a bit of a cork in the bottle. Everyone else looking to see whether they can get past him now, but we've got a change for the lead now as Davies hits the front.
Well, Heinrich Watson-Miller has calmed down after that very fast start. He's down to fifth behind Mitch Fasagna. Here comes Sam Eminson as well. But Watson-Miller, we shouldn't be surprised at this form. He got his first podium last time out at Donington. He's carrying a penalty, which means he's further down the championship standings than he'd like. Richard Davies in the slipstream there as Matt Fox retakes the lead down the pit straight. In third behind them is Ollie Smith, number 89. He's had 3 wins this year, 2 at Spa, 1 at Donington. Carl Townend just that single win, and Richard Davies has had 4, but he had a non-finish at Spa, which has dropped him to third in the point standings. Up towards Island Bend once again. Davies on the outside, Fox on the inside. Ollie Smith has established in third now. Round the outside comes Sam Eminson of Mitch Fasania. There's Watson Miller in sixth position. Carl Townend, the second yellow car, is in seventh. And then we've got, I think that's James French next in the order in car number 10. He's been consistent this year. It hasn't been towards the sharp end where he would like. Fox back up the inside, holds his lead into Hislops. The man to watch here, I reckon, could be Ollie Smith in that 89 just behind them.
He's been good all year, and he's been pressuring all the time. One of the drivers taking the cut through there, the 10 of James French. So we're talking about him just now, but he's just taken the cut through and see whether he has to give any of those places back. But yeah, Davies, when he got to the front previously early in the season, he was able to pull away a little bit over the top of everyone, but it looks like any advantage he had in those early rounds has now gone away. Matt Fox has been consistent. A little bit of softer suspension on this road sport car compared to the other championships we got here, and it seems to be helping them into these braking zones. You can see the car settling down, but we haven't seen the lockups that we saw in the 270s and in the 310 as well. And so maybe this is a softer suspension just helping a little bit. Carl Townend, we do expect to see him moving up through the field, and he's still sat there in 7th place, so a little bit stalled at the moment.
So Davies leads into our next lap at number 3 with Smith up to second. He drew past Fox out of D-Elite there. Sam Eminson trying to go with them in the metallic green machine. And then the brighter green, the grass green car of Mitch Fasania rounds out the top 5 ahead of Heinrich Watson Miller in the 47 car. Has Alex Dobrin been able to make up his handicap? He's still at the back of the field at the moment, so not yet. Here comes Ollie Smith. He's never going to go around the outside into Island Bend. No, he's not. Side by side for third place. Leslie Pack filter their way through.
We've not seen the outside line work into Ireland, I don't think yet. It's got close a couple of times, and then it also pushes you to the outside of the chicane as well. So even if you get it sort of alongside, it's not quite enough to see you through and past as they come into the chicane. So whilst you might get manoeuvred there and actually feel you have to do it in a defensive manoeuvre, I don't think it's actually worked as an attacking manoeuvre just yet.
So the pack filters their way through Hislops into Knickerbrook towards the back of the field. That's the number 21 car of Luke Wilson. Further down there as well is John Bond in the number 12, the white and light blue car. Kyle Townend down in 7th place at the moment, leads the number 70 of Joe Oliver in behind him. The Oliver brothers, Ben is the other one. That's up the inside. Ollie Smith tries to take the lead away. You can recognise Ben Oliver incidentally because he's in the white and Dayglow yellow, the Brawn GP look-alike. Jenson Button fans will remember that team fondly. Only 1 year in F1, but very memorable indeed. We've seen quite a few tribute liveries to the Brawn GP squad. Meanwhile, Matt Fox trying to have a go at the inside there of Ollie Smith for second place. Richard Davies looking for win number 5 this season. Continues to lead. Down towards the avenue, then onto Dentons and Cascades. Davies under intense pressure here from Ollie Smith, trying to take the lead of this race for the first time as they head up towards Ireland for the 4th time.
Yep, all having to learn the new Island Bend, but all these drivers, I think it'll be the first time at Oulton Park as we go side by side once more. Ollie Smith round the outside again. Oh, Fasania down the inside. Is he going to avoid everyone? Well done, everyone, for avoiding that. He was fully locked up and going sideways across the grass.
Now that was really weird because we saw Paul Oglesby in the first race in a car that's the same number and colour as Mitchell Fasania's doing exactly the same thing there. That was a very strange coincidence.
Well done, everyone, for seeing that coming and avoiding. A rear of his car absolutely loose.
He's all over the place.
Yeah, I wonder whether there is some fluid on that guy. It looks like it, but it could just be dust from the tyres as he went down. You can watch him in the background. He just gets his braking point missed and he knows there's nowhere to go. Understeer and everyone. Well done, Eminson, for avoiding all of that.
Yes, Sam Eminson rather pale in that car under his crash helmet at the moment, I think, now after that scary moment. Holding off Mitch Fasania, who's fighting back again, and fighting towards the front of the field is Ollie Smith, trying to take the lead for the first time in this race, up on the outside of Richard Davies as they come through to complete lap number 4. This time Matt Fox on their tails. Who's at the front of the battle of the 4th now? It's Heinrich Watson Miller. You can see the taller roll cage on his car. He's chased by Kyle Townend, who's now to 5th. Eminson and Fasania losing a couple of places as a result of that. Joe Oliver is 8th. Archie Kennedy Dyson in the number 14 car there, just behind him, the sort of military green liveried car. And rounding out the top 10, number 8 of Jason Spencer, his best showing so far. There's Alex Dobrin. Started from the 10-second penalty just along for the ride at the back. He's not made up his handicap. Oh, somebody's off. Is that Fasania? It is.
Fasania,
He
yeah.
spun at Cascades. I thought I heard somebody going off in the background. Mr. Fasania has spun coming through Cascades. We'll try and pick that incident up on replay if we can. Spencer's involved as well, and the number 9, which is Stephen Vischer, have also gone off, possibly in avoidance.
Ooh. They're cutting through, aren't they, on the Foster's screw lid there, which that's not so good.
Yes,
wondering if they got damage. Are the windscreen wind mirrors on those, wing mirrors, I should say, looking a little bit askew. Hopefully they won't get involved in this battle. It doesn't look like they will, as then the lead group all get through and they're queuing up to just join that battle again. Not sure how they're going to sort that out.
Yeah, they used the Foster's circuit as an escape road there. They took the short course. Appropriate that Stephen Vischer's number plate says help. He's telling he needs something to get out of there. Dear oh dear.
Normally the regulation is you must rejoin the track at the position that you left it unless otherwise stated in the regulations, so it could well be that they are disqualified on that basis as they're coming down towards us side by side. Then Ollie Smith alongside Davies. That's the front three do have a slight bit of a pace advantage, don't they, just in this early phase, but that gap can easily come back, and Townend looking to see whether he can do anything about that. So he's coming through. So I think it was someone else spinning, because Sanya's still there in that 6th place. It would be another green car that we saw spinning a bit deeper in the field then, sideways on.
Yeah, it's just looking down the timing screen. Who's else in a green car? Richard Watson, 86. It must have been him who spun, because Fasania is indeed still there in the lead battle. Apologies there for the confusion. Very similar looking cars at a distance there. So Richard Watson was our spinner at Cascades, and he got caught up with Vischer and the number 8 of Jason Spencer. Well, Jason Spencer was further ahead of them. He must have might have been that he was the first to spin, and Watson went off in avoidance. Perhaps we'll pick that up if we can.
It's an easy thing to get caught up in someone else's spin from further down the track, isn't it? You just see it coming, but there's nowhere for you to go, and it does look like that's being goes. A couple of wings also hanging ajar as they go down. Another move down then for Townend. Can he go down the inside? No, Watson Miller is late enough on those brakes. So Fasania still trying to get that car back in control, but looking like, oh, the Townend's absolutely sideways. That looks like an extreme oversteer for that particular point of the track. Wouldn't normally see that at all, so I wonder whether there's dust on the outside of the track there as well.
Yes, that really snapped sideways like a rallycross car there, Kyle Townend's car. That was a bit bizarre. Richard Davies, meanwhile, continues to lead. Matt Fox has got past Ollie Smith while all that was going on behind them up in a second, and he's lunging for the lead now. Matt Fox in the number 99 has yet to win this year. He's had 3 second places this season, but he's yet to take his first Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship win. He had a few wins in Academy last year. Max Richardson, the Londoner, took the title, but we've not seen him out this year. Maybe we'll see him back in seasons to come, perhaps pursuing other adventures. Richard Davies in the middle as they head into Old Hall. Fox on the outside, and 89 Ollie Smith on the inside. Heinrich Watson Miller's trying to catch them up as well. Now look in the background here. Let's see if we can see what happened. There's Spencer going off, yes, and Watson spun behind him. So maybe they had some contact there going into Cascades. That caused the other 2 cars to get caught up as well at the back of the field. So that's what's happened there.
Come down towards us then, side by side once more. Davies on that inside line, the one we see was working. There's our first lock up then from Fox on the outside. He was squeezed to the outside of the track there, and the Nova ZZS just squealing in complaint at that and not working. But Ollie Smith not able to make that position. But now we have got Watson Miller up with them, so it's a front quartet now, and then a tiny gap back to then it's Fasania, isn't it, next up. So it's still sort of dicing, moving, the gaps are changing. Another oversteer moment there, that time from Fox.
Yeah.
I think that where those 2 cars rejoined, maybe there was some of a fluid dropped, and just as these drivers go to the outside edge, they're finding that little bit of fluid.
The number 8 car, Stephen Vischer, who has now, number 9 rather of Stephen Vischer, has made it round to the pits. His front end was damaged. Maybe there's some coolant down there from his radiator.
That's exactly where the car was waiting, wasn't it? So I think if you take that extreme wide line, you're finding there is fluid out there, and that's causing this extreme oversteer that we've seen for a couple of the yellow cars now. And that's certainly got their attention, and they won't be going quite that wide next time through. But Watson Miller now looking to see whether he can do anything about getting onto this podium.
Yeah, he had a couple of podiums last time out at Donington. He's really improved here. He didn't improve in qualifying today at Oulton Park, as Davies and Fox crossed the line side by side there. Davies had the lead as they crossed the timing line. Sam Eminson, the green car, the similarly coloured car of Alex Dobrin, incidentally, has pulled into the pits along with Stephen Vischer, so their race is run. We're not even we're just over halfway through this at the moment, just under 8 minutes of this race to go. It is a 20-minute race, not 15 minutes as we've seen in the past. Apologies there. So Davies leads, Fox in second place, Ollie Smith under pressure from Heinrich Watson-Miller for that third position. Between these four, I would say, for the victory, but look who's creeping up on them. Mitchell Fasagna in the number 18, who debuted in road sport at Croft as a one-off last season and probably stuck the car on pole. Unfortunately, he crashed out of the race a few laps in while fighting for the lead. Kyle Townend is in sixth position, just ahead of Sam Eminson in the number 56, behind him the green car. So they head out towards Knickerbrook, then up Clay Hill. Foxy getting ready to challenge Richard Davies for the lead. Mitch Fasagna could challenge all of these four shortly, though it's going to be a five-way scrap for the lead of this Bilstein Caterham Road Sport race.
And there's still time for Townend to join the back of that group as well to make it six for the lead. Let's watch the Divattles a little bit further back through there, but yeah, plenty of time left, these 3 or 4 laps before we're going to call this. A little bit of a swapperoo there, so Fox having to take to the inside, blocking off Smith, who then blocks off Watson-Miller. That's going to give the chance for Fasagna to catch back up to make it that front 5 and keep an eye out for Townend. And yeah, Road Sport very much a learning season after the academy, the excitement of the academy and who's going to be fast as Fox goes down the inside, but Davies going to hold him around the outside. That was millimetres between those two cars. They're going to have to be pay attention around Denton's. Denton's normally just a quick kink right, but if you are turning side by side, it certainly gets your attention and affects the line as we go through Cascades and see them all sorting it other out. But that has meant Fasagna is up there. But yeah, absolutely learning sequence in the Road Sport. You get plenty more racing action than you potentially do in the academy as well. So lots more opportunities to learn about your fellow drivers, and with a bit more of a race focused car as well.
Watson-Miller going for third place here on the inside at Ireland. He got down the inside of Ollie Smith. He might get into the podium places as Fox. Did he hit the back of Davies there?
Yes, he did.
Goodness me.
I wonder whether Davies missed a gear. That's generally what happens, or we can see that. But Davies seems to have got away with that, doesn't he? It was definitely Fox who got caught out more than anyone else.
Well, that's allowed him and Ollie Smith to break away slightly. Everybody else had to check up behind them. Ollie Smith was over to one side. He escaped. Let's have a look at that again as they head up Hilltop.
Yeah, watch Davies here. Does he miss a gear? It's about where you change that gear. I think it was a gear miss. Fox's wheel really got yanked to the right-hand side there. I hope his fingers are okay, because that can easily hurt your thumb when that happens. Let's see and keep an eye out for him, whether he's lost any speed, but also whether there's any suspension damage there. But that looked like a missed gear change, but it's actually not cost him anything. In fact, it's gained him a bit of an advantage, hasn't it?
And here comes Ollie Smith up the inside for the lead into the final corner at Lodge. 5 minutes of the race to go. Davies vigorously defending there. Moves across, cuts off Ollie Smith. It's Watson-Miller in third. Fasagna is up to fourth. Foxy's down to 6th behind Kyle Townend, the other yellow car now. So that's a great shame for Matt Fox. He's really been desperate for that first win in road sports, but has had a fair bit of misfortune this year. He's had a non-finish at Croft, which has spoiled his championship hopes as well until drop scores are brought in. There's the second group battling it out for 7th place. Eminson, French, Joe Oliver and the number 14 car of Kennedy. That's Archie Kennedy Dyson as they head down into Island Bend, and it's still Richard. Who was that?
One of the drivers absolutely squeezed onto the grass and just no grip left in the middle. I think that was that Bond?
It might have been Archie Kennedy Dyson. I think he's going to be in Holmes Chapel Town Centre if he keeps going there.
Crikey O'Reilly, but he was squeezed onto the grass and just found no braking adhesion at all on this dusty, dry grass. You can see it's looking a little bit yellow, isn't it? It's not had water in a little while. But here comes that lead group, all coming back together again, except for Townend has replaced Fox, who's struggling a little bit there. There is that driver back in the grid then.
So we've got just over 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Can Richard Davies hang on for his 5th win of the season? Ollie Smith going for his 4th. Heinrich Watson-Miller going for his 1st ever win. Kept keeping it to the inside here. Ollie Smith going to the outside. Richard Davies has got to have eyes in the back of his head here and the sides of his crash helmet too, to keep an eye on these 3 cars closing him down, because Fasagna's on the back of this trail as well. 4th in the points, Mitch Fasagna. The best he's had is 2nd place at Croft and at Spa-Francorchamps. Trying to catch some of his car Townend as well. Ollie Smith making a move down the inside. Here's the battle further back. There's that Brawn GP lookalike of Ben Oliver. He's got John Bond in the number 12 on his tail. John Bond in 6th place in the points. He's had a podium this year at Spa, trying to make a move to the inside. Behind these two is the number 27, which is Rob Hicks, the blue car there, and also behind them is Luke Wilson in 21. They're battling it out at the lower reaches of the top 10 in this race. Just over 2.5 minutes of the race to go. We'll see if Richard Davies has been able to hold his lead. Has Ollie Smith been able to make the move? We are trying to focus on some of the battles further down the order. There's plenty going on in this field. I know it's hard to take your eyes off the lead battle. Here is the lead battle, and Heinrich Watson-Miller's got through into second place ahead of Ollie Smith. They're avoiding that
still slippy though.
area on the outside. Yes,
rear traction.
Foxy's back on the tail of this group as well. There's going to be 6 of them shortly. He's chasing Kyle Townend.
We're in on the penultimate lap now, so they will be starting their next lap when they cross the line, I believe, judging by the timing last time through. So yeah, penultimate lap, not that many more opportunities. Can Watson-Miller do it?
Can Heinrich Watson-Miller take his first ever win here at Oulton Park? He's dodging about there on the tail of Richard Davies. The Welshman just about holds him off. There's a squeal of tyres as they throw the cars through Lodge Corner. They're really on the edge of adhesion here. This is cracking stuff once again from the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Ollie Smith looking on from third place. Davies going for his first win since the second race at Croft. Running wide there, Carl Townend and Matt Fox over onto the curbs there. Black and white flag going out for track limits. That's number 80 of Ben Oliver. He lost a couple of places on that lap, so he's run wide somewhere. There's the second group headed up by James French. There's a puff of smoke from the car at the back of that group. As here comes Heinrich Watson-Miller, but he'll be on the outside for Island Bend. It's going to allow Ollie Smith to dive up the inside. He might be ruining taking that wider line there, the 47, as he could lose second here to Ollie Smith.
If he loses that toe, and he has lost that toe, I think that will be Ollie Smith back down the inside and will have the position back as they go into the chicane. It's going to be tight though. Is he going to be insistent? Is he going to try and hold on around the outside? He's going to have a look at doing it. He is going to have the inside line, but that's going to compress them both. I think that'll be the end of their win opportunity. So by insisting on that, he's unfortunately lost some speed and momentum, and now Fasanya's going to be thirsty behind, seeing whether he can do anything about overtaking into Druids or into Old Hall at the last corner.
Well, it is looking good for Richard Davies. Here he comes. He's broken away slightly now from the rest of the group as they squabbled for second place behind him. What's going to happen into Lodge Corner though for the final time? This is going to be all for second place though. Richard Davies surely is heading for his 5th win of the season to move himself back into championship contention. Ollie Smith holding second place. The clock about to count down to 0, so the checkered flag will be in sight. Up Deer Leap they come. It's going to be 5 wins this season for Richard Davies in number 25. He wins at Oulton Park. Ollie Smith in second. Heinrich Watson-Miller a fine third. Then 4th goes to Mitch Fasanya. Kyle Town in 5th. Matt Fox in 6th place. 3 wide finish a little bit further back there. James French is ahead of Sam Eminson and Joe Oliver. And this battle is going to be won by John Bond in the number 12, because Ben Oliver up until he was got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He'll drop to 13th place and possibly lower. We'll see as the rest of the cars come across the line. There's the number 8 car. That's Jason Spencer. Picked up some damage in that spin earlier on. Archie Kennedy Dyson finishes 15th. He's recovered from his trip into the country at the Shell Oils hairpin. Waiting for Spencer to come in, our final finisher.
Great racing though by the Road Sport grid. We've got another race for them this afternoon. We're heading into our lunch break very shortly. We'll keep you entertained all the way through that, but the Road Sport's then showing what they're made of, and what a fantastic result. Let's get that provisional result out.
Original result then of the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Race 1. Richard Davies takes his 5th win of the season, 3/4 of a second clear of Ollie Smith, and Heinrich Watson-Miller, well done to him, coming through from well down the grid in 7th place to take 3rd. Mitch Fasanya in 4th, ahead of Carl Town, and Matt Fox could have been 2nd, clipped the back of Richard Davies and dropped to 6th. Then James French just in 7th, and a photo finish with Sam Eminson and Joe Oliver. John Bond completes the top 10 in the number 12. 11th is Luke Wilson, 12th for Rob Hicks, because Ben Oliver was penalised down to 13th for track limits offences. Then Richard Watson recovering from a spin to take 14th. Archie Kennedy Dyson recovering from going well off track to take 15th. Then Mark Hensler and Jason Spencer, the final finishes. We lost Stephen Fisher and Alex Dobrin into the pit lane.
Yeah, what a morning's Caterham racing that we've had then. It's been absolutely fantastic action out there, and Road Sport, and we've got all these drivers to see all again, at least once more as we go here. Here are the going into our lunch break very shortly after we've heard from the drivers, but yeah, we'll be back with you at 1:40 scheduled for the next 270R. We're going to see everything we've seen today, and then we will have a repeat of the 273.10s and the 7 Championship UK, all to be done before 6 p.m. Looks like we are ready. We've got drivers into Parc Fermé then, so let's go and hear from our drivers and look forward to hearing what they've got to say.
Look at these very happy drivers, very great battling with each other, and I mean, well done to Richard Davies. That was a fantastic drive. I mean, to be honest, they could have had, they're all, the 5 of them tagging onto each other, and it can be anyone's at that point, but Richard just got that lead, didn't he, towards the last lap. So we're going to have a word with him in a minute. He's just speaking to Matt Fox there, and Mitch in 4th, he did really, really well. And here we go, these guys are just getting their helmets off, so we'll have a quick word, and after this it will be lunch break, but we've got plenty more racing action after lunch, so we'll have a quick word. Oh, Ollie, you got your first podium in Spa, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
That was...
Well, I got like a after penalties job at Cadwell.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, of course.
One.
But that was a proper on the road one.
Yeah, on the road.
And now they're coming in thick and fast.
Don't speak too soon, Let's touch wood.
No, that was great battling with these guys.
Yeah, it got a bit messy by the looks of it, but I stayed out of it, which happy about that.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, clean racing. Going through the chicane with Heinrich side by side, demonstrated that it can be done. So yeah, that was mega. Yeah, what a day.
You never know, do you? Because we haven't raced around this track before, so it's really new to know where to overtake, where you can, where's safe to do so.
Yeah, well, so that move through the chicane started at the hairpin, got side by side, then we drag all the way up through the chicane, and then third apex of the chicane, I'm in front, that'll do. Yeah. And it happened to be last lap, but I was just saying to Heinrich, I forgot to start my timer. So from my perspective, we had 13 minutes, which meant, thinking ahead made that quite challenging, but yeah. Happy to finish, with all 4 wings.
Exactly.
Happy with that. Last year in Academy, the rear wings, I sort of had a mates rates deal with Caterham. It was quite poor, but yeah, great day.
Excellent. Well, one more to go later. Yeah, well done. Let's have a quick word with Heinrich. Heinrich, let's have a word.
Hello.
And you got your first podium at Donington, didn't you?
Yeah.
And now you've got another one. Congratulations.
3 in a trot, 3 on a row. Yeah, very happy. Yeah. Feel like I finally got comfortable in the car and enjoying it and found some pace. So I'm still sort of getting quicker throughout the weekend. So we were testing yesterday, I was still sort of probably 10th in pace and just catching. But yeah, very, very happy.
Yeah, really, really well deserved. And it was like the last couple of laps, it could have been all 3 of yours, couldn't it?
I was right behind Rich, and then he kind of was defending into the hairpin. I was like, I'll give it a go around the outside. Probably not going to work. And then actually Ollie then snuck up inside. But yeah, the first was very close. So yeah, keep pushing for one of those.
That's it. Well, good starting place for the next race.
Yes. Very excited.
Exactly. Well done. Well done,
Thank you very much.
And where's Rich gone? Has he gone to speak to... Oh, he's behind us. Hang on. Let's turn round. Richard Davies, our race winner. Congratulations. That was...
I feel knackered after that one. Oh my gosh.
It's a tough circuit, isn't it?
It is. It's really intense. There's no let up at all, and it's just... Yeah, a couple of... I missed a gear.
We did wonder what that was.
I missed the gear from 2nd to 3rd, and then Matt just gave me a little love kiss up the rear. That sounded wrong, but yeah. But yeah, it was brilliant. Hell of a race. Me and Ollie as well had a great race, so it was a wicked track. Yeah. Really good.
It's so bumpy, isn't it, though?
Rewards like a little slightly softer setup.
Yeah.
So just because of the undulations and bumps and everything, but it was cracking. What an intense race.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, isn't it? It's
struggled to get out of the car there. I was knackered. I'm going to do it again this afternoon in a couple of hours.
I didn't think the temperature was that hot today, because it's not. It's cooled down a lot compared to testing.
It's hot
but I got boiling.
Yeah. So brilliant.
Excellent. Well done.
Back up, yeah.
Definitely. Very well deserved win
Thank you
that
very
was.
much.
Well
Cool.
done. Right, we're just going to have a quick word with some of the other guys because we have got some time. Let's go and have a word with Matt Fox because he got fastest lap. So that's going to have a quick... Oh, Matt's there. I'm just going to have a quick word. James, well done,
Sam.
James. 7th.
Thank you. I'm really happy. I think it's my best result in the regular season at least. Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, you can tell I'm pretty sweaty. So
You had your little battle, didn't you, behind the front guys?
Yeah. I thought maybe if we'd worked together a bit better, we could have caught that pack. But we were having so much fun battling. It was brilliant. Working with Sam and Joe, it was great. Yeah, really.
That's what it's all about, though, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it's really not about the position. Although I'm quite happy with the position for that one for me. Yeah, and looking forward to race 2. It should be really good. It's good. How'd you get on?
Good, yeah. 4th in class.
Yeah.
So it was, but we were right on the front pack the whole time. So we were just one long train from like 1st to 13th or whatever it was.
Yeah. No, it's a great circuit. I've never been here before, so yeah, loving it. Really, really good fun. Great racing.
Excellent. Yeah, it's close racing. I think because it's quite short and it's, there's not many places to overtake really.
No, and they're all quite brave moves. There's no sort of simple pulls, and the tow's good here, but not quite good enough to fire you past people. Or at least with road sport.
No, it's similar for us. Like it pulls you along,
Yeah.
but it also doesn't. By the time you actually pull out to overtake, you're at the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So but still loads of action. So
You're being called for the podium. So I tell you what, we can show the podium. So let's, if you don't mind walking along, we may as well. We'll grab Leah, who's sitting over there. Actually, where's Matt Fox? Who's going to have a quick word with it. Oh, there you are, Matt. You got fastest lap.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice to know. That was. I drove into the back of Rich coming out the hairpin when we were
he missed
scrapping.
a gear.
I know.
Yeah.
And ultimately, my car doesn't steer right now, so
Oh, dear.
I'm driving down the straight at something like that. So it was a bit of a challenge, but fastest lap's cool.
Yeah, well done.
That helps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very happy.
Well done. I'll let you go to the podium. I'm going to grab Leah, who's over here. So 1 second. Come on, Leah. They're off to the podium. Should we go to the podium as well, or should we?
Well, I never normally get to see the podium because I'm always scurrying around between assembly and Park Fermo, so this will be a first for me.
There we go.
Don't know if they want me to announce. I want to win a trophy. I love the Caterham trophies. Obviously, we do pop into hospitality every now and again. Ian's renowned for nicking your coffee, but I'm a bit more reserved than that. I have the media centre coffee, filter coffee, which is fine for me. I see all the trophies. I think, wow. To stand on that podium, also you know what it's like. What's it like to stand on that podium?
Lovely. It's because the whole group, everyone that you race with, come to the podium to support and watch and cheer, and it's a really lovely atmosphere, as you'll see in a moment. But the trophies are new for this year, so they are very, very nice trophies. Nice to have different ones because for some people that are regular podium finishers, obviously they've got the same. They don't want to get the same ones again, do they? Not all the time.
No, exactly. It's good to have that diversity, and it's good the podiums too because they celebrate obviously the AM drivers as well as the pro, because we obviously only focus on the first 3 on the road. So it's good they get the recognition here for winning in their certain categories.
So for this group, for road sport, there is only one class in road sport. So because they're only in their 2nd year of racing.
Oh, lovely. Well, be good. They're all here, aren't they? And one thing we've been talking about that comes up a lot with the drivers I speak to in lunchtime and things is they're all saying it's like a family here, and it's just they're all here to celebrate them, no matter whether they finished 1st or 17th, wherever they finished. It's a real family around here, which is nice. Fierce on track, but friendly on off track is what the general just
exactly. Yeah, it's very lovely. It's atmosphere.
Alex heading it up. Let's get a little shot on Alex. Here he is.
Closest racing on the back.
Oh, bless him.
Big round of applause in 3rd place for Heinrich Watson Miller. In 2nd position, welcome to the podium, Ollie Smith.
Ollie, get dressed, please, mate. Thank you.
And returning to winning ways, your winner, Richard Davis.
Ollie, trophy up, mate. Rich, get dressed.
So they have to put their suits up. They have to look smart on the podium for photos.
Yeah, of course. Probably very warm though, so it's probably the last thing I want to do.
Stand up, Rich.
Heinrich's obviously very tall, so they're taking the mickey out of him.
How does he fit in a Caterham?
Out of Rich, that is. He's got an extra tall roll cage, so next time you look at his car, you'll notice, because he has an extra tall roll cage, so it stands out. So it can be done if you're extra tall, and obviously if you have a bead seat, it's moulded to you, and you can go sit lower in the car. So we can fit anybody in these cars.
You can cater.
Exactly. Caterham can cater.
Yeah, Caterham can cater for all different shapes and sizes. What a great win for Richard as well. I mean, we've had tight racing all this morning, haven't we? So it's good to see that carry on right down through to the road sport. But we're on lunch now.
We are.
We got anything planned?
I'm going to get changed back into my race suit, actually. That's what I have planned for the lunch break.
So you have quite a quick turnaround, don't you? Bless you.
Yes, well, 270R Championship is out first after lunch, and then it is the Vertex 310R Championship, so I need to be ready for that. And they call us quite early to make sure we're in assembly early, so I don't like to be rushing, putting all my fireproofs on and race suit. It's quite a lot to put on, so I'll go and get changed shortly.
Lovely. Well, as Sam just said, we've got a little bit of lunch now. 270R is out next. But don't worry, we've got you covered for lunch, and I caught up with some of the drivers in the other classes a little bit earlier on. While I am down in the paddocks, and this is a new segment we're calling Leah's Lucky Dip. Well, I go around the paddock and find the cars I'm most attracted to based on the livery or helmet designs and different things like that. And of course, this one straight away, the Caterham of Ben Oliver caught my eye right away. The fluoro, the black, it just stands out. And I'm joined by Ben now. Ben, talk me through this livery. Why did you pick the fluoro? Is it because it is so distinctive, or is it is Valentino Rossi your hero?
A bunch of things. Well, I ran bare metal for season 1, which was really dull, and my family couldn't see it, so I needed something bright first off. Didn't know what to get, so it's just Brawn GP inspired from the Jensen Button era. So I sent the colours off to one of the teams, and they put this together, and it's awesome. Love it, absolutely love it.
So did you colour match JB's 2009 winning car and put it purpose on the Caterham?
Yeah, and I even put together a mood board with a bunch of other series have done it, like Porsches have done it, and ChatGPT gave me some versions of it as well. So sent all of those off, and they did a really good job. I'm really pleased with it. Glad I got it done.
No, it looks absolutely amazing, and out on track I can just imagine it's so striking. ChatGPT, AI as well, we've got to love it. So talk to me about the season so far then. You had a great podium over in Spa as well. Coming to Oulton Park this weekend, are there any expectations?
No, absolutely zero. Testing hasn't gone fantastically. It's an awesome circuit. Lots of people look very quick, so just getting out there, having fun, see what happens. Hopefully it all stays clean, and enjoy.
You are in your 5th round of the Road Sport Championship this year. You've been to places like Donington, obviously over to Spa, and now to Oulton Park. Are there any transferable skills, or is Oulton quite an outlier because of how undulating it is?
Definitely transferable skills. The bumps in the braking zone here make it very interesting. I think as we do each race through last season and this season, you're always learning and your confidence is building. Sadly for me, way too many mistakes are still there, but Oulton Park's definitely a track for bravery. It's a lot more like Cadwell, unlike Spa and Donington, where it's high speed, you feel like you've got loads of room. I'm not sure that I'm going to be brave enough to have any overtaking manoeuvres in some of the corners here, but just building from one track to the next. It's great to have the variety though, right?
I was going to say, it is so different to loads of different tracks, and like you say, for experience it is so good to have those different quirks of a track, because this one is definitely a bumpy ride, to be sure. Ben, thank you so much for speaking to me. Good luck out on track, and you can't really miss him, can you? Well, the next car in Leah's Lucky Dip is this Caterham right here, also racing in the Road Sport class, and it is a lovely dark blue, royal blue, some might argue, and perhaps a papaya element to it as well, with this lovely orange on it. And I'm joined by the driver, who is James French. James, thank you for speaking to me. Good morning. Talk me through the car then. Why this colour scheme?
Always loved this colour combo, and as you might be able to tell, huge McLaren fan, so wanted to incorporate the orange The blue was a bit of an accident, didn't know it was going to turn out this good. Was kind of going for a matte effect, but wanted to sort of try silk, and in the end that's what it turned out like. So yeah, really, really happy with it.
Yeah, it does sort of have that matte finish, but it's also sort of like a chromy blue. I guess in the sunlight it would be like a little bit.
Yeah, it sort of changes depending on the light, but it seems to get loads of comments, which is cool. Yeah, really nice colour.
So look, it's not just me who's a big fan of the blue and orange. You said you're a McLaren fan. As a fellow McLaren fan myself, how are you finding this season being a McLaren fan?
Not the best, to be honest. I was hoping for a bit better at the start, but it's all good. The racing's really good. So yeah, it's not quite been the same as last season, especially as a Lando fan, but yeah, there's still time.
Is that time?
I don't think so, no.
Nor do I. He's got a 10-place grip penalty for tomorrow,
exactly,
so what can we do? He was second quickest in FP2 yesterday.
Some positives then, yeah.
But it's Spa, so speaking of Spa, actually, you were racing there. What was it like racing on such an iconic circuit?
It genuinely like bucket list stuff. It was incredible. It was such a good experience. Just surpassed all expectations. Just going up Eau Rouge for the first time with a huge smile on your face. Yeah, I just felt very lucky to be there. That's what we kept saying to ourselves like the whole weekend, I think. Just can't believe we're doing this. It was incredible. First overseas race for us. We've not done one. We're looking forward to one next year, hopefully. Be good.
Fingers crossed. I was going to say, talk me through going up Eau Rouge, because starting at the bottom and it's that massive, it's so fast, and then going up onto Redillion as well. Talk me through that moment, because I mean, I heard in interviews, obviously it's not Caterham's, but I heard a driver saying the comparison from something like F2 to F1's massive. So from Academy, which you obviously don't get to race there, but the difference in the cars, what was it like going up that section of the track in particular?
I mean, yeah, in my head it feels like you're in a Formula 1 car, but obviously you're not, and we're going up at like half the speed. But it's still really cool that you're doing that without lifting. As you get sort of halfway up the hill, you're normally having to swap down. You're in fifth gear at the bottom, going down to fourth, sort of halfway up the hill, which is really cool. We never do that anywhere else. And then trying to pick up fifth again and going along the Kemmel Straight. I mean, if you get it wrong going up there, which I did in race 2, which is a bit annoying, where you kind of just lift for a second, and then the amount of speed people get coming past you just don't stand a chance. So yeah, it's an incredible section of track. It really was. But the whole circuit was awesome. So it's really good. And we had insane rain. I mean, it was just insanely wet for the first day, and then bright sunshine for day 2. So
we know how much of a nightmare Spa is in the wet, so I'm glad you had a clean day of racing for race 2. Let's move to Oulton Park then. We're here, it's a bit overcast, maybe on the chillier side compared to the testing days you've had. What are your expectations for the day of racing today?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Not been here before Thursday, so the first test day. Really enjoyed 2 days of testing. It's a really good circuit. It's I think it's definitely up there as one of my favourites, so looking forward to it. You never really know with the racing how it's going to go. It's really hard to predict. You know, I'm always happy to be anywhere on the grid, but somewhere in the mix. I'd love to be top 10, that's kind of where I try and aim. But yeah, we'll see how things work out.
Lovely. I think you're one of the first drivers I've heard that have said Oulton Park in a Caterham is one of your favourite circuits. Because everyone's saying about how bumpy it is. Is that a big challenge you've got in these cars?
Okay, yeah, so the island hairpin is really bumpy, I would say. And the rest of the track, you've got undulations and things, but the island hairpin's a bit awkward, but there's ways we're sort of trying to get round it and make it a little bit less bumpy with the approaches and things. But no, I don't mind it. I mean, I say that, but my upper wishbone snapped yesterday during testing. I've literally just got it back from Caterham, so it must be bumpier than I think. But yeah, it's all sorted, all ready to go again now though. So.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you've got qualifying shortly, your race is later. Best of luck, James, and thank you so much for speaking to me.
Pleasure.
And look out for the papaya out on track later.
Thank you.
Well, you join me in the pit lane. I'm joined by no other than the Charlie Lauer. You know, social media sensation, some might say. Charlie, thank you for joining me today. How are you and how has the season gone for you so far?
Yeah, very good. The season's been going very well. Obviously, we've jumped into the 420 and this thing is an absolute beast. So we've gone up every single class in the ladder, from Academy all the way up to 420. Got to experience all of them and absolutely loved them all, but this is a different beast.
I was going to say, this is only your 3rd round of the season, like you say, it's your 5th year in Caterham's in total. How are you finding this top class?
Competitive, a bit out of my price range actually compared to a lot of them. So I've just been trying to keep it on track, keep it clean, don't get any penalty points, and slowly chip away and try and get towards the top. But yeah, I've got a good feeling about this weekend.
Oh, lovely. As I said, sensational on social media. You document so much and you give so much to your fans. Why do you think it's important to have such a profile online?
Well, really good for sponsorship. If I don't have sponsorship, I wouldn't be able to race. And people like Quadlock, EBC, there's quite a few names on there that I can't roll off right now. But yeah, without the help from them guys and without making the content getting the reach, then I wouldn't be able to race. So I've had to work really hard behind the scenes and try and make content around the race weekends to keep me busy all year round.
I was going to say, with not the lack of rounds, but compared to things like Road Sport on 310 and 270, they've had, this is their 5th round, you're only on round 3. Is it just keeping you busy doing all your content and things?
Yeah, I have to keep recycling a lot of content, keep trying to do new things, but yeah, exactly. It's really hard actually as a content creator to make content, because regular content pays off basically. So if you want to get views, you just got to post regularly. And then when we're only racing once a month or once every 2 months, as it has been at the moment, then it's like we're kind of scrapping at things to do. So we managed to get this car hand painted recently by a really, really amazing artist called Andrea, AA Vision on Instagram and TikTok. And we were at Goodwood Festival of Speed, had the car on the Quadlock display, and then he hand painted it in front of everyone. It was amazing. So we've like Australian tribe look, obviously Quadlock is Australian as well, so it kind of links in there, and super happy with it. I think it looks epic.
I was going to say, John, I don't know if you can get a visual on this. There's a little emblem on the front here. Is that the Goodwood logo?
That's the Goodwood logo and the date just below the Quadlock logo up there.
That is absolutely unbelievable. I was going to pan to this because you just can't miss Charlie out on track. Compared to your old livery, how's it compare?
Yeah, it's definitely different. We definitely wanted to make a statement. We want to be seen, and we want to do something different. You know, there's only so many things you can do with stickers on a Caterham. So we thought, why not? Let's do a hand-painted livery. Let's do something a bit different. And very happy with how it came out.
That's absolutely amazing, and to do it hand-painted at Fours is just so special, isn't it? Let's talk about this weekend briefly. Let's touch upon it before you go out for qualifying shortly. You said Oulton Park seems to be a good weekend for you. What are your expectations heading into these races?
Oh, that's great. Good question. Obviously, I wouldn't be doing it if I wasn't going to say pole. Every weekend we're aiming for pole, and that's kind of the aim. Qualifying usually isn't my strongest point, but this year I've managed to get some good qualifying results. You know, P1 at Spa recently, first time out there, and I'm kind of hoping to repeat it today. I think we've got pace to be P1, and I need to get my first 420 win under my belt. So that's the aim for this weekend.
It's going to be trying to beat Taylor, isn't it? Because he's been so fast. I think he's won something like 5 or 6 races. He might have even won all of them. But it is going to be trying to stop that man, isn't it?
I mean, everyone's fast. You know, Harry's super rapid. Taylor's fast. Matt Armstrong is very fast. You know, it's just like there's an unbelievable field of people, and I think consistency is going to pay off. So the man that's the most consistent is going to win at the end of the year. So that's my aim. You know, don't cause any trouble. Don't get any penalty points. Be consistent, be clean, and try and win it by a points game.
Lovely. Well, I think I've got to let you go to assembly area to get prepared. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Mum, quickly. I'm with Charlie. What the? Oh no! Take a picture. Lovely, Charlie. Thank you for speaking to me. And what a special livery and a special occasion at Festival of Speed to do it at. Well, the next instalment of Leah's Lucky Dip, you join me with this 7 UK car, and look at this green chrome on Henry's car. It is so special. Henry, I mean, I just spoke to you briefly there, and the only way I could describe it was doing the I can't.
You've got to get the click.
Yeah, I know, I can't do it. That's the only way I can describe it. Yeah. It is so cool. Talk me through why you picked this livery.
Well, it's just a bit different, isn't it? I mean, it stands out. Also, it has the advantage, I don't know whether or not I should say this, but if the sunlight's just right, it blinds your competitors. The only challenge is you've got to get in front of them. So, that's why, part of the reason why I chose it. But I mean, it looks cool, doesn't it? It's like, you can't miss it.
I think, just for safety, we're going to say the main reason is appeal, maybe not to blind other people out on track. But it is so striking. Have you kept this all the way throughout your Caterham career, or is it a recent addition to your 7 UK campaign?
So I've been racing this car for a while, the 7 UK car. First got into this kind of spec in 2018, and I've always had a kind of a shiny livery. First had a blue one, And then I thought I'll change it up. And then in 2021, as soon as the cars went to slick tyres, I thought I'll change it up. And then I went with this chrome green. And that's kind of been my sort of signature, if you like, since.
So you've been a long-standing member or staple on the Caterham, entry list for many years now. What is it about this class and this category and this championship that keeps you coming back year after year?
It's competitive, hugely competitive, always keeps you on your toes. And the car is an unbelievable car to drive. So it's going to be good fun going out around the island circuit. It's the first time I've done the island circuit. And yeah, it's great championship to drive in.
Compared to last year then, when you did the full circuit, obviously you're missing out that shell section of the track this year. What are the differences? Do you have to attack it any differently, or is it still full gas, blitz it and just see where you end up?
Yeah, it's slightly different approach to the the international circuit. First of all, you've got to remember when you get to the end of Lakeside Straight that it's a right-hander, not a left-hander. Kind of caught me out yesterday in testing when I went out, and kind of you revert to type and you think you're going to go left, but actually you should go right. Yeah, that hairpin at the end of Lakeside though, it's tricky because you've got to absolutely hammer the brakes. It's quite an unsettled braking zone there as well, and it's a really sharp 90-degree right-hander. So yeah, tricky one, but yeah, if you can get it right, then yeah, rewards you. So we're just about to go out for quali, so let's see.
I was going to say, that braking zone is catching quite a lot of people out, but I'll let you get prepped for qualifying. Henry, thank you so much for speaking to me, and I hope competitors had their sunglasses on for qualifying and the races later. Well, I'm down in the paddock with a very special car. James Platt, talk me through the livery of your Caterham this year.
So I raised money for Well Child, the national charity for sick children. And last year we felt we'd actually like to get some of the kids to get involved in the race. So we had a competition from the Well Child children. And these are some of the most sick children there is. Well Child support them at home. I mean, they're a phenomenal charity. So a lot of children entered, and in the end we couldn't have one winner. So we got all of the children to be winners, and you'll see on the car, one did one side, Reese did one side, we had Oscar and Theo, you can see at the top, one did the front, one did the other side, and a kid called Noah did the little cat on the back when you get round to the back of the car. Noah had something like 22 operations, 16 of them were sort of life-threatening. So amazing stories from all the children, and we try and raise money for them. This is a Well Child car. They came to Silverstone, gave some of the trophies out, had a really great day. And Silverstone, by the way, were phenomenal, as everybody has been in the whole paddock. But this year, I have a special request. What we'd absolutely love to do is do a raffle for Well Child. So I'm looking for any prizes from anybody listening to this in the paddock. So track days, I'll talk to some of the circuits, coaching, hot laps, any merchandise, anything at all that you think we could raffle. And then we're going to use the Lotus 7 Owners Club. I've been a member for 30 years. And they're going to help market that raffle. So we'd love prizes.
That is so lovely, and for you to raise money for the charity and do so much for these children in such a lovely way. Obviously through motorsport it is such an outlet, isn't it? I'm just looking at this cat again because I think I couldn't do a better job, so awesome job from Noah on the back of your Caterham there. Whose hand is this?
So actually the hand story is, so that's the Well Child hand, and if you look around the paddock, so last year we got donations and everybody donated to wear the Well Child hand on their car, and while there's a lot of cars that have been bumped and scraped, there's still quite a lot of Well Child hands around the paddock that you'll see, and everybody has been unbelievably generous over the last year or so.
Oh, lovely. There is such a community feel in this paddock. I'm just going to walk around to look at Oscar and Theo's side. There is such a community feel in this paddock. Obviously Caterhams are fiercely competitive, aren't they, but do you feel like there is a family vibe to this championship?
Oh, completely. I mean, it you can sort of see us all hanging out here with the other cars as well. Everybody really is a family. I mean, this is probably ferocious on track, but genuinely off the track. The only reason I race, I mean, I am pretty terrible. I did qualify, I want to say 20th out of 27, so that was good for me. But the reason I race is I love the racing, but I love the community and the whole aspect of doing it. And raising money for Well Child is a brilliant thing as well. And
Well, James, you are doing such wonderful work. Thank you for taking the time to speak to me about your lovely car and all the money you raise for Well Child. I know it's much appreciated by them. So thank you for speaking to me. Yeah, please donate to the raffle if you can. No, we haven't switched over to a different championship. That is just a very scratched Porsche badge on a Caterham, the Caterham of Sebastian Thole. Seb, talk me through how that happened. I hear it was in a very tropical location.
It was an interesting story. Went to Barbados in December, Caterham threw around there, endurance, like 40 degrees. And I decided to put the car upside down. And that's the only thing that we kept from the car. But no, that was not a good memory. But the trip was awesome. So much fun.
Swings and roundabouts, isn't it? And I'm joined by your dad, Ryan. Were you there when that happened?
Older brother. Let's get it right.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh, I don't look old enough to be his dad, sure.
No, you don't, Ryan. Absolutely right.
Yeah, we were both there, actually. It was quite a trip. Great to be on an island and racing at a track we've never been to before. Obviously, turned it into a little bit of a holiday as well, and great camaraderie amongst everybody as well. So, what an experience to do, and Caterham excel at doing that. So, it was brilliant.
Lovely.
Except seeing him upside down wasn't so brilliant. And definitely wasn't brilliant paying the bill afterwards as well. So, yeah.
But that's what dads are for. I mean, older brothers are for.
Older brothers.
Yes, of course. Well, if you couldn't guess by their accents, Ryan and Seb are actually, I believe, South African. Yes. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Stunning accents. Why have you come over here to race in the Caterham Championship?
Well, I think the UK is so good for motorsports. You've got such a variety. It's a lot bigger than South Africa. South Africa does have some great racing, but it's nowhere near as nice as Caterham's. But honestly, the Caterham Championship has been incredible this year and last. I did the Academy last year, but 270s have been amazing, and the quality of racing is really, really top notch.
Lovely. Ryan, what about you? What brought you over here? Is it your son's influence, or did you come here first and put your stamp on it first?
Leo, we actually moved here as a family 10 years ago, so we emigrated from SA to the UK. Seb at that stage was 9 years old, and he was just starting to get interested in cars. I've always done track days, and he went with me to a bunch of track days when he was old enough, and gradually the interest built, and then he got to the Academy series as a way into motorsport, which is probably the best way I've seen globally to be able to enter motorsport, and particularly in the UK. And what it's developed into, as Seb was saying, is one of the most competitive series. I think really the 270 grid this year is amongst the best. We've got some brilliant drivers on there, and what a great place to learn and have fun.
It is absolutely stacked, and obviously there's such a natural progression in Caterham's, like, going from Academy up to Road Sport and then 270s all the way up to 7 UK. Speaking of the UK, then, you have had your fair chance to sort of get to know our tracks. Obviously, some you're more familiar with than others. I want to play a little game with you both, because I don't know about you, but in my family, we are extremely competitive. Every year, Christmas quiz, it goes down.
Monopoly is dirty. Monopoly can end badly sometimes.
Monopoly,
yeah.
Uno.
Yeah,
Uno's a bad one. I've got the F1 one
Jenga,
recently.
yeah, Jenga's not
Oh,
great.
Jenga. See, I haven't thrown a block at my sister's head for a long time, but I want to do a little quiz between you two to see who knows Oulton Park best. We're going to do first to 3 points, and I hope you answer these quickly, because I've only got 5 questions. So we'll go, and then we'll just throw in a random one if I need to. I'll make one up.
Right.
So I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't know if we're going to do it. Should we get a little buzzer noise?
Quick
fire.
Yes.
Yeah, but I want. It's a race to see who answers first. Can you give me a buzzer noise?
Buzzer.
So what's yours, Ryan?
What, my buzzer noise?
Yeah. We need a different one from you, I'm afraid.
Can I say a word?
What word is it?
God, I've got to be careful.
We're on live broadcast.
Caterham. How about that?
How are you going to say it, though?
Yeah.
Just say Caterham, no? I don't understand.
Just say it in a... By the way, you actually missed something. Seb was for long branded as the Frenchman of the series because of our surname. So maybe you should say it in a French accent.
Oh, yeah.
Caterham.
Love it. So one more time, your buzzer noise is, Ryan? And yours is?
Caterham.
Love it. My first question to you both. Don't look at the answers, don't cheat. Yeah. When did Oulton Park Circuit first open? Ryan.
1956.
That is incorrect. Is Seb going to come in for the steal? I'll give it to the closest, but what do you think it is?
I'm going to say 1940s.
Okay, but I'm going to need a specific year.
1942.
Ryan, you are the closest, so you get 1 point. It is actually, you were very close, 1953.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So 1 point to Ryan, off the mark straight away. Before this, Ryan was like, oh, well, Seb's going to win, Seb's going to win. Liar. Question number 2. This one's maybe a little bit easier. What county is Oulton Park in? I can see team. We've got team influence over here. One of you's got to buzz in.
Hold on. Chester.
Oh, you're so close.
Shit. Cheshire. No.
Oh, man, I do want to... It is Cheshire, but Chester, it's near Chester. But that's not the county name. Oh, Director John. Oh, Director Dan says give it to Ryan. Oh!
Favoritism, I love it. Favoritism.
I think the dad's fixed to win here. I would have given it to you, Seb, but director takes trumps me, I'm afraid. So this could be the deciding question. Yeah. Ryan, this could be 3 for 3, and I'd be very impressed. This is about the track itself, so maybe a bit easier for you as well, Seb.
You'll get this.
Geography is not my strength.
Question number 3. What is the chicane at the bottom of the circuit called?
Druids?
That's incorrect. Seb with the steal.
Is it Surtees? No. Am I being stupid? I don't know.
Not stupid.
What?
I was going to say, that's definitely not here, but it's an MSV one.
Yeah, but Druids is at Brands, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's, I feel like in all the MSV tracks there's one corner that's always named the same. But that's not the chicane at the bottom of the circuit. I'm going to give you one more chance each.
I don't know.
Because someone's got to win.
Turn 5 is what I know it by, I think.
It's not turn 5. Seb, do you want to have another guess?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm so glad we've all done our research on the track. It's called Knickerbrook.
Knickerbrook.
Yeah.
Linkbrook.
Knickerbrook.
Knickerbrook. I've never even heard of that. Who
Well,
says Knickerbrook?
We're going to move on to question 4. See, this is where I'm scraping the barrel here, guys. I don't know. I've got no more questions after these two.
No.
Maybe this is a bit easier. How long is one lap around Oulton Park in miles? I can't do the conversion, I'm afraid. I'll give it to the closest person.
Which circuit?
We'll
Foster's,
go.
GP?
Island.
Island. So what
I
are we
believe.
racing on now? I am going to say 1.8 miles.
Well, what are you going to say, Seb?
I think 1.53 to be exact.
Oh, see, I might have it for the longer circuit then. Because I've got 2.3 miles. Which would mean if we're going closest, your dad's gone 3 for 3.
And I win again. Just retire. Thank God he's good at driving. I'm good at quizzes.
Last question, when did he last have a girlfriend?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Oh,
yeah, that's a great
poor
question.
Seb.
Okay, you want to ask that? Yeah, ask that question.
I don't think it's related to Oulton Park, is it?
It's what, sorry?
It's not related to Oulton Park.
Well, you can make it related to Oulton Park.
I don't think that's very appropriate.
Poor Seb's gone red. The winner, going 3 for 3 in a shock ton of events.
Yeah, it's the first time I've
Ryan
beaten him.
Thole. Can we have a round of applause? I want a fair shake of hands. He did beat your friend square. Shake. Oh!
That's just dirty. That's dirty.
Right, a quick final word from both of you. We'll start with the winner. Ryan, are you going to win out on track today, or do you excel in pub quizzes normally?
I definitely don't excel out on the track. My son consistently beats me, which I'm very happy with. Today, I think, is going to be about staying out of trouble. This track is very crowded. It's 27 guys out there. I think we all want to end the race safely. And I think we want to have some fun along the way. So my job really today, I really do want to stay out of trouble. The guys up front can fight and do their thing. It's I'm happy to be in the pub afterwards for a beer rather than for a quiz. So thanks, Leah.
Well, we'll see him down for a swift pint later on. Seb, what about you then? Because Dad said you're a little bit more competitive out on track. What are your aspirations for today's racing?
I think Dad is right. Looked
older brother.
Older brother. Oulton Park has some big brake zones. We've got 30 cars on the grid, close to 30, I think. I think just watching your mirrors, staying out of trouble, and I think actually finishing will get you the points rather than trying to go up the pack. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I've really enjoyed Oulton. Really like the track. And the island layout is great. It's really fun. That hairpin is really technical. Probably one of my favourite circuits in the UK. First time driving it, so it's been awesome.
Wonderful. Well, what a way to start our mornings with a friendly quiz and speaking to Ryan and Seb and the winner. Boys, thank you so much for speaking to me, and good luck out on track later.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Well, when it comes to newcomers in Caterham racing and getting into this championship, there's really no one better to speak to than driver, stroke presenter, stroke legend of Caterham's, Sam Parker. Sam, thank you so much for speaking to me. Obviously, you're very familiar with this championship. Our viewers are very familiar with you as well. Right on cue. This is the life of a working pit, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, yeah, everyone's very familiar with you. You've been in this championship a long time now. How do you prepare for a race weekend?
Well, it's quite a lot of preparation, really, a lot of forward planning. I try not to get too worried or think too much about it too early, because the nerves get a bit much then. But really, I just, if it's a track I don't know, then I will always do a track day at that track a couple of weeks before, ideally, so it's still fresh in your mind when you then go ahead to the race weekend for the test days. So that track day would be just to learn it. Same at the beginning of the season. If I haven't been in the car since the previous season, I will obviously go and do a track day just to blow off the cobwebs. So that sort of prep, really. But other than that, I have a driver coach that is with me for the test days. So yeah, we just, like for this one, I raced here last year, but not on this configuration. We were on a different layout last year, but so there's only one corner that's different. So you just go out in the test sessions and crack on with it, really, and see where you're losing time and where you're gaining time. So in preparation wise, just plenty of sleep for me. I like to make sure I'm well rested, so I've got plenty of energy, because these weekends are hectic.
Well, something about Caterham's that I picked up on since covering guys opposite Donington and here is that you do have your few days of testing where possible beforehand. So you've actually been at Oulton Park Thursday, Friday into a race day here on Saturday. Do you think that's an advantage of this championship, to give newcomers and to give people racing in these different classes an opportunity to learn the track before you get wheel to wheel in racing?
Absolutely, because some people do a lot of testing. Some people like to do as little as possible because maybe it's funding, maybe it's time. A lot of people have their own businesses or working in the week, and it's hard to get the time off. But if you can do at least one test day, I would say it's highly advisable, because then you're out on track with the people you're going to be racing with, and the test days are great. You get to see who's quicker than you, who's slower, like where you're going to fit in. It's not a true relation to it. You find out the qualifying on Saturday morning, but it's well worth doing a test day. Yeah, just it gets you in the zone for the race weekend.
Well, you did say, and it's important to pick up on that, people racing in these championships do have other commitments, like they have a full-time job, maybe part-time, they run their own business. You are one very busy lady yourself. How do you juggle racing and presenting with all the other commitments you have?
It's quite difficult, actually. It's a mind shift. It's a mindset change. So I know that when I'm on when we've had the checker flag on our race and we're on the lap after, I think, switch into presenter mode now, because when I come into Parc Ferme, I'm going to be grabbing that microphone and interviewing. And I think because I did the interviewing first, I can easily switch back to that for when is necessary. But yes, it makes it a very, very busy day. But I love it. It's good fun, and why not give me a challenge?
Wow, so it is possible to go from interviewing to racing yourself then, because being around these Caterhams for the past 2 races I've done now, I love these, so okay. I want to get in one. My final question to you is, like I said at the beginning, you are very well acquainted with this championship and with Caterhams in general now. You've gone right from Academy all the way up to the 310s now. What advice do you have for any newcomers who might want to come racing in these amazing machines?
Well, if you're going to start in Academy, that is the one place I would suggest starting, because it is not just driving on track, it's about the friendships that you make whilst you're on that journey, because everyone's in the same boat, you're all novices together, and it's the atmosphere in the paddock is fantastic, and people make lifelong friends do it in the Academy, and they stay with each other through all the championships, or if they don't race after the Academy, they're still friends after. But it's sharing those moments for the first time with everybody else, and that is what makes it so special. And you've got those memories throughout all the different championships as you carry on through, which, you know, a lot of people are still here. We've got drivers that have done Academy, you know, maybe they've done 310 a couple of times, then they go up and do 420s, and yeah, so it's absolutely fantastic. It's a great atmosphere, great championship to be in.
It is a great championship indeed. Sam, thank you so much for speaking to me. Obviously, we'll see you in Parc Ferme a little bit later on.
You will indeed. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much to Leah and Sam there. Great to hear from a few of the drivers over the lunch break as well. Yes, good afternoon. Welcome to the commentary box. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson taking you through the action from trackside here at Oulton Park on this Saturday afternoon. Today's commentary fueled by tea and jammy Dodgers.
Indeedy. We wouldn't run without our jammy Dodgers.
Other brands of biscuits are available.
It sounds like the Parc Ferme are getting ready, but yeah, we got plenty of action starting in just about 10 minutes time, haven't we, to get going with the next racing, which is going to be the Fan Drive 270R. We always saw them earlier on with a bit of a, what should we call it, a frisky race?
Yes, it was a bit lively, wasn't it, to say the least? That's been the highlights of the day so far for me.
But yeah, let's hope they have a bit more of a smooth race this afternoon. But yeah, I think all the stewarding has been done, and it's maintained itself with some warnings and some, you know, little checks on the slaps on the wrist.
Paul Oglesby got a verbal warning for his contact on Andrew Davison earlier on. That means Andrew is going to be starting towards the back after his spin earlier on. I think we've lost Aaron Oliver with damage, haven't we, after his collision with Brian Thornton in race one?
Yeah, so yes, not seeing him on the list at the moment, but keeping an eye out for that. Yeah, but...
OK, so we're getting ready to go here with the afternoon's action here at trackside, and we can hand down to the assembly area ahead of race 2 for the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship.
Thanks guys, great job as always. Well, I'm down in the assembly area ready for the second race of the 270Rs this afternoon. And as you saw at lunchtime, we were talking to drivers about their liveries, and I personally am always a big fan of fluoro. So I think it's only right that I go and speak to our driver over here, repping the traditional black, white and fluoro. Dan. Hi Dan, how are you?
I'm all good, thank you very much. Yeah, really good. Yourself?
Oh, I'm loving it. Honestly, I love the Caterhams so much. I've been asking drivers about their livery, and I'm a massive fan of anything fluoro. Can you talk me through your design, why you picked it and why you chose these colours?
Yeah, I do quite a bit of karting, so fluoro yellow is quite a karting thing, really. My sort of mechanic / mate, he's a karter as well. He designed the car. Yeah, I think it looks great. We sort of think it looks a bit like an angry wasp, to be honest.
Oh, I like it. I'm still trying to find someone who's inspired by Valentino Rossi for the fluoro.
I am as well. I am a Valentino Rossi fan. I should have said that.
But so you should have led with that, Dan. Come on. Wonderful. I love it. Yeah. Like I said, a big fan of anything fluoro. We had someone in one of the other classes, in the road sport I think it was, that designed their Caterham with these fluoro colours because they like the Brawn car so much.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, more of a Valentino fan, was it?
That's what I like to hear. Dan, talk to me through your qualifying and race one then, because the first race was red flagged. Bit of an unfortunate end to your first few laps here at Oulton Park. What are you hoping for the second race?
Hoping for a win, if I'm honest. I've not been doing the full championship, so did Donington. Obviously here, I might do Knock Hill. I'm not totally sure yet, but yeah, I was a bit disappointed with qualifying. I was happy with my driving, just unlucky with the toe. But yeah, hopefully I have a good start, and hopefully the guys race nice and clean. That'd be the nice thing. So, but yeah, no, hopefully a win. Podium would be nice.
Lovely. Well, Dan, thank you so much for speaking to me. Oh,
could I just say a massive thank you to Smart Vision? So they're my sponsor, and yeah, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here. So yeah, thanks very much.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Obviously, we know the importance of sponsors across this paddock. Very important to get people like Dan out racing. Hopefully, we see him at Knock Hill too. Right, who else can we speak to? I just feel gravitated towards Jasmine. Obviously, an amazing young talent, and she was actually at Goodwood as well. I just want to touch upon that. Jasmine. Oh, she says, what are you listening to?
Drake, obviously.
Obviously. I don't want to talk to you about Caterhams because we caught up earlier. I want to talk to you about your experience at Goodwood last week. You went up the hill.
I did.
What was it like?
It was amazing. It was somehow my first time at Goodwood, and it just exceeded all my expectations. It was just the best weekend ever. Definitely a bit hooked now. I want to be there every single year. It was amazing.
And yeah, like I said, you went up the hill in maybe a slower car. How does it compare? You were a passenger up the hill, but how does it compare to driving yourself? Would you rather go up the hill driving a car maybe next year?
Yes, well, that's the plan. Yeah, unfortunately I was just a passenger, but it was my first time up the hill in general, so I didn't really care if I was driving or not. It was just really good fun. So yeah, really, really great experience. Definitely next time I hope I'll be in the driver's seat.
Lovely. And then quickly, let's touch upon race 2. Obviously, race 1, we had those unfortunate ending conditions. You started P7, ended P7. You're starting P7 again. Hopefully, you make your way up the grid.
Yes, quite consistent. P7 again for race 2. So obviously there was a lot of chaos in race 1, and we sort of knew that was going to be the case. We knew that with all the races in one day, you really got to try and keep your nose clean to make sure that you're still on the grid. And yeah, so again, trying to get forward into that top 5. Hopefully we can break into it today.
Lovely. Well, best of luck for the race. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Always lovely to speak to Jasmine. She's such a talent. Oh, don't want to get run over by Seb. Such a talent on this grid, and she's doing amazing work. And her social media as well, similar to Charlie, who we spoke to in the break, her social media presence is incredible. So definitely a role model for young women in racing. Let's talk you through this grid, because we had the red flag earlier. It was a bit touch and go whether who would qualify where, who would finish where, if there were any penalties going to be applied. But I do believe Brian kept his win, which means that we have Rob in P2 and Paul Oglesby in P3. Just watch your back, John. I don't want you to get run over by a lovely kind of reddish orange Caterham. Let's see who else we can speak to. We've got an array of cars coming to the assembly area. And actually, I'm going to speak to this driver here. I'm going to speak to Steve, because this livery, come on. I mean, how spectacular. Anything you can see on my nails, you probably can't, but I've got red, white and blue to honour the Union Jack as well. So absolutely love this. Steve.
Hi.
I am just bigging up this livery. It is absolutely stunning. Why have you chosen to go with the Union Jack?
To be perfectly honest, I've had this for the last 3 years since the academy, and when I was trying to work out what to do for a livery, I had literally no idea what to do. So I just Googled cool liveries on cars, and I saw a car with a Union Jack on. I thought that looks cool, so I just decided to do that.
Look, that's fair enough. That's how a lot of people do it. Is it? How much input do you have into your designs? Is it completely you? I mean, obviously you have input from online, but is it solely your decision, or do you rely on your team or your family to help you decide?
No, it is completely free. So Caterham allow you to do whatever you want, obviously within reason, but yep, do whatever you want, which is why there's such a variation throughout the paddock. Yeah, of course, when you sketch things out, you go to your family and friends and say, does this look all right? What do you think? And all the rest of it. But yeah, just come up with ideas. And again, you don't have to keep it. So next year you can change your designs. Lots of the guys have changed them year on year and that sort of thing. But no, for me, I've had this the whole time, and just keep it.
No, I love it. Absolutely beautiful. And what are your expectations for race 2?
Hopefully, survival. That's what I'm going for, because it's pretty feisty out there. So I'm hoping just to have a good race, race with some of the guys around me. Again, a lot of these guys come through Academy, come through Road Sport, so we all know each other really well. So just get out there, have some fair fights, have a good race, and have fun.
Wonderful. Steve, thank you for speaking to me.
Very welcome.
Very patriotic Caterham livery there. Interesting to see how different drivers have different influences on their car, because this could have been anything, or you can pick whatever you like. And we are asking you, the people watching in the live stream chat, I want to know, Dave might want to know, what livery you'd have on your car. If you had one of these Caterhams, what would you have on it? Would you go with something like that Union Jack you've seen? Would you go more of a Scott Helm way and go for a chrome? Would you go Dan Crawley, which personally I'd take, and have the lovely fluoro? I want to know. Dave and Chris will also see the comments too, so get your messages in the chat. Now, right, I'm hearing we might have a slight delay to the proceedings of this afternoon, which is a shame. We don't have any information as to currently why, but if we do get that, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. Let's head towards the back of the grid. Obviously, one thing about Caterhams is their classes and the grids are so stacked. So, you know, we've got cars from first all the way down to kind of 26, 27 on the grid, which makes racing incredibly tight. And around somewhere like Oulton Park, it means it is fierce, exactly like Steve said. Let's see if Craig wouldn't mind speaking to me. Oh look, he's got loads of GoPros on his. Excuse me. Yeah, he's got loads of GoPros on his. Hi, Craig. Can you talk me through the setup you've got? You've got, let me count, 1, 2, 3.
I've got too many cameras.
Too many cameras.
All the angles covered.
All the angles. Why do you have all of them on your car? Is it a personal preference? Is it content?
Complete narcissism. I just really like to watch back all the amazing overtakes that I do when I start last. So I put all the cameras on my car.
I love it. I would probably put, maybe not 3 cars, but the Insta360 is pretty cool. What different angle would that give you compared to your GoPro for people who don't know the difference?
It's actually really good because you can completely spin the view round on it. So if actually it does have a really good technical reason as well. If there is an incident, you can see every single angle of it around the car as well. So you can kind of spin it around, look at it from different views. It's coming quite handy this season.
Oh, lovely. And Oulton Park, a bit of an outlier, very bumpy. How are you finding your time around these circuits?
Well, I lasted 6 minutes in the first race and my gear stick came off in my hand, so which was a bit like being in a cartoon. So I'm just going to enjoy this one, try and overtake as many cars as I can, have fun.
Wonderful. Craig, thank you for speaking to me. Lovely. Look at this. I mean, 1, 2, 3, and I go, oh, sorry, I just touched on the head. Wonderful. Craig, thank you so much. Spot on. Yeah, I mean, who needs it? All the angles. He's got all of the angles covered. Obviously, we spoke to Anne earlier. A lovely livery, a very basic one on Eduardo's car, but still lovely nonetheless. I mean, we've just got such an array of drivers on this grid. We've got some who've got stickers all over their car. We've got some who keep it more basic and plain, like Tim's over here. Obviously, he has Caterham branding on the side, but it's still very simple and very diverse. I mean, so get your comments in below. I want to see what you would want. Whilst this race is going on, I'm going to catch up and read a few out in the next segment. So make sure to get your comments in and make sure to like and subscribe too, because we can see everything. We can see all here at Oulton Park. I've got the live stream on my phone. Dave and Chris are keeping an eye on it too. So make sure to subscribe, because Bark are bringing you so many events across this summer. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit better for the races coming up soon. Right, let's see who else we can speak to. Let's speak to Aaron Oliver, because he is one of the front runners in this category. He didn't maybe have that contact with Brian earlier, but it would still be good to speak to him. Hi Aaron, you okay to chat for a minute?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, we've got a little bit of a delay here, so I thought I'd come in and speak to you. Just talk me through race 1, because you had a bit of contact with Brian, I believe, was it?
Yeah, so Brian came into me, apparently no further action from the stewards, so I don't really understand that one. Yeah, see what happens. If I get contact with someone else next race, then I'll be arguing my point. No penalty.
I know it is a tough one, and we were looking back and obviously we get provisional results and stuff, but putting that aside, just starting P21 obviously further down than you would have liked, what can you do from here?
Just try and pick off people one by one, see what happens, get some nice clean overtakes going, see what I can recover in this race, ready for the next one.
Lovely. And I've got a bit of a rogue question to ask you. You've got a timer. I don't know if John can get a visual on this. You've got a timer just to the left of your car. 20-minute timer. Is that so you can keep track of the race? And why is that important to you as a driver?
Just so I know when the final lap is coming up, just so I'm aware where I want to be on the final lap, how hard to battle when it's coming to the end.
Lovely. We saw that on Sam's car earlier, and I was like, why do you have that on there? And she said, oh, well, I don't know how long the race is. I was like, that is so true. With timing races, it is a bit trickier compared to other lap races. And my final question to you, Aaron, it's a rogue one, but I'm asking loads of the drivers across this grid, liveries. They are your identifier out on track. You don't have like the camera sets they have on F1 cars to distinguish you between other drivers. Why have you gone for this sort of black and red tone to your car?
To be honest, I bought it this year and it was black. So when I changed it to red, just because it's sort of the colour scheme of the company. So yeah.
Why red and why not something like, so like over there, Dan's got that fluoro colour. Why red? Is it because there's not really many other red cars on the grid, is there?
Yeah, there's not many other red colours on the grid. Sort of gives a little stealth, sort of almost evil look sort of thing.
To be fair, if I saw you in my mirrors, I'd be scared. Aaron, best of luck for this race. Good luck to him. Obviously, yeah, he did have that unfortunate touch. Oh, well, Brian. I mean, I'm not one to comment. I don't want to get too political. But, yeah, unfortunately for him to start quite far down the grid as a result of the proceedings of the last race. Let's see if we can chat to one of the marshals. I know they're all really busy, look, getting things set up, but we're going to speak to them because we wouldn't be able to go racing without the marshals and all of their help. I mean, I'm just trying to find one who doesn't look too busy, but unfortunately, all of them look pretty preoccupied. Let's just try and grab one, shall we? Let's just try and grab one. Oh, they do look like they're trying to... We've got one of the bark officials down here as well. It's all getting very serious. Let's see if we can speak to the lady in here. Hello, can I grab you for a quick chat?
Yeah.
Just to ask you about marshalling, really, and why it's important that we get people involved in it.
Well, we're short of marshals anyway, but if we don't marshal, the race can't go ahead, so...
You are so integral to people getting out on track, isn't it? How long have you been marshalling for?
Just a year.
Wow! So what have you learnt in your first year?
I've mainly done assembly, but obviously we need to make sure the drivers are safe before going out, making sure if they're in an open top car like today, they've got the visors down, they all need to wear gloves, the fire extinguishers, we have to check that they're either activated or the pins are out. Obviously the car's safe to go out. And we do training days, so I've done a training day this year, and they teach you about when someone crashes, getting them out of the car, like taking the helmets off, fire stuff as well. So there's a lot that you learn.
You're doing amazing work, Hayley, and we're so thankful for you for getting these races under control. And in assembly, you get pretty close to these cars.
Yeah.
Can I just ask what got you into marshalling? Why do you do it?
My husband does it. So he's been doing it for a long time. He kept mithering me. Now the kids are older, I joined him, and yeah, I really enjoy it. I love assembly, so yeah.
Where's your husband based?
He's in here today. He's doing his assessment today.
No way, where is he?
He's got the light orange hat on.
Not the McLaren one?
No.
Oh.
Down there.
What is it like marshalling with your husband?
It's all right. It's good, to be fair. Last year we didn't marshal together, so he did start line, I did assembly. This year we're doing it together.
Oh, how lovely. And will you get your kids into it when they're older, hopefully?
No. They're both teenagers, they're old enough, but none of them, they like the sleep. They don't want to get up early and use one of their Saturdays. They'd rather be out with their mates or friends.
These youngsters, eh? Yeah. Honestly. Well, Hayley, thank you for what you do as a marshal. What is your husband's name, sorry?
Gary.
Gary, and he's in the
He's got a beard.
Creamy hat. Is he wearing sunglasses?
Yes. He's got a light orange hat on and he's got a beard.
Has he got a clipboard?
Yeah.
Is he looking very important?
Yeah.
I'm going to go and get Crash Gary. Hayley, thank you so much for speaking to me. Appreciate it. Gary. There's a good song actually, guys, called Gary. Oh, they're going out to assembly area. We've got life. We've got cars going out on track. What a time to be alive. Look, we might not even get time to speak to Gary, but I will hunt him down. Best believe we'll be back for Gary later on today. I've got to speak to him. I've got to do it. I got Hayley off guard, so I've got to get Gary off guard too. But now I will leave you with this myriad of 270R cars heading out onto track, and I'll pass you back to to Dave and Chris in commentary.
Brilliant. Thanks very much indeed, Leah, as we get ready to go racing again. Just a slight delay after our lunch break there, but we are now ready to resume with the second race of the day for the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. The cars will head round the short circuit first before they line up on the grid and then take their green flag lap. So we've got time to look at the grid. It's based on the results of the first race earlier on. So Brian Thornton, race winner, starts from pole position number 33. Rob Kennelly, first appearance of the season for him, he starts on the outside the front row. Second row, we have Luciano Caruso in car number 88. Now that's an amendment to the grid sheet I've got. My grid sheet shows Paul Oglesby in third place, so I reckon he's been given a penalty from earlier on. Just confirm that in a second.
We did hear that they were just in a judicial finishing off. I wonder whether that's one of the results of that judicial, though. So yeah, we'll look out for his green car. It'll be obvious if he's in that position. Looks like.
Okay, I can't see any amended grid sheet that I've been given by TSL Timing.
It
so
literally could have just happened before they went to send them out, because his green car is definitely not up there in that third place.
So Luciano Caruso heads up row 2 alongside Dan Crawley in the 78. Sebastian Thulle 28 and 21 Jasmine Shaw on row 3. Then Christian Bond and Henry Speaks. He'll be one to watch. Struggled in qualifying but came through well into the top 10 in race 1. The fifth row of the grid will be Andrew Bailey, number 31, Ryan Thulle in the 48, then Scott Helm, he got that track limits penalty in race 1, starts alongside Steve Loriman in the 20, the Union flag car, Gary Cross and Jimmy Way on row 7, then Charlie Chapman and Andrew Davison, contact sent him spinning in race 1, so he's got it all to do from 16th on the grid. Behind him we have 65 Andrew Mackay. No, we don't have Andrew Mackay next we have Paul Oglesby, so that's where he's been penalised down to 17th place, so he must have had a time penalty added on. Starts alongside Chris Morling at number 19. Then we've got 58 James Platt, 65 Andrew Mackay. Aaron Oliver, number 10, we've heard from him. Contact in race 1 put him down to 21st place, starts alongside Alistair Kinnear, number 47. 15 Shane Forster alongside 66 Tim Newman. Then behind them we've got 62 Anne Hall. 6 Eduardo Pontes hopefully is there after his incident earlier on. 86 Craig Evans was a retirement in race 1 as well.
We did see Oglesby, didn't we, go down the order right at the end, I think for a 5-second track limits issue, and we saw him getting, but I think when they put it back a lap, maybe it didn't apply it, so maybe there's where we've got it, and they've added the 5 seconds.
Maybe it's that, race. Yes, I wasn't sure. I didn't see that penalty added earlier on, Chris, so you may be right.
So and maybe that's why it's gone to stewarding, because they had to figure out whether they actually did need to apply it. And
yes, and they couldn't issue the grid until that had been resolved. That's why we had that pause in proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see the 270s. I'm not going to get too overexcited like I did before.
I won't have any voice left.
But definitely going to be a green flag lap still to go. But the 270s up. Yep, so a little bit, we'll call it needle, won't we, after the last race. So Thornton, and there's some people disagreeing on the outcomes and that, but lots of stewarding, and they've pretty much said, yep, let's get on with this, guys. And it has been tricky into that hairpin, and I think we've seen it all day. It really is one of the most, the overtaken opportunities they've got, so they are going to make most of it. Hopefully they can just dial it back that just touch as they do get released on their green flag. But this is the 270Rs then. This is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Second one's with us here. So after the Road Sport, which they would have been in last year, they add on the 135 horsepower, so they've got a slightly more power under their right foot. They get the wide track front suspension, so the front of the car is just as wide as the rear, so that's one of the upgrades they have, as well as upgraded suspension. And I'd say that the stiffest suspension setup you can have in Road Sport is about the softest you have in 270, so it's really is very track focused suspension. And then obviously the biggest visible difference is the lack of windscreen, lack of headlights, lack of number plates, so all those things get removed. It's much more race focused thing. Call it a coming of age championship. They really do learn to be their racecraft, their racing chops after the 2 years they've had in the build up to this. Some drivers, they can stick around in the 270Rs if they want, and many do choose to do that. You can also have team support for the first level. In the earlier rounds, the Academy and the Road Sport, you must have Caterham support. You can continue with Caterham support if you want to into 270s, but additionally, if drivers want to just arrive and drive with a team, they can do that. And we've got some great teams up and down the Caterham paddock here, all looking. This is looking at the island hairpin. It's from the driver's perspective very tight, but when you see it from the outside, it's a fairly long right-hand bend, but we can see on the entrance to it, it's really bumpy and really narrow, and that's definitely caused them issues earlier before lunchtime. See them all come.
So this will be a 20-minute race, and that bit of needle earlier on, you might say, is going to leave a few top names threading their way through the field.
You could say that if you were clever with your wordsmithing. But the chicane has been an overtaking opportunity coming down the hill here. Not quite as much speed into the chicane as they're sort of shortening the run up into it. But and you can see how steep that hill is on the right-hand side. And you can, we have seen overtaking opportunities, but so far today, the inside line has largely been the better line on most corners. Apart from turn 1, we've seen a couple of drivers going around the outside of turn 1. There is that opportunity if you have that momentum. So again, patrons will overtake at any opportunity, and they will find any gap and put their cars in it. And it was a very exciting race earlier on, and I'm looking forward to another 20 minutes. Second of their 3 races, so we'll see them once more a little bit later on this afternoon.
So coming up to the start line then, the blue and red car of Brian Thornton on pole position, looking for his 8th win of the season. He's a little further down the championship than he'd like, because he had a couple of non-finishes. Rob Kennelly, first appearance of the season for him, will start alongside. In the comments, Grosvenor Furniture says, go Rob Kennelly. Second row we'll see Luciano Caruso, the white and blue car with the gold lining, the Rothmans livery. Alongside him will be Dan Crawley, that's the white and fluorescent yellow car.
So we watch them coming up then. See the yellow flags at the back indicating that everything's not set up yet, but as soon as all the drivers are back into their grid spots, the first sign that we get that we're ready to go is the green flag. You'll see that waving on the right hand side. 27 cars starting if everyone's back out there again, as we hope they are, but you can see them, the 27th are now getting into their position. The yellow flags are withdrawn, and the next flag we will see is the green flag to say they're all in place.
So waiting for the green from the back of the grid on the far right of the screen. You can see the marshal ready and in position, ready to wave it. The red lights have come on. Revs are up and off they go. 20 minutes of 270R action. Is it going to be as frantic as the first race? Brian Thornton gets away well. So does Rob Kennelly, trying to take the lead around the outside. Slotting into third is Caruso in the 88 ahead of Dan Crawley in the 78. On a spin in the midfield there, it's Andrew Mackay that's gone. Everybody misses him. Couple of cars take to the grass in avoidance. The 65, Andy Mackay, the Londoner, left facing the wrong way, but everybody else is away cleanly. Mackay will try and rejoin at the back of the field as they come towards Island Bend for the first time. It is Rob Kennelly who has taken the lead from Brian Thornton. A big lock up from the race leader. The 270R has been locking up here at this corner all day. They come round largely line astern behind, very close indeed, centimetres between most of the cars. It's up over Hilltop for the first time towards the chicane. Kennelly on the inside, trying to move through on the inside. In the background there is Scott Helm. He's made up a couple of spots off the line, but Brian Thornton retakes the lead as they go into the chicane around the outside on the entry to Hislops. Third place it is Caruso, then Crawley in fourth position. Looks like Seb Foley up to fifth, and Steve Loriman has been taken out.
Yeah, he was that. They overlapped their tyres, and there was just both cars sort of went to the same bit of tarmac. It didn't work. Loriman was caught out by that spun. Other drivers having to take to the grass in avoidance of that. So,
yes, Chris Morling went through the gravel there at Knickerbrook. He's been able to rejoin further down the order.
Big gap in the field now.
Yes, up to second is Caruso in the 88. Now, he's never won a Caterham race. Big squeal of tyres there as they come through Lodge Corner for the first time. Brian Thornton is under intense pressure here from Luciano Caruso in the Rothmans car, number 88. Trying to take the lead away along the straight. He led at the line, and Kennelly up the inside as well. They're trying to go either side of Brian Thornton. Caruso's taken the lead around the outsides. I think this is the first time he has led a Caterham race. Looking at the championship table, he is in second place in the points, so he's never won a race. This could be a first.
He's definitely led the races, but he hasn't come over the line in first place. He's tended to just drift away slightly with a bit of bad luck in the middle part of the race. So yes, he'll be hoping that he's made good progress since qualifying, and he's leading, or was leading the last time. Yep, he's still going to lead as they come down towards us. Then Thornton on the outside. We know that doesn't work around that hairpin, and he is going to have to sit there. He's going to look to see whether he can cut back, and everyone else lying astern right now, except for Jasmine Shaw going alongside. It looks like it's either, could be Bailey.
So it is Caruso who leads. The livery made famous by Porsche in the 80s. It's the Le Mans 24 Hours, among other things, and later by the Williams Formula One team in the Damon Hill, Alain Prost era. Leads the way from Brian Thornton. Kenley in third place. Then it's the 78 of Dan Crawley in fourth position. Up Clay Hill they go. All close, bunched up, 12 cars in that lead bunch. Paul Oglesby at the back of it after his penalty from the first race. Fifth place behind them, Seb Thulley. Then it's Christian Bond, number 72. Here comes Thornton on the inside. They head up into Lodge Corner. He's going to retake the lead from Luciano Caruso, and he's done it on the inside at Lodge. That's his favoured overtaking place, the 33, but already fighting back is Caruso, trying to get down the outside. He got the slipstream through Deer Leap. Is he going to be able to pull ahead on the run into Old Hall Corner? He's done it once in this race, not quite. Brian Thornton continues to lead.
He does. He carried a lot of speed on the entry of that corner. Cost him a little bit on the way out, but they just don't have any opportunity around Denton's. There's not much opportunity to overtake, so it's kind of worked out that he can just dive down the inside, carry the speed, and be a bit compromised on the exit. It was actually Henry Speaks that Jasmine Shaw's fighting with, and that continues to battle its way. Slippery surface flag out there. Is that because there is a wing lying in the middle of the track, or is there some fluid down? Keep an eye out for that. I did hear earlier on there was a little bit of rain as the 420s were out there. We didn't spot it on our screens. They all tumbling down into the hairpin. Oglesby not making as much progress as maybe he would like to do as the rest of this field. That gap in the field is coming back down again now, so it does look like these will be able to rejoin the battle. But yeah, there was spits of rain earlier in the race. As they come down in towards us, Scott Helm is dropping away a little bit after his early success in the race earlier on. He's dropping away just a little bit in the second race.
Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, done by Craig Evans, who starts at the back of the grid. Made it up to 16th. He's done a 137.196 as he tries to carve his way through the order. Brian Thornton continues to lead from Caruso. Kennelly in third place, then Dan Crawley in fourth position. There's the Gulf livery car. We said there's one at every meeting, and it's Craig Evans behind him. Jimmy Way is the man at the wheel of the Gulf car. Caruso on the outside there. It's going to allow Rob Kennelly to cut in for second place. He's got the Smart Vision car of Dan Crawley on his tail. Also in there is Scott Helm and Seb Thulley in P5 and P6. Behind them is Christian Bond in the 72. We've seen John Bond representing the family here as well this weekend. It's getting closer and closer, that lead battle. 5 or 6 of them now going for the lead, but somehow Brian Thornton just about hanging on. If anything, he's got away just a little bit there coming through Cascades. Where's Paul Oglesby? He's up to 10th from further down the grid this time. The championship leader. He may not be leading the championship at the end of the week, and we'll have to wait for the calculations to be done by the Caterham officials, of course. Crawley at the inside there holds third, and 28 Seb Thulley having a go as well. He's repaired that broken radiator from race 1, and look who's coming up the inside now. Scott Helm in the chrome green sort of car. Kennelly to the inside as well. It's all chop and change for the lower reach to the podium, but still your leader is Brian Thornton.
Yeah, and Thornton, the gap he's got now is all by want of the first corner. He was just able to take the natural racing line at full speed for the first time in a little while, so he just had a run of speed as he went down through Cascades, and that sort of survived all the way through this lap. It's not going to survive more than a lap, I don't think, because Caruso is being dragged with them as Seb Thulley goes side by side with Crawley, who is coming through. He said he wanted that win, and he's certainly looking like he's ready to try and compete. He's into that third place now in that fluoro yellow. He has managed to chop across the front of Seb, and is therefore going to be able to take that third place and solidify it over the line. Here's Oglesby at the rear of that pack. He is now firmly attached to that pack, and we'll be looking to see whether he can now move on through. Like you say, not good points for him earlier in that race, might cost him in the championship, but he'll put that down to one of his drops for so far.
So Paul Oglesby goes 3 wide there into Old Hall. In the middle, Henry Speaks. Jasmine Shaw in the 21 on the outside, and very nearly Andy Bailey was collected by Henry Speaks there. That was close as they came out of Old Hall. Those two almost collided in the first race, if I remember rightly, as well. Still your leader, Brian Thornton, by a quarter of a second over Luciano Caruso in the 88 car. Third is Dan Crawley in the 78. Down towards Ireland they come. Here's a battle between Craig Evans and Jimmy Way. Jimmy Way sideways. He nearly loses it there, loses a couple of spots the golf cart.
Absolutely outbrakes himself then. You could see he was really struggling to get it stopped, and just as the car pulled out of the way, it just let him go free. Otherwise, I think he might have made contact. It was looking a bit squirrely at one point there. But Kennelly is dropping away a little bit, but he's going to try and get back into that third place, see whether he can come back. But Oglesby's making good progress through this field. He's got a couple of places, as we saw, into that turn one, and there's, I think, maybe even one more since then. So he is up there, and he is going to be fighting for the lead of this race as well.
It's getting well into the top 10 now. Paul Oglesby has got 2 cars in front of there. Seb Tholle, I think, is one of them. Couldn't identify the other at this moment, but Brian Thornton continues to lead from Luciano Caruso. Side by side for third between Crawley and Kennelly, tailed by the number 42 of Scott Helm. I keep going to say Henry Heaton, because that colour is exactly the same colour. It's a new colour scheme for Scott Helm for this meeting, I think. And it's caught me out a couple of times there. Behind him is Bond and Tholle. They're being threatened by Paul Oglesby, who's now 8th. Steve Lorriman, recovering from his earlier spin, goes past the 47, which is Alistair Kinnear in the lime green car there. He's got Chris Morling on his tail. It's a battle towards the back end of the pack. Brian Thornton continues to lead the way, looking for win number 8 for the man from Ireland this year. Caruso in second place. This is the battle for third, and Caruso staying on the tail of our leader. Rob Kennelly holding on at the front of the second group, ahead of 78 of Crawley.
Yeah, back through over Crawley as well there. So he went over the line in that order, but last time we saw them he was behind Crawley, but he is now in front. I think Helm's run that livery for a couple of race rounds now, but it's certainly still needed to get used to it. And like you say, it's absolutely along the lines of the Henry Heaton colour, isn't it? Oglesby is still making that progress. Next up, Seb Tholle, who's not having such a good second race. He was fully in that lead battle earlier on, as we watched the other drivers a little bit further back fighting their way through. But Thornton, he was taking himself and Caruso a little bit free of the pack. It was a second last time they went over the line, but they are absolutely going to be nose to tail with all of the drivers back in this lead group. In fact, we're going side by side once more as Kennelly gets involved fully, and Crawley defends down inside from Helm.
Still got just over half of this race still to go. Side by side up Deer Leap this time through between Caruso and Thornton. Thornton's got the inside line for Old Horse, so he should take the lead. No, Caruso cuts ahead of him around the outside. He just got the move done there in time. Now charging around the outside. Here comes that man Oglesby, the championship leader in the 18 car, race winner in the Academy last season. To the inside comes Brian Thornton. Meanwhile at Cascades, Caruso has gone out wide, and so Thornton will retake the lead in the 33. Rob Kennelly watching on from third place. He got through into second now. Yes, he has.
Fewer lockups this time, aren't there, into this? So they've all got that a little bit more under control. No one is about a little bit more into the hairpin this time as they climb that hill out of this shell hairpin then. See how steep it is up there, but a camera's definitely not giving it quite the gradient that you would feel in real life. As they head down towards this, Jasmine Shaw on the outside, then Bailey on the inside, and takes that position away. So Jasmine Shaw, they'll be both watching that gap develop in front of them as Ryan Tholle fights his way through after his quiz successes in this morning, as we saw over the lunchtime as he goes through. But yeah, the rest of the field all still just about in touch. There's still just under half of this race to go, but that gap there looks a little bit fatal for this chase group, doesn't it?
Yes, the pack busy everywhere you look in this one. Rob Kennelly's forced his way back into second place, having a go around the outside of our race lead there. We concentrate on the second group for now. Andy Bailey in the red car with the blue cage attacking Jasmine Shaw. But Jasmine's up to away just a little bit from the lead pack there.
To the lead, Kennelly now, so he's made his way. He led a little bit earlier on in the first race, but has manoeuvred himself from fourth place now into the lead. So again, finding pace, maybe able to go around the outside then, and clearly just really coming good. It's good to see him back on the grid and inserting his car right at the front of this grid.
Certainly is, yes. Kennelly against Thornton against Caruso for the lead then as they come down into Island Bend, this time through for the 8th time. It's under 8 minutes of this race to go then, and Helm gets taken wide there further back in the pack, and if you lose your place in the line you've got to go to the back of it pretty much and start all over again, starting to slipstream your way through. Big lock up there.
There was contact as well. There was contact. Caruso sideways on the grass. He did make contact, but it looks like his nose cone is okay. He's lost a lot of places. That could have been a lot worse, though. He fully locked up both front tyres and, like I say, used the rear panel of Kennelly's car to slow him up.
So Luciano Caruso nearly ruined his race there. He's managed to gather it up, but he's lost a couple of spots. He's to the back of this group. Just as I was saying about you lose momentum or make a mistake, you go to the back of the line, have to start again. That's exactly what Luciano Caruso did there. Missed his braking point into the Hislop chicane, and now he's got to fight his way back up again onto the tail of the leaders. There he is in about 8th place at the back of this group. There's the second group.
Growing second group as well, isn't it?
Still leads.
Kennelly's being that insistent driver, though, isn't he, that we saw from Thornton in race 1. He's absolutely putting his car at the front and saying, no, none shall pass. He's defending to the inside on all the right places. We saw Thornton have as good a run as anyone has had round the outside of the hairpin, and it still didn't work for him. So, again, the inside of that hairpin is absolutely crucial for this weekend's racing and being ahead, going up and over the hill.
They're coming to that point now. At the inside comes the 14 of Kennelly. Dan Crawley is on their tails as well now from 3rd place. Oglesby is up to 4th. It's all playing into the hands of Paul Oglesby. He's been able to fight his way through the order into the lead battle now. Watch for the green number 18. There he is in 4th place, just ahead of Scott Helm and Christian Bond holding on to the tail of this group as well. Here comes Crawley attacking for 2nd place, and he goes through at Knickerbrook past the number 14 Kennelly, Ryan Thulley. Big sideways moment there. He got a wheel onto the grass, nearly cannons into the side of Henry Speaks there. They managed to hold it together and keep it going. Side by side for 2nd place, meanwhile, further up the order at Druids. Thornton on the outside.
There is no room through Druids to even take one car through there. Let go side by side. That's cost them an awful lot of speed, but that was very brave by Dan Crawley and Thornton, but they are going to lose out to Scott Helm as a result. And in fact, no, Dan Crawley's still going to insist on the inside line there. They're still going awfully slowly. You can see how much Kennelly has managed to pull away with just that one little sequence there, insistent on going through and past, but Kennelly now is scampering free.
He certainly is, yes, as everybody else starts to battle it out for 2nd place. It's really heating up now. Crawley, Oglesby in there. Helm had the chance to take 2nd a lap ago. Then Thulley and Caruso. Christian Bond in there as well. 7 of them fighting it out for that 2nd place. It could soon be 8 because number 10, Aaron Oliver, has made his way up the order into 9th place after his problems earlier on. Collision with Brian Thornton in the first race. Rob Kennelly continues to lead the way. Up into 2nd place briefly there is the number 78 of Daniel Crawley. See what he can do here. But over Hilltop come the midfield runners.
Definitely been a battle of 2 packs, hasn't it? Although those packs now, the gap, as they all started squabbling with each other, that gap between the 2 packs has also come down. You can see Jasmine Shaw's trying to fight to across the middle gap there. And Seb Tholle will be firmly in her targets as she heads on up the hill once more. 4 minutes of this race to go, so not so many racing laps, and Dan Crawley now looking to see if there's anything he can do about Thornton, but can any of them do anything about Kennelly? It looks like he's got a good gap at the moment, and I'd certainly be happy looking in my mirror, but it can disappear pretty quickly. Just one little mistake and that will happen. And Thornton, though, is safely in that 2nd place at the moment. Dan Crawley having to defend heavily from Caruso and Oglesby behind. Scott Helm still struggling to keep up. Seb Tholle drop back, but it's now all together with that front group, just with a slight braking pause before the back group come on.
So under 3.5 minutes of this race to go, and then he is absolutely frantic for 2nd and 3rd position. Kennelly leads by 1.5 seconds, looking for his first ever Van Drive Caterham 7.270R championship victory. Looks like Brian Thornton establishing himself in 2nd. Crawley up there in 3rd place. I still reckon Oglesby will be the one to watch here from 4th place, wanting to preserve his championship lead. They're heading up towards Island Bend now. Still Rob Kennelly who leads the way. There is the number 18 of Paul Oglesby on the tail of Crawley for 3rd position. Caruso has falled back well. He's on the tail of those 3 now. Over the top they come.
Great sight as they all come single file, and then they'll fan out as they if they decide they can overtake. Actually, everyone's deciding to stay in line. Wasn't worth it that time through. No one feeling the need to go defensive, but Thornton, he hasn't been challenged for a few corners. They're trying to see whether they can claw themselves back to Kennelly, and I think if they have a couple more corners where they don't fight, then the toe will do that for them. So it looks like Kennelly may not have this all his own way then to the checker flag. In fact, that gap has rapidly disappeared, and there is Crawley into that third place, Oglesby, and then Caruso. They're all thinking, I've still got a part to play in this race. 2 minutes on the clock, so I think we're about to start our penultimate lap. It's going to be tight as they go across the line, but I think, yes, we will be starting our penultimate lap this time through.
We'll wait and see as they come across the timing line. I think they'll just be in time to get 2 more laps in this race. Rob Kennelly continues to set the pace ahead of Brian Thornton. Crawley in third, Oglesby all over his tail. Then Caruso is back up to fifth. What a great recovery after his incident earlier on. Scott Elvin there in 6th position. He speaks, bounces off Sebastian Tholle in there.
Yeah, is that Seb Tholle having dropped back a little bit then? We missed, oh no, he's still, yeah, so it's just not making that progress forward, is he? So 8th place is not where he wants to be right now, not where we expect to see him after what has been a great run of results. As we go side by side, Bailey Jasmine Short into the hairpin and Speaks, seeing whether he can dive down the inside as well, and he does put his car on the inside there, so we've seen that that's likely to be a position made up with Ryan Tholle just behind them as well, heading up and over that steep hill. And we watch the leaders then. Kennelly's lead has now completely evaporated. It is back to nose to tail as you were. Thornton now will be looking to see whether he can do anything about that. We've got one more lap of this race to go, only a few overtaking opportunities, but Thornton has been good at using them so far.
Yeah, so mentioned slipstreaming being important here, and Brian Thornton has certainly been able to do it. He's closed right back up on Rob Kennelly there as they come through Druids for the penultimate time. Back up into 3rd place now is Paul Oglesby. He's got ahead of Dan Crawley now into P3. They're being chased by the black machine there. That's Caruso in 3rd place, the number 98. Side by side absolute there as they come through to start their final lap this time.
You can hear the metalwork of those, get the studs and the rims, they're absolutely making contact. Obviously seeing whether he can do anything about it, but Thornton has swooped around the outside was the word I was looking for. He did it nearly through turn 1 but completed it in there, but down through Denton's, that little kink, it was Kennelly looking to see whether he can do anything. We've only got a couple of overtaking opportunities. One of them is down to this hairpin though.
And here they come towards the island hairpin. Now what's going to happen through here? This is going to be not for the faint of heart. I don't think Kennelly has got Brian Thornton down the inside. Thornton very late on the brakes, and yet the car stopped only just, and he's got the lead away from Rob Kennelly. They climb up the other side at Hilltop. It's Oglesby in 3rd place, moving through into 4th position. Try and work out who that is at the moment. Is that number 10 of Aaron Oliver in there? Where's he come from?
He's waited, hasn't he? And now he's up into that 4th place. Just made opportunities just in these last couple of laps. Great for him to have that run of form. Perfect.
Well, I completely missed. That's a stealth performance from Aaron Oliver. I completely missed that he come through into the lead battle there. Talk about under the radar.
They must have had the others must have gone side by side or disrupted each other, and he just had a clean run through. But it's Thornton going to lead us through and into the final corner. Last overtaking opportunity, and Oglesby is in the 2nd place, so Kennelly's lost out.
Yeah, he's just gone through past Kennelly into 2nd place. Paul Oglesby and Kennelly, they're going to go 3 wide. This is never going to work into Lodge. Kennelly has to back out of it. Thornton up the inside, he's taken Oglesby out wide. Here comes Kennelly up alongside him. Here comes Oliver up alongside as well. They're coming up towards the flag this time. Is Brian Thornton going to hang on? Only just. And Aaron Oliver gets 3rd place behind Rob Kennelly. Aaron Oliver, it nearly worked. He nearly stole that on the last corner. What a run.
Taking that 3rd place, he's going to be absolutely delighted. We watch everyone else coming across the line side by side as well. All those the fantastic second race from this 270s. But Thornton did take it. Well done. There's Lorryman, just wasn't able to make his way back through after that initial contact and the spin from earlier on with Ryan. But Thornton takes that win then over Kennelly in 2nd place. Aaron Oliver nearly sprung the surprise, only 0.06 of a second behind Kennelly as well for that 3rd place. Great stuff from the 270s then.
So the win goes provisionally to Brian Thornton by 0.2 of a second over Rob Kennelly in 2nd place, with Aaron Oliver coming through the field into 3rd and Paul Oglesby in 4th. Talk about burning through the field, those two, third and fourth places, and a good recovery for Luciano Caruso as well. He takes fifth position, half a second, covers the top five at the line. Incredible. Dan Crawley takes sixth, having run third for much of the way. Then Scott Helm in seventh, Thulle eighth, Christian Bond in ninth, Jasmine Shaw in 10th. Behind them were Andrew Bailey, Craig Evans from the back of the grid, Henry Speaks was 13th, Ryan Thulle and Andrew Davison completing the top 15. All cars made it home except for Andrew Mackay, who pulled into the pits a couple of laps after spinning on the first corner, so he picked up some damage there. What an unpredictable race that was for the Fandrive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Brian Thornton takes the win, but that's only a small part of the story. I don't know how Aaron Oliver made it through there into the lead battle. It's quite appropriate he's in an all-black car, because that was like a stealth bomber coming through the field there under the radar. That was brilliant.
I can't believe that he didn't make a use of someone else tripping up each other and just sort of found that one. He's also got the fastest lap, worth an extra point, so an extra overtake if you like, so the equivalent of second place in the standings. So yeah, brilliant stuff from them. We have the 310R Championship up next, but I think drivers will be soon getting down to Park Family, so we can go and hear them. But yeah, so what a fantastic race. One more time to see the 270s up a little bit later on this afternoon, scheduled off at 4 o'clock, but the drivers are down in assembly. So let's go and have a chat with Leah to hear how they all got on.
Wow, what an amazing race that was for the race 2 for the 270R class here at Oulton Park. Ultimately, Brian Thornton taking yet another race win in this class. He's just taking off his helmet now, getting a little drink of water, which he deserves to do. That last lap overtake, even with that lockup, still getting the win done around these tight and twisty corners at Oulton Park. Brian, did you enjoy that one a little bit more than race 1?
Oh, I got a little bit of breathing space for about 3 laps, and then it disappeared. It was great racing. Yeah, great racing, great crack, clean and fair. Thank God it was great. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Wonderful. And despite that lockup, was it into the hairpin on that final lap? You got the win done, got that move completed. More of that for race 3, is it?
Yeah, but sure, if you're not locking up, you're not trying. We were pushing, and Rob gave me really, really good competition, and I knew I had to try and win the game of the late breaks there. Yeah, so yeah, delighted, couldn't be happier. Hi to Jane, Sean, Joshua and Lucy at home. Love you all, miss you.
Lovely, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Doing the double at Oulton. Let's see if you can do the triple a little bit later on. We could try and catch Aaron, because he went from P21 when I spoke to him in assembly to P3 on the grid, and he got the fastest lap, making up all those positions. What an incredible feat for him. Let's try and catch Rob. Ah, Rob, he got you. That late move into the hairpin. What?
I know. Look, I'm delighted to be on the podium. So qualified in 10th, and then had good race in the first race. And I saw myself get away, and I thought I've got a bit of a gap here. And then all I could hear is Darren Burke in my head going like quali mode, quali mode, quali mode, and I didn't go into. Well, maybe I did go into quali mode because I didn't qualify very well. But no, look, I lost a couple of places. It was hard, fair racing, but really enjoyed it. Congratulations to the other boys as well. Did really well. So yeah, really enjoyed it. So 2 podiums out of 2 races, I'll take that. Happy days.
I'm about to say, you can't, well, apart from a win, you can't ask for much better. Will it be gunning for that top step of the podium for the final race this afternoon?
I've got to say yes to that, haven't I? I can't say, I'll settle for second, so hopefully we'll be stood over there talking next time round. But no, I'm just happy to be here, delighted to be able to do this, and yeah, really, really good, hard, fair racing, so I've really enjoyed myself.
Awesome, congratulations, Rob. Lovely racing from you today. Bless him, obviously. That move, Brian, he's always there, isn't he? Always there. Rob had almost a 2-second lead at some points in this race, so you never know. Anyone can win from anywhere. Right, it is time for the 310Rs to get back out on track, and I got up with them a little bit earlier on in the assembly area. Right then, it is the second race for the 310R class, and there was a fair bit of contact in this race earlier on this morning, and with rain lingering in the air, it could be very exciting. Now, just a reminder that these spec of Caterhams have a better power to weight ratio than a Porsche 911. Absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can just grab a quick word with Will. Don't side-eye me, King.
No, you keep...
I tried to speak to Will Harris and he batted me away.
Really? I wouldn't. That means that he's feeling it.
Well, it must be. First race, what did you learn from that you can transfer into this one?
Anyone can win. Like every track you ever come to with a Caterham, anyone can win. It's just difficult. You've got to keep at the front, you know, sort of, so you've got a chance, and then getting on to the last laps, just trying to get a good position. But I was happy with second because it's maximum points for the championship because Willis doesn't score, so I'm fairly happy as he arrives.
That was right on cue. It's like you knew he was coming.
Yeah, he does. He's got a sixth sense.
Does he?
Yeah, for sure.
Wonderful. And are you enjoying your day around Oulton Park?
Yeah, Oulton's a great track. It's one of the best circuits in the country. It's a bit tight, obviously, in these cars. Not a lot of runoff, but I mean, as far as the layout goes, it's one of the best in the country.
Lovely. Obviously, your home track, you said to me earlier. Good luck. Hopefully, we'll see you on that top step a little bit later. Let's just go and... Paul's coming in with his golden livery car. If we want to, let's actually get a visual on this because I was a big fan of it at Oulton Park, and let's just watch it come into the assembly area here now. It will be with us any second, and this potentially might actually be my favourite car livery on this track. If we just see it arrive into the assembly area, Paul Goldstein's gold chrome livery. I mean, it's just absolutely spectacular, so lovely. He's a little bit further down than we perhaps would have expected, but obviously any result is a great result here, and as Will said, anyone can win. So it is all to play for here in the 310R Championship. And to talk you through this exciting race, I'll hand back to Dave and Chris up in commentary. Boys, over to you.
Thanks, Leah. Yes, the safety car leading the pack around for our second Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship race of the day. They have 3 races today. This grid based on the results of race 1, where Will Chadwick, as we heard, was the top scorer, although Tom Willis won because Tom Willis isn't registered for points in the championship. He's on pole though, won the first race ahead of Will Chadwick. Second row Ryan Wilby, pole sitter in race 1, and Ben Lopez Appleton the number 5. Row 3 Lars Hoffman number 2, making a one-off return this weekend, and championship leader Will Harris number 14 alongside him. Charlie Harris, Will's brother, on row 4 alongside Peter Mott, won the AM class in race 1. Then completing the top 10, Alex Vincent and Paul Goldstein. At row 6, Steve Lancaster and Chris Buck. Sam Parker back on row 7 alongside William Coop, and then Steve Metcalf in the ex-Taylor O'Flanagan car. And Steve Harris, the third member of the family, completes the 16 runners. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to somebody called Elliot Woodcock, normally can be found in the director's suite or on one of our cameras. So he says, nice to be a viewer for once. Good luck, Sam Parker. Yes, good to hear from you, Elliot. We had a couple of answers in on the livery question as well. I'll just get this in while we get ready for the green flag lap here. David Evans says, I really like Anne Hall's livery, reminiscent of the dazzle camouflage on ships in the First World War. They were usually black and white rather than the multicolour patchwork design.
She was saying earlier that is the inspiration, but she wanted to bring some colour to it.
Guy Martin, is that the Guy Martin? Says, good morning. All the livery I would like is the silk cut colours. Good answer. Sean Murphy, we regularly see him in Caterham action. One of the yellow Jordan liveries, the Be On Edge livery, would be cool. Yes, I'd like to see that. Perhaps you could see it on your 270R, Sean, the yellow and black livery from Jordan Grand Prix. Things like Bitten and Hisses and Buzzing Hornets they used to have to disguise a certain cigarette brand on those cars. Eddie says, could have bright pink like the old RS500 Cosworth, but if I had a matching fire suit I'd look like Mr. Blobby. Pink Sierra Cosworth, the only one of those I can think of is the one that used to be used in rallying by Phil Collins, not that Phil Collins of course, the Mr. Tompkinson Carpets sponsored one in the late 80s. Is that the car you mean, Eddie?
Pink with yellow spots would be a statement. You'd certainly get seen on TV, wouldn't you, with that, if you went with the blobby.
I've seen that livery in Bangor racing. Gareth Griffiths, the Welshman, uses those colours. Hi to Scott Bugner, regular racer in the MG Owners Club Championship with his ZR. Ildron says Martini livery is my favourite. Yes, the white with the Martini stripes, especially on a Lancia Delta Integrale. That's a personal favourite of mine. Probably my second favourite behind the Silk Cut Jaguar, that is. Anyway, we're getting ready to go racing with the 310Rs. Once again, it's Tom Willis in the silver car who will lead them off. Can anyone stop the 81? He won't be scoring points. We saw him get a couple of wins at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit earlier this year when this series supported the British touring cars. It was Will Chadwick who was the top scorer in all 3 races on that occasion.
Yeah, you have to declare at the beginning of the season if you're going to compete the whole championship and therefore be included for points. Otherwise, you can join as a guest. And guest drivers can take away trophies, but they don't impact them. They're invisible as far as points go. So drivers are aware of that when they're out on track, who are the guests and who aren't. So they can take that into their calculations. And obviously, as far as the points go, even if Tom takes the win, whoever finishes in second, it will be the equivalent of a victory and will go down as such in those results. But Tom Willis has been so strong in the races he joins us, always a brilliant addition to this 310R grid. But we had another situation this morning where there was really close racing between all the drivers. It's good to see Lars. There's Lars just going through our screen there, back with us again. And again, wishing Henning Eschweiler a speedy recovery. I'm pretty sure he'll be tuned in watching us from Germany. And seeing that car flying around, it's the best medicine, I am sure. A little bit of work for the Harrises at the back here to get there, and we can see that Taylor Flanagan's race colours there, but being raced by Steve Metcalfe this weekend. Sam Parker as well, taking that 4th place in the amateur championship, but we'll be looking to see whether she can take that a step further to get an AM trophy in the cabinet after this race weekend, as the final drivers then pull up in the second of 3 races for the 310Rs. 20 minutes of action just about to start.
So Tom Willis on pole in the silver car with the black nose, Will Chadwick in the white car alongside him. Ryan Wilby is black with the red trim and red wheels. Ben Lopez Appleton, the grey car alongside him. The red lights are on, they go out now, and away we go. Great start by our pole sitter Tom Willis. Decent start by Ben Lopez Appleton up the outside there as well. Chadwick switches back to the inside. He's going to take the lead on the inside. Great first corner by Will Chadwick. He has got the lead just about there. Ben Lopez Appleton trying to get up into second place. They head down the avenue for the first time towards Cascades. Now, who has come out with the lead? Looks like it's Ben Lopez Appleton, I think, the number 5, the grey car, that has got the lead with the green roll cage. They come up the rise at Lakeside, and yes, the number 5 has got the lead. Second place, Will Chadwick in the number 8 car, and Ryan will be up to 3rd. Where's our pole sitter? Tom Willis has been shuffled back to about 5th. I think he's behind Lars Hoffman there as they come into Hilltop, so not a good start by the poleman.
No, he was. He got an initial really good off the line, as you said, but I think he had a difficult 2nd to 3rd gear change, and everyone swallowed him through the turn 1, and now that's seen him drift all the way back down to 5th place in the field. And you've seen how competitive these 310Rs. There's not much between them. What we haven't got in numbers this weekend, we've certainly got in quality as we watch the rest of the field flowing on through. Remember, we've got the AM battle to keep an eye out for. When the tower comes up on our screen, we'll be able to see the pink flashes of those numbers for the AM drivers. The Pro-Am out in front at the moment, and Chadwick going to take it around the outside of Druids. Brave manoeuvre, a bit of momentum, and takes over the top and then into the lead. Ben Lopez Appleton therefore sitting into that 2nd place just for now. Lars Hoffman looking to see what he can do. He's happy to be back out there in that car this weekend. Ryan Wilby, though, has been firmly part of this, took our pole position earlier on, and is going to see whether he can do anything about converting that into a win this time out.
Well, rare move there around the outside at Druids. A brave move by Will Chadwick to take the lead. 3 wide for 2nd place. Here comes Hoffman round the outside of everybody into the first corner at Old Hall. He just about got the car round on the black stuff there. Somebody's been sent onto the grass. I think that was Ben Lopez Appleton. Yep. He never seems to have the luck, does he, the number 5? And he's been shuffled back down the order as a result. I thought he was going to go spinning off, but he's been able to continue. He's out of the equation for the lead. Now it's Chadwick who leads the way. Ryan will be into 2nd place, so Lopez Appleton may have had contact with big send up the inside by Paul Goldstein. Where's he come from up into 2nd? I was about to say I think Hoffman may have had contact with Lopez Appleton because he was 2nd but then dropped back, and that's how Goldstein's been able to get through into 2nd. He only just got the car stopped there in time for Island Bend. He was 2nd, but he's dropped back behind Ryan Wilby. There's more lockups there. Who's that going sideways? That's Hoffman. He's rowing that car around like a drift car in this race. There are some drift cars performing on the infield here at Oulton Park today, so maybe he's been watching them as they climb up towards Clay Hill. Let's have a look at that again.
Oh, Wilby did so well to see him coming. He did not turn into that corner. If he had, that would be an accident for both of them. I think Goldstein owes him a present because it also cost him time. But Goldstein did get it stopped. He did make the apex, and therefore no harm, no foul as it goes. But Ryan Wilby will be having a little bit of a think about that. But as he takes the lead, I think that's the best way of overcoming those kind of adversities, is by taking that lead. But Goldstein will be ready to maybe a little bit earlier on the brakes this time into that hairpin.
So Ryan Wilby leads. What's going to happen into Old Hall? Trying to go around the outside is Will Chadwick. Goldstein is tucked in there in third place. There's Ben Lopez Appleton fighting back. He's on the tail of Charles Harris. The Harris brothers have had a slightly quiet day so far. They're in 6th and 7th places at the moment behind Lars Hoffman. Down towards Cascades, then left onto Lakeside towards Island Bend once again. Will Chadwick on the outside of Ryan Wilby, looking for his first win of the season in the 88. Goldstein is there in third, gets his braking point right this time. Hoffman side by side. Well, there's somebody who didn't get his braking point right there, the number 17 of Alex Vincent.
Oh, Hoffman as well. So something's gone on wrong with that car. Maybe he bumped the nose cone, something along that. Oh, they can see the front left looks like it's
broken suspension.
Yeah, so maybe a contact. Maybe those two things were linked, as Ben Lopez Appleton has got now a smoking rear mudguard as his tucked underneath the tyre. Oftentimes that will ping out, but at the moment it's generating quite a lot of friction and smoke, isn't it?
Yes, that might blow the tyre if it keeps rubbing on there long enough. Unfortunately for Ben Lopez Appleton, I reckon Lars Hoffman may have hit the back of him there going out of Island Bend. Will Chadwick takes the lead meanwhile from Ryan Wilby. Paul Goldstein sitting on their tails. He's going to try and get the inside into Lodge Corner. He might get both of them here with a bit of luck. Not quite. Wilby goes through, so does Goldstein. Down to third goes Will Chadwick, who led very briefly. There's that smoke trailing from the back of Ben Lopez Appleton. Across the stripe they come. Wilby, Goldstein, Chadwick in third place. Now here comes Will Harris. Will must have heard me saying he'd had a quiet day so far. He's ready to attack for the lead. Now Lopez Appleton side by side with Peter Mott, who once again leads the AM category, just ahead of Lancaster in the... and Tom Willis is out. The 81 has pulled up, so was it him who had contact with Lars Hoffman,
Maybe they all had contact in that bit where we said Ben Lopez out wide. Maybe that was all a wider incident than we first gave it credit for. See the AM Class Championship also having their good battle, but Mott, Lancaster and Buck last time over the line, but I think they're now firmly back. Double waved yellows down here into the hairpin, so no overtaking, stop, be prepared to stop. There's the Willis car on the outside, clearly couldn't join, and there is the Hoffman car as well. So we've lost two of our big protagonists in this race. They're going to have to come all the way through the field in race 3, which is quite an exciting proposition. Not for them, I'm sure, but there's Lancaster as well in the second place, and in fact Mott is 2 cars ahead of him. Ben Lopez Appleton with his rubbing wheel arch is just there in the middle of the sandwiching the AM Championship.
14 minutes of this race still to go, a long way to go yet for Ryan Wilby, who leads Paul Goldstein in the number 12. Stephen Lancaster has got the fastest lap of the race, 134.095. The turquoise car there, second in the AM division in 8th overall, has just set the quickest lap of the race.
By a long way as well. He's a second clear of anyone else with that lap time.
He certainly is, yes, that's a surprise. See if he can make any progress forwards here. It's on the tail of the number 5 of Lopez Appleton, still smoking away. He's dropped behind Peter Mott, who leads the AM category, 85.25 miles an hour. His lap. There's Alex Vincent, number 17, who won the first race at Donington, then stalled from pole position on the grid in the second one. Wilby continues to set the pace ahead of Goldstein. Chadwick is in third. Then the Harrises are in 4th and 5th now, with a couple of other cars having dropped back slightly, and in some cases dropped out, so that's thinned out the lead battle just a little, but not by very much. So we've got 6 or 7 cars in there. Charlie Harris has just moved ahead of his brother Will, and Peter Mott hanging on to the tails of the lead battle as well. Could we see an AM on the podium, I wonder, if Peter Mott plays his cards right?
Well, we saw it Justin Armstrong earlier, didn't we, in the 7 Championship UK, so it's all very possible. He's going to have to be careful he doesn't get moved up as to be one of the into the Pro-Am category, and it's the same for every other driver. If they keep finishing on the podium, then they can get moved up a class, so they need to keep an eye out for that. But there is Lancaster being... Parker's not too far behind as she's hanging in there as well. All the drivers very much in the same bit of track, even though we've got this lead battle, there's a slight little gap, but everyone else is pretty much nose to tail. Chadwick down the inside of Goldstein, then that's that bump on the index side of the second apex of Druids is really unsettling the cars today.
Yes, but Will Chadwick seems to have that Druids Bend mastered there with some good overtakes through there. We lose that to Paul Goldstein as they come through the next major corner at Lodge. Up Deer Leap and across the line they come. Ryan Wilby trying to make the break. He's 0.4 of a second up on Goldstein in second. Chadwick third. Then the Harris is battling it out. Peter Mott behind, and that's your top 6. Then a gap back to Alex Vincent. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's going after the leaders. 1:34.004 for Alex Vincent now. He's in 7th. He's got past Lopez, Appleton and Lancaster on that last lap. There's yellow flags waving on the run into Ireland because Lars Hoffman and Tom Willis's cars are still there.
I wonder if there's something else going on down there, because normally they withdraw those once they're happy that all the drivers have had a good opportunity. I can see a Marshall maybe up with that car, so there you go, that's why. Yeah.
So Marshall's trying to remove Lars Hoffman's car, is why the yellows are still out there in the interest of safety with Marshall's on the scene.
Hot cars and dry grass as well may be an issue for them. That might be another thing they're worried about.
Yes, excellent point. They could be checking there's no fire started there. Steve Lancaster holding off Chris Buck in the 36 for second in the AM class. Behind them Sam Parker 4th in class. To the inside goes Paul Goldstein, and he's taken the lead from Ryan Wilby. So for the first time today, Goldstein takes it up at the front of the field.
Did it at the expense of speed though, so they're being swamped now, and there goes Harris around the outside, but it's back to Ryan Wilby, so he did make it their position up. A little bit of contact there I think as well, maybe, as they went round the final corner there. In fact, more dust and gravel being thrown up, but yeah, at the expense of speed, therefore he lost out overall, didn't he?
He certainly did, yes, and the big winner here is going to be Charles Harris in the number 4 car. He's going to try and take second place around the outside, but Goldstein is having none of it. He holds him off. Charles Harris 3rd in the points. Best finish he's had this year is a 2nd at Cadwell Park in a 1-2 with his brother Will. They head out into the country once again along the lakeside up towards Island Bend. Ryan Wilby just with his nose in front in the 8-8. Goldstein trying to get round the outside. He won't get round there. Harris is both trying to have a look at the inside. Chadwick on the outside as well. Then Alex Vincent's got ahead of Peter Mott. 7 of them for the lead now.
They are only just leaving a millimetre more than they actually need to get 2 cars side by side. It's awfully close every time they come down to that hairpin. It really isn't a wide bit of track, and they're really having to sort of manoeuvre their drivers, but they are just about at the moment leaving enough room. So again, all's fair at the moment as they head up through the chicane. One of our overtaking opportunities. We've seen people going around the outside and the inside. There's the Peter Mott still in that hammer. He's had a lot of speed this weekend, hasn't he? He's doing well again. We've seen him occasionally pop up here into that lead group and then sometimes just fade away a bit into the middle field as Chadwick was pushed onto the grass there just on the entrance to Druids. Again, really not somewhere that you want that to happen, but he dealt with it pretty well, and I don't think he lost too much speed. As Wilby comes towards us then in the lead, but Goldstein looking around the outside. We've not seen that work too many times, but it has worked once. Chadwick again clips the inside dust and gravel, throws up a bit of dust into the air. Peter Mott looking to see whether he can move further forward. He's clear of Lancaster at the moment though.
As Peter Mott went very tight there to the inside through Deer Leap, it didn't work too well for him. That was close there. I think Goldstein may have got a little tap there from Chadwick as they went into the right-hander at Old Hall. That's allowed Ryan Wilby to escape just a little bit at the front of the field now as everybody else nearly checked up behind. But they're absolutely all over each other here with 8.5 minutes near enough still of this race to go. Here comes Goldstein again, back up into second place past Charles Harris. Ryan Wilby it is who continues to lead. Then up to 5th is Alex Vincent, and Vincent got the fastest lap last time round, 1:33.534. That's a superb lap.
That is an absolutely superb lap, and that's Harris, isn't it?
It's one of the Harrises.
It's just how I said. It's Scott there. I think it was at the back there losing out, so he's going to be drifted off the back. It's easy to say just Harris, and you've got one in 3 in the 27 chance, haven't you?
Yes, I think that was Sat Harris Senior at the back of the field who went off.
But yeah, absolutely no gaps being left out there by anyone. Everyone jumping into any gap that's available. A little bit of a wing flapping there on Goldstein's car as they head through Druids as they go through.
Saying that was Steve Harris, I think Charles Harris did run wide at that point. Yeah, he's got to the back of this group, look. So he did make a mistake there at Island Bend, I think.
A couple of drivers then late that time. Remember, we saw earlier on a little bit of fluid and coolant down there did cost some people some time into the chicane and maybe into the hairpin this time. There's a little bit of something on the tarmac causing a bit of a disruption as we watch this 310R field then coming through. 7 minutes of this race to go. The second 3 20-minute races for them this weekend.
There's Ben Lopez Appleton, delayed earlier on, but the wing has now fallen off. It was fouling his rear tyre, so he's back up to speed at least once again. 0.145 of a second in it between Wilby and Goldstein as they came over the line there. Only half a second covering the top 3. Here comes Will Chadwick around the outside. He's now second to Ryan Wilby in the 88. More wings go. Yeah, there's wings everywhere.
We only attach them with nylon bolts for that very reason. We prefer them to ping clear rather than have what happened to Ben Lopez Appleton and have it rubbing on tyres. That's why you do see wings in Caterham action, as the racing is so close. They are designed to ping off if they are contacted. Yes. So that's why we see them. Hopefully they'll all be moved out the way in relative short order. There's another one just there. Are they going to be any left by the end of this race? Let's have a look.
Christmas Day for our marshals. Side by side for the lead. Chadwick up the inside, retakes Ryan Wilby. They're following that practice again. You don't want to be leading the race into the last corner. Here comes Will Harris now up the inside, and the 14. You've got to time your finishing move for the win exactly right in the race like this. Wilby retakes the lead up the inside into Lodge Corner. Alex Vincent could be the one to watch, the man with the fastest lap of the race. 5-second penalty for number 5. That's Ben Lopez Appleton. More misfortune for number 5. He gets a penalty for exceeding track limits. Chadwick back up the inside into Old Hall, retakes the lead of the race. Goldstein in third, side by side for 4 between Will Harris and Alex Vincent. Then Charles Harris and Peter Mott round out this 7-car lead struggle at the moment. This is absolutely frantic stuff, although is Alex Vincent slowing down there? I saw a car slowing at the back of that group. Is Alex Vincent in problems? Never mind that, because the lead battle is heading down into Island Bend. Through into second goes Will Chadwick, and yes, Alex Vincent's dropped off this group now, so he's got a problem, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I can't see him in that group. So, yeah, as the wings are there, still being there. The stewards today being very generous with the drivers and letting them continue their racing. They all have pretty much done what they need to do to allow that to happen. They need to show good behaviour and awareness. But yeah, that is Vincent, isn't it? Pulled off in the background, and that's at the exit of Cascades. That's an awkward place for a car to be sat. I wonder whether that will be our first safety car, because it's not in a good place.
We'll wait to see what the officials decide here. 4.5 minutes of this race still to go. Chadwick leads from Ryan Wilby at the moment. It'll all change again on the next corner, I'm sure, because that's Caterham racing. Paul Goldstein trying to hold off Will Harris for third place, then Charles Harris and Peter Mott 5th and 6th. Ryan Wilby back up the inside, retakes the lead once again through Lodge Corner. He loves that section of the circuit. The Mouse fighting for side by side there as they come over the line. 3 wide. Charles Harris up the inside. Will Harris on the outside. Goldstein in the middle. Very, very close there as they come towards the yellow flag zone at Cascades for Alex Vincent's car.
So they will be again looking for behaviour from the drivers, and they all do slot into line well and in good time. So again, well done to the drivers, and thank you to the marshals out there and the stewards for allowing their race to go. You can see the green flag. As soon as you go past that green flag, you are able then to overtake once more, and Chadwick did absolutely that. He had a good run down the straight, and because they've gone past that green flag, racing can resume. Wherever you see those flags, it's as if their perpendicular line across the track is the actual line, for anyone looking for the technicals of that. And that's sort of absolutely perpendicular to the track is where those lines count. And Chadwick now out front then will be in that second place. He still wants that win, doesn't he? Is he going to get it? Harris has come through really well at the end of this race. Oh, that's Metcalf, isn't it? He was doing some really good positioning. He was just off the back of Sam Parker and just stops it in time for that barrier, gets it all back, and he'll be breathing again.
Yes, he's gone a long way off there on the infield as the leaders will have a couple of laps to go this time. The first 3 breaking away slightly from Paul Goldstein. Now Goldstein's got a wing flapping as well, so that'll be another one for our marshals to connect. Charles Harris up on the outside of him. Then we've got Ben Lopez Appleton going back into this lead battle past the 96 of Peter Mott, but of course Lopez Appleton's got that penalty to be added on at the end of that race. The end of the race, 5 seconds. Here they come up towards the right-hander at Old Hall. Still, Ryan Wilby has retaken the lead from Will Chadwick. Down towards Cascades once again, just over 2 minutes to go. Ryan Wilby attacking back again, trying to retake that lead position.
Guessing that yellow flag's been withdrawn. I can't see it. So yeah, so they've left again. Vincent is there, and they will trusting them to go racing, and they are doing that. Chadwick down the inside. We've seen that work. Ryan will be trying to get his car to the inside, just absolutely not able to do it. Will Harris has really structured this well, hasn't he, into that third place and looking threatening. With 1 minute 46 left on the clock, they'll be on their penultimate lap this time through, ready to start their final lap. And there's just a less and less track available to them as cars and wings get strewn everywhere around here.
Yes, indeed, a fair bit of clearing up needed before our next race, after the conclusion of this one, I should say, as the lead pack climbs up Clay Hill towards Druids once again. Somebody else has got a 5-second penalty. It's William Coop, number 76. He's further down the order. Through go the leaders. They'll be starting their final lap this time by. Chadwick it is who currently leads, but Ryan Wilby will surely go for the inside here. He may not have the chance, no, because Will Harris is there on the inside third place. Charles Harris is in fourth in the number 4 car, and then Goldstein is down to fifth. I wonder if Goldstein's got a problem. He seems to be losing pace.
Definitely lost a bit of pace, and sort of coincided with wings starting to flap around, but he definitely lost out a little bit. Maybe just got manoeuvred out the line. It's just taken a little time to get back, but he's only got one more lap of this Oulton Park Island circuit to go, so he's unlikely to be able to make up 4 places. I don't think we've seen that happen yet. Maybe the closest was Aaron Oliver in that last race, but Chadwick is still managing to just about keep ahead of Ryan Wilby, who's got a couple more opportunities to overtake. Is there anything he can do it in this final corner? No, Chadwick's down the inside. Ryan Wilby's going to have to go to the outside, but that leaves him exposed to the fight from the Harrises behind. They're happy at the moment to sit in third and fourth.
Well, he won't be happy to sit in third and fourth coming into the last couple of corners at Druids and Lodge, I am sure. They're going to try and get into the slipstream for the run into those. It's the white car of Chadwick continues to lead the way. He's Ryan Wilby waiting perhaps to ambush him on the final corner. We've seen Wilby go down the inside at Lodge a few times in today's 2 races already. Will Harris still third ahead of Charles Harris. Then in fifth place is Goldstein. Then Lopez Appleton has worked his way back up to 6th after that bit of contact earlier on. The AM class looks like it's going to go to Peter Mott for a second time at the inside. Ryan Wilby, he's not waiting for Lodge. He goes through at Druids. That was a brave move. Now he's leaving himself open to an attack from Chadwick, who's going to try and get up the inside. Is Wilby going to dodge back across? No, Will Harris is there, gets on the brakes nearly into the back of Chadwick. I don't think he's going to get the chance to get up the inside here on the run out of Dearly, but it's going to be Will Chadwick in number 8, takes the win in our second 3-hour race of the day, punches the air as he crosses the line. Ryan Wilby second, 1/10 of a second in it, and Will Harris in third. Well, Ryan Wilby will be gutted there. He was all set to launch it down the inside into Lodge, but Will Harris was already there on the inside line. He didn't get the chance. And Peter Mott, I can tell you, has lost the win in the AM class because he's just got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So Chris Buck in 6th place, number 36. I think that's his best finish of the season so far, Chris. He'll win the AM class with Steve Lancaster second and Sam Parker third. Provisional result then, Will Chadwick it is who takes the win, 1/10 of a second ahead of Ryan Wilby. That's the 5th win, if you like, for Will Chadwick this season, 5th maximum score, certainly. The Harris is third and fourth, then Paul Goldstein 5th. Chris Buck inherits 6th after that penalty for Peter Mott. He drops to 9th behind Stephen Lancaster and Sam Parker. Will Coop completes the top 10. The other finishers, Ben Lopez Appleton, he got a 5-second penalty, drops to 11th. Steve Harris was 12th, and Steve Metcalf did get going again to finish in 13th place. We lost Alex Vincent, Tom Willis and Lars Hoffman. Some big names will be starting from the back in race 3.
Yeah, exciting to look forward to the race 3, which we'll see from them around 4:35 this afternoon. But yeah, brilliant race by the 310s. Bit scuppered by those lead drivers getting removed from the action for whatever reason. We didn't quite see it on camera exactly what happened, but a few wings to go and rescue as well. But congratulations to Chadwick on that win. And Wilby, he was in front going into Druids. He clearly had a good run run up the rise and into Druids, but unfortunately just cost him a little bit too much momentum, and then he was having to defend from Harris. But Harris, he did hold off against Harris, even with that big lock-up. But William Harris did make that third place with his brother following in that fourth. Goldstein, yeah, a little bit lacking in pace in the latter part of that race. Not sure why, but and also, yeah, Ben Lopez-Appleton losing out a little bit. Well done to our AM class as well then. Buck, Lancaster and Parker for their podium.
Cars beginning to make their way into Park Ferme then. And we'll hear from our top three very shortly. Obviously very pleased Will Chadwick keeping his championship challenge alive.
I can hear his revving his engine in the background behind our commentary box here.
So we'll wait to hand down to presumably the Sam. I would imagine it'll be Sam because she's just come in.
That's
She'll
right.
get straight out of the car.
For her to get unstrapped
the microphone.
Exactly that. Just enough time to remove the helmet and get in there. But working hard as ever, Sam. I know she was enjoying driving around here, the Oulton Park, a fantastic circuit for all our drivers, including Sam. And she's just got a few other jobs to do as well as just driving around the track today, hasn't she?
Yes, busy day for Sam Parker. Just waiting to hand down to.
Breeze looks like it's changed direction on us, so that will be causing a difference in the way we can overtake around this track, so that's something to keep an eye out for. I'm pretty sure those flags were flapping the other direction a little while back, so as we wait for for the next race up, which will be the 7 Championship UK racing. But yeah, see the bit of tidy up. There's Tom Willis's car just getting hooked onto the trailer. Thank you again to all our marshals. Thank you ever so much to allow us. We heard from a couple of our marshals in lunch break, didn't we? And it's great to hear from them and hear about their lives. But Sam is down there with the other drivers. Let's find out how she got on and also her fellow drivers.
Well, it's getting hotter out there, hotter and hotter, even though we did have a few drops of rain just before we went out, but obviously that hasn't come to anything. So anyway, Will Chadwick has done it. He's got the win. You said you would. Excellent. Well done.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Yeah. I'd like to just briefly dedicate this to Crystal, and one of my friends who's had appendicitis recently, and I know it's been tough for him missing a weekend, so big shout out to him, and I hope he's doing well.
Oh, I'm sure hopefully he can make it to one of your races then soon.
Yeah, well, I think he was at Brands Hatch, but I think he's pretty busy. So, but I'm just dedicated to that. So yeah, good race. Really enjoyed it, and amazing to win here on my local circuit.
Excellent, well done. Have you driven this configuration before?
Ireland, I drove it the first ever time I drove a race car here, but since then I've never raced it. So it's my first time racing Ireland. It's an interesting challenge. I think the hairpin's difficult. You know, the braking zone's really bumpy down the straight, so it's a difficult braking zone. But yeah, there's a lot of challenges around the circuit. Very, very hard to race. But yeah, everyone's racing with good respect, and yeah, it was a very good race.
Yeah, excellent, well done, very well done. Right, let's move to Ryan Wilby. Well done, Steve.
Well done. Well done.
Ryan Wilby, second. Yay, well done. That's it. Yeah. Oh, I know what's coming next.
Oh well, we've cursed it now, haven't we? DNF.
No, you've said it. No, well done. How was it from your end?
Yeah, it was good. There was obviously an incident, 2 cars went off, so but yeah, other than that, good racing. Yeah,
excellent. I don't know how Tom and Lars went off. I'm not quite sure, but
I saw some earlier contact that didn't result in them coming off, and then saw 2 cars off, so there must have been 2 incidents, I think. But other than that, those guys were all racing really fairly and cleanly. It was good.
Yeah, it's frantic though, isn't it? And it's getting hotter and hotter.
It's non-stop, and it's a relentless day when it's all packed into one day.
Absolutely, yeah. But we got one more race to go.
Yes, then we can go home.
Well done. Right, let's go and have a chat with Will Harris in 3rd place. His first podium of the weekend. Well done, Will.
Thanks, Sam.
3rd step on the podium. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy with the result, but I'm not feeling too good around here. I think I only really got it because there's a few DNFs in front of me. Quite a lot of contacts to front.
Yeah. There was quite a lot of debris, lots of wings.
The hairpin.
Yes.
There's about 5 wings you have to drive around.
And I forget, every time you come around there, I'm like, I can't do my normal line because it's right in the way.
It's a bit of a shock, yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
But no, pretty happy. I'll take it.
Yeah, and good starting place for next race.
Yeah. maybe we can go a bit higher.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah, well done, well done. I'm just going to have a quick word with Chris Buck. Chris, first in the AM class.
What a surprise that was,
Yes.
to come back and find it was first rather than second, because we went across the line together. It was so close. So you did well as well.
But Peter got, I think, a time penalty, didn't he? Must have been track limits.
Yeah, I didn't realise. So what a nice surprise. It's my first. So that's amazing.
Exactly, well done, yeah.
You had one last time, didn't
I
you?
did, I got
got
Donington, I
yours,
did,
so,
yeah. But then that's bumped me up to third. So,
Fantastic.
so we'll
So
both
we're
be on the podium.
together.
We did
laughed
say.
at that, didn't we? We're on the
did.
podium together, so we'll take that.
Yeah,
Thank
excellent.
you.
No, it was hard though, wasn't it? I found like it was getting less grippy out there as well.
Definitely. Because the temperature came up, you could feel
Yeah.
the tyres moving around a bit
That's
more, and you
it.
just had to dial it back a bit. If you overdrove it, then you got the results.
You pay the penalty, don't you? Then
Exactly. But
yeah.
no, good race. Well, podium.
Well done,
We'll take
well
that.
done.
Podium
Yeah,
for both
I
of
know,
us. Well done,
exactly.
you.
Oh, thank you, and well done you. Just have a quick word with Steve, actually. Steve, as we've got a bit of time before the car, second place, are you happy with that? Steve was
I can't
frantic.
be unhappy with it. I've never had a P1. And never, how can I be unhappy? I'm really happy, but one day maybe.
You know what though, your pace here is brilliant. Like, look at where you were in
You had
qualifying.
the ringside seat, Sam. Too many mistakes in that last. How many times did I mess up the hairpin? And that's just impatience on the throttle.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get in trouble when I get back to the garage, as you might imagine.
Yes,
So,
yes, I can imagine. Yes, but
well happy.
it's hard at that hairpin because it feels so slow and.
It feels unfeasibly slow, so inevitably you end up, well, for me, I just keep picking up the throttle too soon,
early,
and it's
yeah.
a real schoolboy error, and I keep doing it,
Yeah.
and there's no excuse, so I've only got myself to blame. You know. Anyway, we've got one more.
That's it, one more. Let's see if you can go
Well
for the
done,
top
you're always
step.
there, like a shark in my rearview mirror, closing in, so looking forward to race 3.
I know, because when you made that little error at the hairpin, or one of the times, and then I saw you put your hand up, so
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
I'd seen what you were doing, and
Yeah.
I thought, oh, he's overshot, but
I never like to mess anyone up. Or,
no, you didn't mess me up. No, it's fine. Yeah.
Anyway, well raced.
Thank you, and well done to you. Well done to you. And I think we've got right. We're going to head to the next race now. So there's me thinking we've got all the time in the world because the cars will be coming along here, but we're going to head over to the commentary. So we've got a pre-record interview from a little bit earlier. So I'll hand over to commentary.
Coming up next is the second race for the 7 UK Championship class, also known as the 420s. And these are the most powerful and quickest cars on the Caterham calendar with 180 brake horsepower. And I'm going to try and speak to Justin Armstrong, who finished P3 in race 1 this morning, also with a very striking livery. We know him a fan of the fluoro. Justin, you've got a quick minute for a quick word. P3 earlier for you in race 1. How was it out on track?
It was good. It was a good race, nice and clean. It's a bit sketchy in the middle, a bit of rain came down, which caught us out a little bit. But other than that, no, it was a good, clean race. A bit lonely for the second half because the front two were pulling away a little bit, and I was pulling away from the guys behind. So it was, it's a bit lonely, but I kind of like it like that.
Comfortable, you might say.
Yes, comfortable position, and it was also great. I'm in that unique position where I can watch my son race, who won from a great vantage point, sitting just behind him. So no, it was great.
Lovely. It's great to see you both so close together because obviously sometimes father and son are a bit further apart, so that's lovely. We've got a little bit of sunshine coming through the clouds now. Finally the July weather has arrived. Is that going to help or hinder?
Okay, apologies for a few problems with our preview of this race there down in the assembly area. We'll try and rectify that when we can, but the cars are on their green flag lap ahead of our next race, the second race of the day for the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored as always by Motul Motor Oils. the grid based on the results of the earlier race. So it will be Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion, in pole position. First win of the season for him earlier on. Taylor O'Flanagan will start alongside, very close between the two of them as they cross the line. Second row, Justin Armstrong, father of Matt, alongside 21 Charlie Lower's newly hand-painted number 21 car. Row 3, Harry Senior, 28, and 46, Steve Nuttall. Fourth row, Nick Heighton in the 78 alongside Monty Hind in the 76. And completing the top 10, Tom Eden in the 64 will start alongside 56, that's Craig Story. Row 6 is Darren McCormack in 62 alongside the number 10 of Henry Heater. And row 7, Dale Head in the 6, 35 Mark Kendall, 22 Gary Curtis, and 68 Chris Welch. Then Mike Evans in the 93 finished nearly a lap behind in the first race. 25 Louis Darling will start 18th on the grid, has spun out of the first race, and Mark Farmer was an early casualty in race 1. He starts the back.
Watch for Louis Darling coming through. Absolutely, he's going to be on a mission to go and see what he can do from deep in the field, and we've seen him come through quickly previously as we watch Matt Armstrong weaving towards us with that number 1. It's not often we see the number 1. You have to stay in the same championship and have won it the previous year to be entitled to run that number 1, and Matt's chosen to do that. Thanks ever so much to Harry Cook in 2024. Caterham 310R champion joined us for the last race, and he's out there enjoying watching from the grandstands with his family as we watch the top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK. These drivers are all going for the title of British Caterham champion. They will be joining the touring car package for the next couple of rounds, so looking forward to seeing them show in front of big audiences and the TV as well. We can see them coming out the final lodge. Good to see the drivers. Mark Farmer there, just bringing up the rear of the field as he goes towards his position. But we've got Taylor Flanagan on the right in the yellow car, and then we've got Matt Armstrong on the left on the pole position with the blue with the orange. Green flag at the back of the field then.
So the red and blue of Matt Armstrong on pole, the yellow of Taylor O'Flanagan. They had a titanic battle in the first race. The revs are up for race 2 for the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Motul, and we're underway. Decent start by both of the Armstrong. Look at Justin dodging to the inside. He wants to lead this race into Old Hall. He's not quite going to get there, and it's O'Flanagan leading. He got around the outside of Matt Armstrong, and Taylor O'Flanagan has got the lead as they head down the avenue for the first time. They're all around the first corner okay. It is O'Flanagan who leads the Armstrongs as they head towards Cascades for the first time. We'll pick up who's in 4th. I think it was Charlie Lower in the 21 in 4th, the black and blue car. Yes, it is. Then we've got Stephen Nuttall in 46, Harry Senior in the light blue 28 car. Late on the brakes there around the outside, Nick Heighton and Monty Hind next in the order as they head through Island Bend for the first time. Up over Hilltop, Taylor O'Flanagan just about holding his lead here. We'll move to cover from Matt Armstrong into the Hislop chicane for the first time. Justin Armstrong looking for his second podium of the day in 3rd, and the battle is rejoined between Charlie Lower and Harry Senior as we saw in the first race.
Yeah, Henry Heaton there making some progress. Louis Darling also from the back of the field already up ahead of Mike Evans there, just behind Dale Head. They head and up through and towards Druids for the first time, but it's Taylor Flanagan taking a rather comfortable lead at the moment in comparison to the rest of the field that we've seen, not side by side. These are the only championship series that we run with Caterhams that don't have a side-by-side grid. They have a staggered grid, so they have a little bit more advantage off the line, a little bit more to protect their positions as they go into turn 1. Some more side-by-side deep in that. There is Dale Head side-by-side. Remember, he'd been said by Harry earlier that he gives no inch out on track. Taylor O'Flanagan giving no inch to the edge of that track. He was absolutely using every single millimetre of it. The awareness of these drivers is such on these slick-shod Caterham cars that they are fully aware of exactly how wide their cars are. That's just what you need when you're racing this close. Coming down through Cascades there, Darling does lose out to Mike Evans that time through, a little bit late on the brakes, but side by side then Matt Armstrong around the outside. We've seen that doesn't really work, so all calm and on the brakes, and Justin acting as defensive there. That's Charlie Lower defending from Harry Senior. There was no room for him, and they did make a little bit of contact into the hairpin that time.
Yes, Harry Senior nearly over the grass on the inside, nowhere for him to go as he tried to make his way up the inside into 4th place. There's a great battle going on for 9th as well. The 2 yellow cars there, Tom Eden and Craig Story, fighting it out just as they did in race 1. And Flanagan continues to lead then through Hislops up towards Clay Hill for the second time. Henry Heaton in the number 10 car on the tail of Story, trying to close in on him is possibly Mark Kendall there, who's come through from the back of the black and yellow car. There is Heaton, car number 10 in the chrome sort of turquoise machine. No, it's Darren McCormack next in the order, the number 62 car, in fact. Tom Eden side by side with Craig Story, who gets round the outsides. The fight for 9th position. Second lap completed, and it's O'Flanagan who leads at 1:28.975, the quickest lap of the race so far from the Armstrongs. Lower, Senior, Nuttall, Heighton, Monty Hind in 8th place. Then this scrap for 9th, Craig Story having gone ahead of Tom Eden. Here comes the number 10 of Henry Heaton as well. Starting to spread out just a little now around this 2.25 mile Oulton Park circuits. Up towards Island Bend they go for the 3rd time. Taylor Flanagan defending from Matt Armstrong, and up to 3rd now is Charlie Lower. He's taken Justin Armstrong in the quadlock livery car. He's up into P3, and now Harry Senior trying to get into P4.
They get one new set of these slick tyres per race weekend to use to add to their allocation as they go through the season. So most of them will take the brand new set at the start of qualifying, and then will use that through the course of the rest of the weeks, which is why you'll start seeing them maybe start to struggle with a bit of grip, a bit of a balance change in the car as the races develops, and some drivers will then start coming further forward as to Henry Hinton fighting. I think that was Tom Eden, isn't it, he's battling with, so not necessarily where he wants to be in his blue machine there, but it's the battle he's been faced with, and he has passed and through beyond Tom Eden now, who's going to have to now look in his mirrors. Terry Flanagan has led throughout this race so far after a great start and just managed to pit Matt, and Justin's now fallen behind Charlie Lower as well, so the Armstrongs forming a lower sandwich there. Steve Nuttall though looking really threatening after he got caught out a little bit earlier on the wrong side of a gap. He's firmly involved in this lead battle this time through. Steve Nuttall, one of the only drivers we've ever had that has won every single step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder from academy all the way through to the top flight a number of years back, so he is up there and back with us this year. Great to have him back in the grid running in that DPR Motorsport car, the black and gold. Another contact between Mike Evans and Louis Darling. I don't know if Mike Evans saw him. Louis Darling was late on the inside. That sent Mike Evans sideways. If Mike doesn't have bad luck, he would have no luck at all.
Yes, poor Louis Darling, I think, has got going again there.
It was Mike Evans. I think Louis Darling would be the aggressor in that one.
Here comes, up in the 2nd place now, Charlie Lower has got past Matt Armstrong there, coming out of the Island hairpin. He's up into P2 and now starting to attack for the lead, looking for his first Caterham 7 UK Championship victory. Charlie Lower, the black and blue car. Let's have a look at that again. Yes, Evans just didn't see
hard to know.
Louis Darling there.
Not a great angle, you can't really tell. These have to be done from the driver's point of view, but certainly two cars looking for the same bit of tarmac, and the Mike Evans, I think, came out. We've got safety car deployed because of Mike Evans' car.
Yes, it must be because of Evans. So everybody slow down.
Armstrong just lost out 2nd place then, didn't he, as they threw out. I could see the hand signals saying, no, I was in front by the time those flags came out.
Yes, the moment the safety car boards and flags go out, they have to form up single file, no overtaking.
No overlapping either, actually, a new regulation that stops them from overlapping.
And yes, there is Mike Evans in the gravel at Cascades. That's the reason for the safety car out. He had to make a pit stop with some problems in the first race, and now out of this one. Not a happy weekend for the man from Birmingham.
No, speaking to him, it was one of the gearbox was doing its flat shift, so he was getting a misfire as he was going down the straights. That's why he was out at the end of the race to see whether that could solve that problem.
So the Hyundai safety car, the electric safety car, a new feature of MSV circuits this year. Motorsport Vision, who own Oulton Park, driven by Gareth Newton. Used to race saloon cars for a number of years. I first saw him in action about 2011 in a saloon car race in a Mitsubishi Colt Mirage at Anglesey. That's where I first encountered him, but he's now the regular safety car driver here at Oulton Park.
Your geek knowledge is just, it's superlative.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Calling me a geek, that's not an insult, it's a badge of honour.
There we go, watching them then. And so Taylor Flanagan.
I remember it instead because I was reporting for Autosport magazine on that occasion.
There you go, see. Taylor Flanagan leads them then over the hill as they follow the safety car. The safety car will compress all the field into one place, so the marshals have plenty of time to do what they need to do to move Mike Evans' car to a position of safety where the race director is then happy. See the lights on top of that safety car. That's the indicator to all the drivers. Remember, the drivers don't have any form of radio in there. They can't hear what's going on, so everything is done by signals, whether that's light boards or flags, or indeed in this case the flashing lights on top of the safety car. So as soon as those lights go out, they will put them out in a position where all the field have a chance to see. They can see then that the race will get underway again. So as they're still flashing right now, we're not going to be going live now, and everyone will be forming up in a chain and waiting for that position. But as soon as that happens, it will be Taylor Flanagan who is the erstwhile safety car, and no one can overtake or overlap until they get to the control line. And to this weekend, the control line is the start-finish line that we see them at the beginning of the race. So that's the regulations around the safety car. At the moment, we're definitely going to be doing one more lap at least under that safety car. So a chance for us to maybe talk about the Caterham Motorsport ladder. If you're watching and enjoying all this Caterham action, well, we race throughout the UK and also into Europe as well on this official Caterham Motorsport ladder. We all start with the Caterham Academy, which is your opportunity to buy a car from Caterham, a brand new Caterham in Academy spec, and included in the price of that car is all your racing for your first year as well. And it's a fantastic endeavour where we've made more than 1,500 race drivers out of your normal people who have been sat there watching. And then at the end of each year, you can use your car and upgrade it to the next specification. We've seen all the upgraded cars today. So starting with Road Sports, you strap on some new tyres and give it a rear anti-roll bar, and we call it a Road Sport, and you go racing for your second season. Third season, we get the 270s. We saw them earlier on having some fantastic racing, bit of wide scratch suspension, more power. And then we go into the 310R Championships. Again, we've been watching them this weekend, and they have even more power again and a limited slip differential. And then we come to this, the 7 Championship UK, the tops flight of UK motorsport. They are a slick shod car. They only drive cars this weekend on the slick tyres, and they have dedicated the 2-litre Duratec engine in there, so much more power, upgraded suspension all round as well, adjustable dampers, and a really race focused car. No longer road legal by the time you get up here, but it's a fantastic car to drive, and that's the Caterham Motorsport ladder in a bundle. But yeah, go and take a look at caterhamcars.com for all the information on that. If you're sat there watching thinking, how do I get involved, that's exactly where you go, and go and join the Academy roster. We watch then. Still lights on the safety car right now. I did see Mike Evans' car, I think, just going through the chicane there, so I'm assuming they did get him out of the gravel. It's just about making sure all the marshals, there is Mike Evans' car, so they have extricated him from the gravel. He will be going back to the pits, and as long as the director is happy that the marshals and any vehicles are back where they need to be, it will be going back to racing. Let's wait for that safety car to pop up over the hill. The lights are still flashing at the moment. They've got one more opportunity, otherwise they will have to do one more lap. We've got 9 minutes. They are out on the safety car, so we are going to get back up into racing. So it is now Taylor O'Flanagan who takes up the mantle of being the pace setter for the field. They'll all close all these gaps up, and they'll get ready as the safety car zooms off and heads off into it as Taylor O'Flanagan weaves to try and clean his tyres, ready for this restart.
He's trying to back the field up here and anticipate the restart as best he can to get a good pull away on the start.
He's gone.
He's already gone. He's not hanging about here, Taylor O'Flanagan. They can't pass until they reach that control line, the timing line at the start-finish. They have to stay single file, although the green lights are on. The race is back on as they cross the line. Here we go then. And Taylor O'Flanagan leads Charlie Lower. The Armstrongs third and fourth. Justin Armstrong leading the AM category. We've had one of our commenters, Gaz, asking what the two classes are in this race. The blue numbers on the timing totem, that's the Pro-Am drivers, the quicker, more experienced drivers with the better finishing positions. The AM category, the pink numbers, led by Justin Armstrong at the moment.
All based around where they finished in championships in previous years, if they've ever had a championship podium, or have they finished in the top X number of races. So there's a formula that they get allocated. If they happen to win too many or get too many outright podiums through the course of the season, up until I think it's the second last round, they can be promoted into the different championship. But yeah, designed to give the middle field something to battle for. We're going to have a new leader, aren't we? Charlie Lowe around the outside, then swoops around that in his hand-painted car, as though Taylor O'Flanagan is watching the back of a car for the first time this race.
That's a beautiful move there by Charlie Lowe to take the lead of this race, going round the outside into the Hislop chicane. And pick them up at the top of the hill. Flanagan back up the inside. Matt Armstrong trying to take both of them. He's never going to get up the inside at Druid through 2 cars. He's got past them now. Down to 3rd goes Lower. So he took the lead briefly. Now he's back round the 3rd because O'Flanagan and Matt Armstrong are both going through. It's 3 wide for 4th coming into Lodge Corner. Justin Armstrong was in the middle briefly there of Steve Nuttall and Harry Senior. So the safety car has really livened things up as they get to grips with each other on this restart. Your leader is Taylor O'Flanagan from Matt Armstrong. Charlie Lower was briefly down to 4th there because Justin Armstrong got up alongside him, but Lower holds him off through Old Hall. Nuttall 5th, Senior 6th, and Monty Hine trying to join in with this fight as well. We could have 7 cars fighting for the lead shortly.
As we heard from Harry Cook earlier, last time we were here, Harry Cook was absolutely flying around this Oulton Park, but it was the longer version of the track, and it was Britain's where he seemed to make up a lot of that. We're not going around the Britain's chicane this time, and he's just not been as uncomfortable as you see him drifting back a little bit further in that pack again, just not competed like we're expecting to. So he will lick his wounds and see what he can do for race 3, but he's still involved in the battle right now. O'Flanagan though is back in front, just ahead of Charlie Lower. Matt Armstrong is back into that 3rd place again. Can see them all having to take the defensive lines. That's going to slow them all up. Immediately brings Steve Nuttall involved in that 4th place in the Gold Leaf number 46 car there as they head around and up through the field once more. In fact, all of them are nose to tail. Obviously the safety car will do that for us, won't it?
Yes, it's bunched everybody up. Will cause much closer racing on this restart, it seems, in this Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Towards Lodge Corner they come once again. Is anybody going to make a move here? Taylor O'Flanagan continues to lead the way. Stephen Nuttall up there in 4th, holding off Justin Armstrong, who still leads the AM category. Monty Hind is 2nd in that. Across the line they come this time. 3rd of the AMs will be Craig Story in car 56, but Taylor O'Flanagan under intense pressure now from Charlie Lower. Got a good exit there from Old Hall. Is he going to try and attack at Cascades? You don't very often see moves made there. He might wait until on the brakes for the 180-degree right-hander at Island Bend. Here they come. Up Lakeside for what is the 9th time in this race. Still got just over 5 minutes to go. Taylor O'Flanagan holds off Charlie Lower. The Armstrongs 3rd and 4th, side by side for 5th. Harry Senior trying to go around the outside of Stephen Nuttall on Island Bend, and he's done it.
I think he did. Yeah, they were side by side on the way in, so I wasn't sure whether there'd been a move before, but that's certainly the closest we've seen to being on the outside line and managing to get around on the outside. So is that a statement of intent? Is that going to be Harry Senior moving up through this? Well, Justin Armstrong's the next up on his shopping list. They're not in the same category, but they will certainly be needing the points. The points are all set as one all the way through to the final finisher, so it doesn't matter about categories. You're still fighting for all the points that you can.
Yes, you certainly are. The points are scored on a single scale overall, not within classes, but so we'll show you who's leading the 2 divisions in this one. Taylor O'Flanagan continues to just about hold the lead from Charlie Lower. There's Henry Heaton. He's got ahead of Craig Story and Tom Eden. We saw them battling it out earlier. A bit of smoke from Tom Eden's car there, and that didn't look like tyre smoke to me, unless it's coming off the left front.
Yeah, left front is where I put it at the moment, but you're right, it was a bit unusual in that it appeared, but that can often happen where the car flexes as it's going around a particular direction of bend. It's still smoking away there, isn't it? So we wonder whether we keep an eye on that, but I think at the moment I'd still put it down to that front left wheel just rubbing with the wheel guard.
We'll keep half an eye to that then. Just under 4 minutes of the race still to go. So the leaders head up towards Island Bend. Yes, there is Tom Eden. He's slowing down. You can see there that it is the damage to the left front.
It looks like it's significant enough damage that it might be even the metalwork of that mudguard, and if it is the metalwork that's rubbing, then it's not only the friction, but it's very likely to cause a puncture. So he's having to slow down and back away from that right now.
Lead battle heads through Hislops into Knickerbrook. Still O'Flanagan from Lower. It was Charlie Lower who led the line that time through. He had his nose in front by 0.06 of a second, but Taylor O'Flanagan pulled back ahead by the time they got to Old Hall. But this race is certainly not over yet. Matt Armstrong is waiting to strike in that 3rd place. Then Justin Armstrong. There's Harry Senior now up into P5, having gone round the outside at Island of Stephen Nuttall, a move I didn't believe was possible. Here comes Armstrong up the outside now at Lodge. Can you go around the outside here in a 7.420R? Yes, you can. That's Armstrong takes 2nd place. Brilliant.
it's a long way around the outside of both the corners that we've just talked about. We do see it on that bend with a little bit of toe and momentum, but that's also letting Justin get back involved in that battle. There's an automated sensor out there where we just saw Dale Head almost certainly trigger that for track limits. It's automated, and therefore there's no getting away from it. The picture will be taken of your car and it will lead to track limits, so you've got to be careful, especially around those first couple of corners. Louis Darling I saw went into the pits, as did Mike Evans, so both those drivers out there. Louis Darling's sort of run of bad luck continues on through the race, and those two cars that contacted both find themselves out of that. Steve Nuttall though, having to he's trying to move forward, isn't he? But every time he tries to move forward, he suffers a little bit from the cars able to follow behind. But Justin is the man on the move right now in that blue and day-glow yellow, as opposed to his son in the orange car in front of him.
Tommy Eden has pulled into the pits for that damage as well. That'll be the end of his race. Unfortunately, he'll have to start from towards the back, or maybe not. They've removed the front wheel guard, and he's got going again, so might as well get a few points in, I suppose. There's a penalty. Black 5-second penalty for number 78, Nick Heighton, who's running in 8th place. Track limits penalty of 5 seconds.
So it's still Taylor O'Flanagan. They've got 1 minute 28 on the clock right now. They've been doing 1 minute 28 laps, and therefore this will be the start of their last lap then. Can Taylor O'Flanagan keep his yellow car out front? Matt Armstrong is going to do everything he can to stop that happening. Charlie Lowe has been fully involved in this whole battle, and they've got a bit of a safety gap right now over Justin. It's not going to last. Henry Heaton's made some really good progress in the latter part of this race as well, fully involved in that battle, so he'll be looking to see what he can do in race 3. But the yellow car is still heading Matt Armstrong at the moment.
Oh, this is going to be tense as they head towards Island Men for the last time. Lodge Corner certainly going to be not for the faint of heart. O'Flanagan holds the inside line, looking for win number 4 this season. Armstrong looking for his 2nd win of the season and of today. Charlie Lower has never won a top flight Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Armstrong cuts him off as they head over Hilltop, down towards Hislops, what will be the final time, and Charlie Lower looking determined. He couldn't get his favoured line there into the chicane, try and get around Matt Armstrong. Justin Armstrong in 4th place. Oh, Charlie Lower's got a 5-second penalty. Charlie Lower will lose his podium then, sadly.
We saw him drifting wide at that turn 1 and said it at the time,
So it's between O'Flanagan and Armstrong, I would say, for the victory then. Has Taylor O'Flanagan pulled away by enough of a margin here? It was very, very close in the first race today between the two of them. O'Flanagan holding the inside line ahead of Matt Armstrong. Is he going to lunge for the inside? I don't think he's going to do it. The clock has counted down to 0. Here they come. Lower's having a go. It won't count because of the penalty. It looks like it is going to be Taylor O'Flanagan. Matt Armstrong, one last effort, but Taylor O'Flanagan wins. Just ahead of Matt Armstrong, 0.133 of a second between the two of them. Justin Armstrong will be 3rd. The penalty drops Lower to 9th place. There'll be Harry Senior 4th, Nuttall 5th, Monty Hind a good result in 6th, then Henry Heaton, Craig Story, Charlie Lower will be 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Dale Head, and Nick Heighton with his 5-second penalty drops to 11th. Behind them McCormack, Farmer from the back of the grid, Kendall, Curtis, Welch and Tom Eden will be the final finisher, having made a pit stop. We lost Louis Darling into the pits, and also Mike Evans after he went off and brought out the safety car. He made it back onto track but had to stop. So Taylor O'Flanagan the provisional winner then by 0.13 of a second from Matt Armstrong. Justin Armstrong 3rd, wins the AM category with Harry Senior 4th ahead of Steve Nuttall. Monty Hind completing the top 6, 2nd of the AMs, then Henry Heaton, Craig Story, Charlie Lower, that penalty dropping in from 3rd to 9th. Dale Head rounding out the top 10. 17 of the 19 runners go the distance, and it was Charlie Lower who got the fastest lap, so he does get a bit of consolation, a bit of recompense for that penalty, but only 1 point, of course, for the driver who sets fastest lap. So win number 4 of the season for Taylor O'Flanagan then. That will keep his points lead in the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship on his debut season in the category, having moved up from the 310Rs last season. The Caterham 7 Championship UK will be back for our final race of the day here at Oulton Park.
There he is. He's absolutely doing what he needs to do right now, isn't he? Absolutely the consistency of the field at the moment. Justin Armstrong, another outright podium. Is that enough now to move him into that Pro-Am class? Let's keep an eye out for that. I can't remember the exact stats of what it's needed, but I think that might be his 3rd outright podium, so we will keep an eye out for that. But O'Flanagan doing what he needs to do in that yellow machine really well controlled, and second place from earlier on is certainly going to do his championship great advantage.
Yes, 2 podiums today, and he had a 3rd place at Croft as well. So I think Justin Armstrong might be about to move up to Pro-Am status.
He may well do. You can see them taking that tight right-hander then down into the Parc Fermé area, where the cars will go into Parc Fermé conditions. No one can touch them until the Chief Steward says that they're allowed to do that.
Okay, I think we can hand down to Parc Fermé to talk to our race winner, Taylor O'Flanagan.
So that is the second Motul 7 UK race done and dusted, and obviously very unfortunate for Charlie Lower. I think he was very disappointed looking for a podium there, and unfortunately he got the track limits penalty. So a 5-second penalty for him. Harry Senior third, Matt second, and Taylor O'Flanagan wins the race. Who's going to be so happy with this? There he is. Let's go and have a word with Taylor. Taylor, yes, you won. Well done.
Yeah.
How was it from your position?
Amazing. Funny how you get more energy when you're in the lead. I felt great the whole race, and safety car was, I guess, you was sort of null void at the end of it. I managed to get a good restart, so I'm happy with that. I thought it was going to be a few more scraps. Managed to defend well. You can defend quite well on this track, which is a nice change. So, enjoyed it and super happy with the result. Amazing. Took a casualty of a bollard, but other than that, great race.
Your car always looks so immaculate.
I know, but last lap I was just like, all of the track. So, yeah.
Sometimes these things happen, but it's very minor.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Right, let's have a word with... They all just disappeared, don't they? Here's Matt. Let's have a word with Matt. Justin, you've done it again. He got a penalty. Yeah, Charlie got a penalty, so that bumps you up to third.
I'm not surprised, to be fair. He was all over the road. It probably could do with learning how many times you're allowed to move under braking as well, but that's another story.
That's another story, yes. Well done. Winner of the AM class again. Matt, second place. Are you happy? What happened at the start? Did you drop back a little bit?
I actually didn't get away very well, as always, but I think then it was just more of a battle than a race of speed, so seconds are up.
Yeah, second's really good. Really good. So, and you were right close on him, weren't you?
Yeah, I think me and Taylor would have got away, but Charlie was performing some questionable moves, let's say. Happy to come across in second and hopefully can win the last one.
Yeah, wicked. Well, good luck for that one. Right, quick word with Harry. If we've got time. Have we got time? Where is Harry gone? Hang on, because if we can't find him, we won't. I can't see where Harry is. So we are going to head over to the some little chats that we had with some road sport drivers earlier, because the Bilstein Road Sport Championship is on next. So I'll hand over to Leah.
Well, this is it, the final race for the road sport class here out at Oulton Park today. But don't worry, they'll be back after the summer break up at Knockhill. Hopefully they'll have good conditions up there too. And do you remember earlier, Sam Parker was speaking to me about the difference that Heinrich's Caterham will have to the others in his class because of his height? Well, we can see a perfect demonstration of it here now, and I didn't realise the difference until I'm standing here with them now. So we can see on Heinrich's, he has this hired roll cage at the back just because he is so tall, and he can hear me speaking about him. So we'll go and chat with him in a second. Compared to someone like Mitchell's, which is a little bit lower, which is just to cater for his height. And although he's having a chill mug with his other competitors, I'm hoping to still him. Heinrich, hello.
How are you?
I'm so well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, excited to be starting third and happy with race one. So we'll see what we can do with race two, but hopefully forwards.
Fingers crossed. I actually want to speak to you about your car because of your height. Your roll cage is that little bit higher than everyone else's. Talk to me about how you adapted your car to fit in with being a taller driver.
So yeah, I had to get the taller cage. So the rules are you need to have like a 2-inch clearance between your helmet and the cage, and I'm 6'6". So first of all, I got the bead seats that did create some space, but even then, I was like on the border, and I was like, because it's a safety feature, I don't want to mess around. So yeah, I got the tall cage. It's probably a little bit less aerodynamic, so it's not ideal, but it seems to be doing okay.
I was going to ask you, how does it impact the car and how it performs on track, but have you not really, you haven't really got a reference point, have you?
I think the people behind me get an extra good tow. So when we did qualifying, I had Sam behind me, and so he was very happy because it's just a bit taller, creates a bit more drag, so it's like the ideal place, I guess, to be behind me, behind quali, so it helps the other drivers.
And why did you go into motorsport and not something like basketball?
It's a good question, and I think especially Caterham's, like, I am pushing it to the limit, but I don't know. I much prefer motorsport to basketball. It's more fun. So yeah, I haven't played to my body's strengths, but I love it.
You'd have been a mean high jumper as well.
I did do high jump when I was younger. There we go.
I have a sixth sense for athletics. I just felt it. Best of luck in the race 2, and enjoy your little summer break.
Thank you. I will.
We'll miss you. Good luck, Heinrich. I knew you'd be a high jumper. Right. I mean, we've talked about aerodynamics. We've given you technology. We've given you adaptations to cars. So Caterhams really are for everyone. And speaking you through this final road sport race before the summer break, I'm going to hand up to Dave and Chris up in commentary. Boys, talk us through it.
Thanks very much, Leah. Yes, the road sports cars on their green flag lap then. The second race of the day for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Richard Davies on pole, looking for his 6th win of the season, with Ollie Smith, the championship leader, coming into this weekend alongside him. Heinrich Watson-Miller, the gentle giant, we're going to call him, on row 2, number 47, with Mitchell Fasania alongside Carl Townend and Matthew Fox, the two near identical looking cars on row 3. James French in number 10 and Sam Eminson at 56 on the 4th row. Row 5 is number 70, that's Joe Oliver alongside number 12 John Bond, then Luke Wilson and Rob Hicks on row number 6. Ben Oliver on row 7 in the Brawn GP lookalike alongside Richard Watson, had a spin in the earlier race on row 7. Row 8 is Archie Kennedy Dyson, he disappeared off towards the Shell hairpin after overrunning Island Bend in the earlier race. He starts alongside Mark Hensler in the 88s. Then number 8 Jason Spencer and number 9 Steve Vischer, they were involved in that tangle at Cascades earlier on. And 66 Alex Dobrin in, no penalty for him this time, but he does start from the back, having failed to finish the earlier racing car number 66. So 19 cars we should see on track then for the Bilstein Caterham 7 Road Sport Championship, race number 2 here at Oulton Park.
And their final race for today, so they only get 2 races over the course of this weekend. Everyone else we're watching gets the 3 allocations, so they can look forward to that next year when they upgrade their current road sport cars into 270R spot. They aren't allowed to stay in road sports, you can only do it for 1 year, so they will all have to move on.
Just a confirmation of an incident in the 270Rs earlier on. Paul Oglesby did get a 10-second time penalty. That has now been confirmed by the stewards. We didn't have confirmation of that in time for their race. We did get a 10-second penalty for that contact with Andrew Davison in their first race. That's been cleared up by the stewards.
That's why he got moved back, and he wasn't in that 3rd place, but he did well to recover back through, and we'll see him at the front of their final race a little bit later. But yes, the road sports then all coming up to line up, nearly all on the grid. We're looking for that green flag, and then we can get their final outing for them this weekend up and running.
The medical vehicles at the back of the field there. The green flag has been waved by the marshals. The red and black car, Richard Davies, on pole position. The revs are up for the Caterham Road Sport Championship, sponsored by Bilstein Suspension, and we are underway. Ollie Smith, the blue car, with the McLaren papaya stripe, as we heard earlier, down the outside. Side by side into the first turn. Then Heinrich Watson-Miller in 3rd place on the inside. They're all away cleanly by the look of things. One car running out wide. That was Alex Dobrin at the back of the field, nearly lost it. He's not having a best of days, the Russian-born driver, it has to be said. Looks like Ollie Smith has taken the lead from Richard Davies as they head towards Island Bend for the first time. The blue and orange car leads the way. No, it's James French has got the McLaren papaya stripe, isn't it? Number 10. Apologies there. There he is a little bit further back. So it's Smith that leads, but he's gone in a little bit hot there into Island Bend for the first time. He's side by side with Richard Davies for the lead. They've all made it round okay. Now who's going to come out into Hislops with the lead? Should be Davies. He's just got the nose in front there over Hilltop. Heinrich Watson-Miller in 3rd. Then in 4th place is Matt Fox. A better get away from him. Carl Townend's dropped back into the pack. He's not been too hot off the starts today in either of our two races, and Davies takes the lead.
Saw a very, very brief yellow flag by a marshal on the start. I wonder whether that was Townend not getting off the line correctly. It was very brief and it was withdrawn almost immediately, but I wonder whether that's what that cause was. But let's watch then Davies come down. Once he was in the lead in the last race, he became very insistent and not giving up. A little bit of contact here and there as they resisted the battling from behind. The road sport cars with their windscreen often have quite a lot of slipstream, even more so potentially, as it's much quicker to follow, but he is going to have to give up that lead early on, and he's going to have to slip into that second place as Smith does take over in front then this time through. Mitch Fasania having to come back through the field as well, isn't he? So he's got a work to do, but I'm sure he can make it.
Yes, Townend lost 6 places on that first lap as well. Fasania lost a couple as well. He's down to 6, just behind Sam Eminson there. Smith and Davies together as they head down the avenue. Who's going to emerge into Cascades with the lead? It's Ollie Smith who's gone back to the front there. So Matt Fox trying to get round the outside of Heinrich Watson Miller in the 47 car. Recognisable, of course, by that higher roll cage you can see there because of the height of its driver. Ollie Smith it is who leads the way once again into the right-hander. Mitch Fasania holding off James French. John Bond in the white car in behind them. Swinging ahead of Joe Oliver in the number 70 machine. Over Hilltop they come then. This is where Richard Davies took the lead earlier on. Side by side for third between Fox and Watson Miller. Fox holds that third position. Then Eminson, Fasania and the rest of them. There's Carl Townend just outside the top 10 at the moment. He's got Rob Hicks, the number 27 car, the blue and yellow on his tail, and 86 of Andrew Watson next in the order.
Just dispatched of him into the chicane that time through then, so making progress back through, so clearly a car back up and running regardless of whatever the issue was that caused him to float back a little bit in the field. So still no gaps between the field yet that's going to cause interference. There's a very slight braking, but nothing that's going to actually cause him problems, and he'll be able to get back across that as soon as this group in front start battling. In fact, he's pretty much nearly there already. He will have to make sure he's protected from the rear. There's Fasania, who's another quick driver. In fact, it's the other green car, isn't it? Fasania's a little bit further up the line. But Davies back in front then, over the top of Oliver. Matt Fox back into that third place and at the expense of Watson Miller, who's in that in fourth place right now.
So still a long way to go in our second race for the road sports. Richard Davies retakes the lead from Ollie Smith. Matt Fox is up there in third place with Heinrich Watson Miller chasing in fourth. Will the order be the same when they emerge from Island Bend at this time? Here they come. Watson Miller on the outside line. Richard Davies has the lead. Ollie Smith's been relegated back to fourth place, so he must have gone wide coming out of Cascades there. He's down to P4, and Mitch Fasania has been shuffled back a bit there as well in the number 18. He's lost a few spots, so he's made a mistake somewhere. Over Hilltop they come. The order is constantly shuffling. It's hard to keep up with a Caterham Road Sports race, but Heinrich Watson Miller looking to equal his best ever finish of a second place last time out at Donington on the podium in race 1. Plenty of battles further down the order. That's the number 14, the car of Archie Kennedy Dyson. Hopefully no off-roading from him this time. Chasing Luke Wilson up Clay Hill. Matt Fox poised to attack for second place. Then it's Ollie Smith. A small gap to Eminson next in the order. It was Mitch Fasania next, but he's dropped back now. Luke Wilson up there on the outside of the 14 of Archie Kennedy Dyson, as to the inside goes John Bond attacking Sam Eminson. John Bond having a fairly strong run here, but you can see the first 4 have broken away. And the order is Davies from Watson Miller, Fox in third, Smith in fourth, and they've broken from the rest of the field.
And this is what we saw earlier on in the season, except for with the addition of Watson Miller there. So he's, like I say, after coming good at Donington last hour, he really is firmly ensconced in this early battle. In fact, going down the inside into Cascades, there's not normally an opportunity there. He's on the outside of the hairpin, so which is probably why we're not seeing it so much on the sort of island bend where you go around the longer version of this. There's more of an opportunity. Ollie's got really squeezed onto the grass there, didn't he? Had to get out away from it, and that let everyone else take the momentum over the top. So that's pushed him back to fourth place right now, with Watson Miller back into second. Emerson's got a bit of a gap now in front of him, and he's going to have to work hard. Bond just following on from him, and that's where Townend's got to as well. So he's going to be a little bit more worried about that gap now developing between this lead 4 and the chase group.
Watson Miller set the fastest lap of the race last time round, 1:39.692. The first lap under 1 minute 40 for the category in this race.
Davies' number plate just came off as well as they went into the chicane that time. Don't know that it's contact from previously or whether it just came loose, but it's no longer on the front of his car.
Well, saves a bit of weight, I suppose. Richard Davies continues to lead the way. John Bond's going well. Looks like he could be up into 5th place now in the number 12 machine. That's the best performance we've seen from the 12 so far this year. Just checking back through his dots. No, he had a 3rd place at Spa, the number 12, the white car. Here's Mitch Fasania heading this group. He's got the virtually identical car of Richard Watson, number 86, behind him. And then Rob Hicks in there as well, side by side. The two behind there, Luke Wilson and the car of Kennedy Dyson, number 14, the sort of grey-green, military green livery car. Rob Hicks at the inside takes Richard Watson.
Sign of a close championship when so many drivers have featured in that lead group or in the podium battles, and as the drivers just have favourite tracks or tracks that they just naturally go a bit quicker at, they have the opportunity to get onto that. And Road Sport's definitely been one of those championships this year where different people have had that opportunity and have been showing, as we would expect, they're just starting to really get into their motorsport career. The second year, cars a little bit more race focused, slightly outbraking themselves, more number plates. That's for Sanya, isn't it, now? With a little bit of a rear arch missing, and some of the front of that car also strewn across the track now.
Behind him, Archie Kennedy Dyson has just done the fastest lap, 1:39.593 for the number 14. He was down in 14th place as he crossed the line.
Definitely a tyre rub as well from Fasanya's car. He'll have to check on that. I think it's eased off as he went over the top of the hill, but you can see a little bit of haze there off that right rear. In fact, he's gone off wide. Has he gone off the track? I think he struggled to turn, or is he just... Did I miss him? I think he's just behind the tower. Yes, he is.
There he is.
There he is, tucking himself behind the tower. But he definitely ran wide a little bit, and there's still that haze coming off his rear tyre.
Meantime, the battle for the lead is still headed by Richard Davies, but here comes Foxy. 99 Matt Fox has a look down the inside. He lunged across there into Lodge. He'd already taken Watson Miller on the previous lap. Ollie Smith, the championship leader, hanging on behind them. 4 cars line astern. Red and black, yellow, red and black, blue and orange as they come over the line. We're still with over half the race to run. Bond in 5th place. Carl Townend has climbed back up into 6th place after his poor start. Saw him drop out of the top 10. There's Luke Wilson, number 21, running in 11th position. That's Sam Eminson just behind now. Sam Eminson must have had a moment on that previous lap because he was 5th. Now he's down to 12th.
He is indeed, and Fasania did go into the pits on the end of that lap as well then, so he's calling it a day. Ollie Smith just again being pushed up onto that grass. He's trying the outside line, but people aren't quite giving him, or it looks from this angle like they're not quite giving him the width that he needs with his cars. The car's really sideways. We know that the temperature out there is getting slightly higher as the sun starts breaking through a little cloud layer that we've had quite a bit of the day today, but it's been perfect racing conditions, even with a few sprinkles of rain that we've had early on this morning, but no sign of that at the moment as this Road Sport race is coming to the halfway point of their last action we're going to see from them this weekend. Was that Emerson? Is that more problems?
No, I think that's Dobrin. Alexander Dobrin at the back of the field there, the 66, quite possibly.
More adventures for him today, then he's going to put that down to an adventurous Oulton Park. Just a bit of a spin there down at the hairpin.
That's attacking up the inside there. That's Luke Wilson on the back of Rob Hicks. They were battling in race 1 as well. Still your leader is Richard Davies. This is Carl Townend. He's got ahead of John Bond now. He's back up into P5, so trying to catch the 4 leaders. What's the gap he's got to cover? The 4 leaders already gone through to complete 6 laps. They're separated by 0.8 of a second. Townend is 3.25 seconds further back, so he's got his work cut out in the second half of this race to try and close it on, especially with John Bond not letting him get away. He's having a strong race, John Bond, in the number 12. Davies still leads, but Matt Fox has done the fastest lap, 1:39.081, and Foxy is chasing Richard Davies for the lead.
Absolutely, and remember that's worth an extra point, which is most of the positions. The leader or the winner of the race gets a couple more points than their following driver, but everyone else is separated by 1 point. So that fastest lap point is the equivalent of overtaking, and you've seen how complicated some of those overtaking manoeuvres can be around this Oulton Park track. Townend is pulling clear of the group behind. That's going to allow him to concentrate a little bit more on the group in front, but he's only got 9 minutes to try and make it across that gap, and even if he does, he's then got to deal with these rapid drivers out front. Ollie Smith looks really good on the brakes, just unable to sort of solidify that and not able to put his car in the positions he needs to move slightly back forward again.
Just under 9 minutes of the race to go now. John Bond under fire from James French. 5-second penalty for car 86, Andrew Watson, for exceeding track limits. He's running in 9th place, so a day of struggle for the 86, unfortunately. He's a little further back behind this trio. Joe Oliver is the driver on the back of this little group.
Just as you see in Formula 1, track limits are a part of UK Motorsport. We run slightly different rules than the FIA rules that Formula 1 run to. We're allowed to use every single last bit of the track that you can see in between those two white lines at the edge of the track. We're also allowed to use curbs, but we are not supposed to use the greenery, which is why you see drivers getting these track limits infringements. And some of the places around MSP tracks have automated sensors, so as soon as a tyre runs onto one of those sensors, it grabs a picture and that automatically gets fed back up into race control. And you can have your first one for free, nothing happens. You can have your second one, you will then get a warning, get told that you're on the edge of breaking track limits, and if you do it a third time and it's reported back, that is a 5-second penalty. If it happens again, a 10-second drive through, and then the exclusion eventually happens. So yeah, important. It's all part of UK Motorsport. All the drivers know it. We get talked about it every single briefing time that we have in the morning, and so it doesn't really matter whether you agree with it or not. The grey bit of the track is for the drivers, the stripy bits you're allowed to use, but anything beyond that is not allowed.
Here come your leaders then, coming through Hislops and into Knickerbrook. Still Richard Davies holds off the 99 of Matt Fox. Up to third is Ollie Smith. He's got ahead of Heinrich Watson Miller, climbing up towards Druids. 7 minutes of the race to go. What can Ollie Smith do to try and fight his way into the top two here? 3 wins for Ollie this year, a couple of second places and 1 third place at Croft, so he's only been off the podium in 2 races. In fact, he's not been out of the top 4 all season. That consistency is certainly key in a championship such as this. Townend is still 3.5 seconds back on the top 4 in 5th position. Still battles all the way down the order.
Great move that. I don't know, is that the number 14, was it Kennedy?
Yes, it might have been the 14 of Archie Kennedy Dyson. Couldn't quite see the number in the late afternoon sun there. Apologies there.
You can see the indicator going there on Foxy's car, and that's not because he's indicating anything. It's purely the little indicator switch that we have on the dashboard. If you're particularly exuberant with an oversteer moment, you can accidentally click it on with your hand or the protective arm restraints they have. So that's the reason that's flicking away. He won't be meaning anything by it. It's quite a common sight to see a Caterham with its indicator flicking like that.
And that's at Lodge. It was Archie Kennedy Dyson making the move for 10th place on Rob Hicks in the number 27. Good move there by Archie. But meantime, we pick up our leaders. Ollie Smith has lost out again to Heinrich Watson Miller. He's got 3rd place now. If anything, the front 2 are just starting to get away very, very slightly from the 2 battling for the bronze medal position behind them.
Townend's going to get close, but he's not going to get there.
Carl Townend, yes, as we say, catching one thing, passing is another, but I think he's going to run out of time to catch them here because they're just under 5.5 minutes of the race to go. We're up the hill towards Druids once again. It's 0.2 of a second was the gap last time through. Let's see what Matt Fox can do here. Can he outfox Richard Davies and take the win?
Davies is a hard man to outfox. If anyone can do it, Fox can, but he's very resistant out the front. We've seen that, and absolutely once he's out in front, he will persist with that as long as he can, as is his job, I guess, as a racing driver. There's Bond now fighting the cars behind. He's lost contact with Townend, who is out front. We watch more progress from the 14 there. Kenny Dyson, he's gone round the outside. You can see he's still got the novice cross on the rear of his car, which means he hasn't done full 6 races with signatures being received for them. So that's the reason you'll see that yellow cross on the back of the cars.
Yes, all these drivers, of course, well, most of them weren't obviously last year when they raced in the Academy Championship.
You have to be a novice
yes.
to start racing that Cup Championship, yeah.
They're running on a different calendar this year, so we haven't got them with us here today. Ollie Smith all over the back of Heinrich Watson-Miller for third place. It's still Richard Davies who hangs on to his lead. Chased by number 99, Matthew Fox from St Albans in Hertfordshire. Richard Davies from South Wales. Carl Townend now on his own in that 5th position. He's 3.5 seconds clear of the battle for 6th between John Bond, Joe Oliver and James French. Here is that scrap I just mentioned, headed up by former Vintage and followed up by John Bond in the number 12. Very close indeed there as they come down into our...
Thinking about 3 wide, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
They decided against it.
Side by side,
leading that group.
Side by side there between Luke Wilson. Who's that on the inside? Is that Watson or is it... No, for Sandy's dropped out, so it must be Watson in the 86. But he's got that penalty to add on as well. He's 11th at the moment. There's Joe Oliver, number 70.
Absolutely on the raggedy edge there of using every single last bit of track. Great to see.
Line astern here. This is for 5th position, for 6th position even. Less than 3 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Ollie Smith in 4th position that time through, 1:38.8. So the 4 leaders now all lapping in the 1:38s that time through. The top 5 all set personal bests last time around.
Oh, bit of contact there actually.
Yes.
Another missed gear, I think, or didn't get down into the gear below, which has caused them to just stall on the way out of the track, on their way out of the corner.
James French there clipping the back of, that must have been Joe Oliver in that battle. There's a scrap further back in the order. Archie Kennedy Dyson continuing to...
More contact there.
Now, who's that? I think that's Ben Oliver, the number 80.
Yeah, quite a lot of contact there going into the... He just outbraked himself and just absolutely walloped the back of the car in front. At the moment, it looks like his nose cone's okay, although he's very slow there. I wonder whether he's cautious about whether that's leaking fluid, and that is the right thing to do. You don't want to fly back onto the track and find that you blow your engine up. But here is that lead quartet then, 1:42. Are they going to get over the line? I think this will be the start of their last lap then. They've only got 37 as they go over the line. So yes, I believe this will be the last lap, but it's absolutely close. Davies though out in front, and there is his Fox, his erstwhile follower. I'm sure whether the board went out, who knows, but I would call this as the last lap. It's certainly close enough that it will be. As we watch then this quartet, they've been out front all race long. Who's going to come out on top?
Less than 0.6 of a second covers the top 4 as they cross the line that time through. Davies continues to lead from Matt Fox in 2nd place. Fox will know that he's got to attack on this lap. Heinrich Watson-Miller tries to turn in on Ollie Smith there to stop him getting the nose up the inside. That's happened a couple of times already in this race. They climb line astern over hilltop. It's going to be touch and go whether it is the last lap here. We'll wait to see if the checkered flag does come out this time by, as into Hislops comes the number 25 from the 99 of Matt Fox, looking to his first win of the season. He's had a couple of seconds. He's had 3 second places and 1/3 so far this year, but he hasn't managed to win in the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship yet.
This is the last lap. Fox has only got one more opportunity, really, isn't he, into the final corner. We haven't seen anyone drag race past by the time they get to the line, so this is his last chance.
Here they come up towards Lodge Corner. What looks to be the final time. Which side's he going to go? Davies covers the inside. Ollie Smith going for the inside into Lodge, but Heinrich Watson-Miller cuts him off. It looks like it is going to be a double for Davies here at Oulton Park today. The clock counts down to 0 as they come through Dearly.
They are given the checkered flag.
And the checkered flag does come out. Davies wins it from Fox by 1/10 of a second. A photo finish there almost for third between Watson-Miller and Smith. Watson-Miller gets it. And then for 5th place it will be Carl Townend. John Bond is going to come in for 6th. He's pulled away slightly from the next two. It's Joe Oliver 7th. A photo finish for 8th as well. Yes, French just gets there ahead of Kennedy Dyson. Luke Wilson will complete the top 10 because Andrew Watson gets that penalty, which will drop him down the order to 13th.
So the number 80 of Ben Oliver is going to finish after that contact, so he did continue on. Great looking car. It's a shame about that contact, ruined his race at the end, but he is going to cross the line.
Provisional results in just a moment then. That is win number 6 of the season for Richard Davies, star of the Academy.
Back in winning ways, isn't he?
Last season he certainly is.
Started the season so strong, then had a little bit of a difficult middle patch, but absolutely back to being resistant out front at the moment. Great racing all round by the road sports today, really fun to watch that. But let's have a look at the provisional results.
Provisional result then of the Bilstein at Caterham Road Sports Race 2. Richard Davies the winner by a tenth of a second over Matt Fox in second, and Heinrich Watson-Miller, a fine meeting for him, another third place ahead of Ollie Smith. Just wait and see if when the calculations come out, if he's kept his championship lead this weekend. Carl Townend in P5 despite a slow start. Then John Bond, Joe Oliver, James French, Archie Kennedy Dyson came through nicely for 9th ahead of Luke Wilson. Behind them were Rob Hicks, Stephen Vischer from the back of the grid. Watson, after that penalty was applied, Richard Watson was 13th. Then we've got Sam Eminson, Mark Hensler, Jason Spencer, Ben Oliver dropped to 17th, a problem on that last lap, and Alex Dobrin completed the finishes. We lost Mitchell Fasania, he pulled into the pits with a bit of damage.
2 wins from 2 then, the clean sweep and the pole position as well. Just the fastest lap missing from his rep this weekend to make it the perfect one, but I'm pretty sure he will take that. The cars are, though, down in Parc Fermé, so let's go and hear from our drivers after that exciting racewalk race.
Well, Richard Davies did not get on the podium at Oulton Park, and he didn't even get on the podium at Spa-Francorchamps. And the last time he did the triple like this was at Croft for the second round back in May. But he returns to the top step in some fashion. Congratulations to Richard Davies, who was on pole. He won race 1 and he won race 2. Richard, no, you take your time. You take your time. I'm going to bow down to you, sir, because what an absolute stormer of a weekend you've had. You've just been unstoppable in this car. I have so many questions I could ask you. Take a sip of water. Relax. That is one sweaty race
very
out
hot
there.
Race. Amazing.
You must be knackered. I think I heard you say, I'm tired.
I'm knackered. I struggle to get out the car. Yeah, but it's just no let up around this track. It's just 100% focus, and the adrenaline is through the roof. Especially driving with some of these drivers on this grid are just incredible. It's so close. It's just, that is fair. It's brilliant. Loved it.
Well, what do you think it is about Oulton Park that's made you so successful this weekend?
I think the twisty technical tracks tend to suit me better rather than the toe heavy standard different kind of tracks like Cadwell Park and things. So yeah, it kind of suits my strengths.
And you couldn't really ask for best this weekend. You were on pole and then have won both of them as well. When you look back at this weekend at the end of the season, how do you think you'll summarise it?
A dream, a complete dream, and a fever dream of that. Yeah, amazing. Can't believe it. Nice to be back up here.
Absolutely. It's nice to see you back up there. Get some more water down you. You must be absolutely knackered.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations again. What an amazing result it has been for Richard this weekend. We did have Matt Fox back on the podium in P2 and Heinrich Watson-Miller. See this roll cage, this big one? It's not too bad for him. Made him get a P3 result. We'll see if we can catch up with him actually. I know he is chatting away to his other competitors. Heinrich, see that? That roll cage ain't too bad, is it?
No, did good. I think that's 4 podiums in a row now for me, so very happy. Would have loved to have gone forward 1 or 2 places, but honestly, it felt like Matt, and couldn't really see Rich, he didn't have the toe, but certainly Matt was a couple of tenths quicker than me, so just had to sit behind and fight Ollie off. And yeah, I think third was probably the best we could have done today, so I'm happy.
Yeah, but fighting off championship leader Oliver Smith, I mean, it might not be now, I don't have the updated standings, but coming into this weekend, he was leading it. So defend him off, that's not a bad result, is it?
No, look, I was very happy with it. So yeah.
Lovely, you must be knackered. I've just spoken to Richard, he's tired too. Gonna have a lie down, get some water down you. Congratulations, a great result for him too. Like I said, 4 times on the podium now, and consistency will be key come the end of the season. Right, it is time now for the final race for the 270R Championship, and I was lucky enough to be back in the assembly area earlier on to catch up with some of the drivers ahead of their final race. It's time for the final race for the 270R class this afternoon at Oulton Park, and unfortunately I'm stood at a very dormant slot 3 because Aaron Oliver, who made his way up from P21 to P3 and that last race, has withdrawn from this final race. We are unsure why, but of course hopefully that'll come out soon and hopefully everything is okay with Aaron. It was a shame because I would love to have spoken to him about his great comeback through the pack, but sometimes that's just racing. So instead we'll go and try and grab a word. I know he's speaking to his mechanic now, but it'd be good to just chat to him if he's free, because Paul Oglesby was our championship leader heading into this round. Paul, are you okay for a quick chat, just 2 minutes? Championship leader heading into this weekend at Oulton Park, how has it gone for you so far around the Cheshire Hills?
So all I needed to do was have a clean race one, and I hit the guy in front of me. So he ended up starting P16. They put me behind him in the results. Race 2, P16, almost won the race on the final corner, or had the opportunity to win. Sorry, Brian did a good job at defending the inside. I ran slightly wide and then finished P4. I've just been told that P3's not here, so I'll move up another place.
Yeah, that is right. We just said on the live that Aaron's withdrawn from this race, but we're not sure why, but completely fine. No. In general, Oulton Park as a circuit then, where does it rank on your list of circuits you go to with Caterham?
I love Oulton Park. It's technically really challenging. I do miss doing the banking, but I totally get it from a safety point of view. Absolutely love the track. There's no runoff. It's quite a narrow track, so it's all hairy out there, but it's great fun.
Lovely. And you've got little under a month until your next round at Knockhill. How do you plan to spend that time?
I'm flying with a family to the US on Monday, so I'm off to the US for 3 weeks. Gonna forget about this thing and come back refreshed and head to Scotland. So yeah, looking forward to a break.
Lovely. Well, enjoy that break. Enjoy the US. I've never been to the USA, and best of luck for this final race. Lovely. Well, that sets us up then for the final 270R race of this afternoon before they head away for their summer. And to talk you through it, I'll hand back to Dave and Chris up in comms.
So the cars have just moved off on their green flag lap. Nicely timed there, thanks Lip. As we get ready for our third race of the day for the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Grid based on the result of race 2, but of course you have lost Aaron Oliver. He's a non-starter. We're not sure of the reason why. We'll have to try and find out if we can. There's Andrew Mackay back out after he failed to finish the earlier race, but it is Brian Thornton going for a hat-trick of wins on pole position. He's not managed 3 wins in a meeting yet this season. He's had 2 at Spa and at Cadwell Park. Let's see if he can do the hat-trick here. Rob Kennelly alongside him in the number 14. Row 2, Paul Oglesby and Luciano Caruso. Great comebacks from both of them in the second race day. Dan Crawley and Scott Helm on row 3, then Sebastian Tholet and Christian Bond on row 4. Completing the top 10 we'll have Jasmine Shaw, number 21, and 31 Andrew Bailey. On the 6th row, Craig Evans starts alongside Henry Speaks. Craig Evans, who came through from the back to 11th in the earlier race, then Ryan Tholet and Andrew Davison on row 7. Jimmy Way and Charles Chapman completing the top 16 on the grid. Row 9, number 6, Eduardo Pontes, and 15, Shane Forster. 58, James Platt starts alongside 23, Gary Cross on row 10. The 11th row, Steve Lorriman, number 20, had a spin in the earlier race with Chris Morling, number 19, alongside. Alistair Kinnear and Tim Newman on row 12. The final row will be Anne Hall in 62 and 65, Andrew Mackay. So that's your lineup. 26 cars out there. We should have had the full 27, but no Aaron Oliver, unfortunately. And the question on everyone's lips, Chris, can Brian Thornton do the hat-trick?
We've seen the Davis clean sweep in the road sports, so yeah, can Thornton do it as well? He's certainly looks like he's well in that battle, and without Oliver in the middle of it as well, that's a shame that he's not here to complete that fast front of the grid. And like I say, after what was a needly first race, the second race certainly looked good to me from the outside. We watched this field flowing through. Great to see this massive field of 270 cars. We will see the road sports again on the 15th, 16th of August at Knock Hill, and they've got the Super Header event where they go round one direction in one day and they go the other direction the other day. So exciting times. Looking forward to bringing you all that action, and road sports are going to be there alongside the 270s and 310s. And yeah, Academy on the 1st of August, Brands Hatch Indy, if you want to come and watch us, and 7th Championship UK 8th and 9th at Knock Hill with a TOCA group. But let's get this as the last action then from the 270s into the bag. Let's see how we're going to get it. Can Oglesby do anything about dethroning Thornton today? Watch this field come up. Still 2 races after this one still to go as well, so still plenty of Caterham action. We are nearly there, we're getting towards it. You can see the wind's changed slightly again. You can see the tailwind more into corner 1 now, so yeah, little differences as they approach. That is going to make a difference to the drivers. They will feel that. These cars they weigh about half a tonne, so about as much as a Mini, an old Mini at that, and therefore they really do get gusts of wind, really do put them around. But all the drivers are in place now. Let's look for that green flag. It is there. Let's get this final action underway.
Brian Thornton going for 3 wins out of 3 then from pole position. Rob Kennelly and Paul Oglesby out to stop him. The red lights are on. Race 3 for the Fan Drive Caterham Motorsport 270R Championship gets underway. Good start by Rob Kennelly in the 14. He'll try and take the lead into the first corner. Not a good start by Brian Thornton. He might be down to 3rd place because Oglesby trying to get around the outside in the green car. Are they all going to make it round Old Hall? Okay. Yes, they are. Down the avenue towards Cascades. Who's going to emerge with the lead? It is Kennelly who leads the way, and Oglesby is up into 2nd place. Brian Thornton goes down to 3rd from pole position. So they start to sort themselves out on this opening lap up towards Island for the first time. Oglesby under fire from Thornton, trying to get the inside is the number 78 of Dan Crawley. A couple of lockups in the pack. Are they all going to make it round there? Yes, all okay so far. One car running wide on the exit there over the curves. It's Rob Kennelly, number 14, his first appearance of the season on his local circuit, leads the way, chased by Paul Oglesby, and Brian Thornton has work to do here already if he's going to make it a hat-trick. Scott Helm up there in 4th place ahead of Luciano Caruso. A couple of cars leaning on each other there. Charles Chapman and the number 15 of Shane Forster almost coming together at Knickerbrook, but everyone continues a clean first lap as Scott Helm makes his way up the inside there, takes 4th place from Caruso. Behind them Dan Crawley, but out in front, trying to pull away slightly, is Rob Kennelly.
He's been really good speed in that car this weekend. I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him free of all the others, but he's certainly, once he put his car in front, he's had a couple of times now stretched out that lead group. And yeah, Thornton down in that 3rd place and looking to see what he can do. But yeah, don't count out Scott Helm. He has had the pace all race weekend as well, hasn't he? He's been involved in that battle. He just hasn't been rewarded quite the way you might want him to have been. So he is very much involved in that argument. As we see the rest of the field absolutely nose to tail heading down into Cascades then. This fantastic sort of slightly off camber downhill left hand as Jasmine Shaw makes a place up over Bailey just in that manoeuvre. Not seen too many manoeuvres like that through Cascades this weekend, but it's a fantastic corner as a driver. As the drivers all say, they really enjoy this track. We've seen some lockups from this 270R car, and more so maybe than other formulas, so maybe the car just really susceptible to locking up over those dips and bumps as they head into that braking zone that the drivers have all talked about how bumpy it is down there.
So a nice fast-paced start to our 3rd race of the day for the 270R Championship. Rob Kennelly leads the way. Having a look for 3rd place there, Scott Helm on the tail of Brian Thornton, and behind him Caruso, then Crawley, and the rest of them come through next in the order. Sebastian Foley has repaired that radiator damage from race 1 earlier on. Looking down towards the back of the field, nobody's really made any progress from there at the moment. And that's 14 of Rob Kennelly from Nantwich here in Cheshire. Continues to set the pace, looking for his first 270R victory. Up towards Lodge Corner for the 2nd time.
He goes through Druids but somewhere between 80 and 90 miles an hour. Can you imagine turning through what is quite a tight corner? Motorway or above motorway speeds. It's just gives you some reference point as to what these guys are doing as they brake late into this turn 1 again, carrying an awful lot of momentum around this late apex, just trying to hold the cars slightly inside. They're all just about managing it. I think they probably all escaped getting an automated zap of the timing beam there as they go over track limits. But Kennelly's still holding on out front there, doing well.
Keep an eye on Craig Evans, 86, going through the field. He's got the fastest lap, 1:37.705. Started back on row 6. Of course, had those delays in his first race and came through the field. After failing to finish the first race, I should say, he came through from the back of the grid. Henry Speaks in problems there, runs out wide, the 37 car. He's gathered it up, I think. Lost a few places, though.
Did he get contacted or something?
Possibly.
Went wrong, didn't it? Maybe a little bit of contact on the way in, then cause him to stall, or maybe just a missed gear selector on the way out. That can also be a reason, he could be stuck in gear. All those kind of things go through my mind when I see that, but it looks like he's back up to speed again, but he has lost out quite a lot of positions there, hasn't he? So he's now just ahead of the number 19. So it's Morling there in the number 19.
15.5 minutes near enough to go in this one, so it's still a long way to go for the 270Rs. There's only a few thousandths of a second as they crossed the line last time through between Kennelly and Scott Helm, who was in second place and gained a couple of spots on the previous lap. Now it's Paul Oglesby in second place ahead of Helm, with Brian Thornton having dropped down to fourth place, and he might be about to drop down further. Can't quite see who that is on the inside. It's Caruso, the 88, trying to come through there.
Jasmine Shaw making another place up to move her to the front group. We've seen her sort of clinging on in there and sort of moving towards that front group, but never quite made it before the end of the race. So some early moves has seen her in a much better position off, and I think you'll see her battling with them as we go on. But I think it was Seb Follet just drifted back through this weekend, hasn't he? He started out at the front and then has just slowly drifted back. Are we going to see a new leader? We did very, very briefly if you take the real stats, but I think Kennelly is still going to lead them over the hilltop this time.
So here they come then, up and over the top. See who's leading as they come in the chicane. Scott Helm's well placed here. He's back up into P2 ahead of Paul Oglesby, with Thornton in fourth position. Running out a little bit wide there is the car of Thole. That was Sebastian Thole, number 28. The two black and white cars fairly well together now. Craig Evans, the other one. Up the hill they go towards Druids. Still Kennelly's blue car that leads the way from Scott Helm in the number 42. Then it's up towards the right-hander at Lodge Corner. Scott Helm's going to attack for the lead here. He has a look down the inside. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside. He's had a couple of podiums and a few fastest laps already this season.
Yeah, he got it done. He's out front.
So Scott Helm leads as they come over the line, but how much longer? Because Rob Kennelly straight back up the inside into all hall, gets the inside line, retakes the lead from Scott Helm, who's right on the tail there. Weaves about. He's frustrated there at having lost the lead, I think. Scott Helm, the number 42, the man from Clitheroe in Lancashire, on his local circuit here today, serving the northwest of England, Oulton Park.
It can be very frustrating when you manoeuvre and get eventually out in front, but then the next corner you lose out again. And you can see he's absolutely trying to get his car to the inside, but there is no room now. Oglesby's on the inside. A little bit of contact between front left of Oglesby's car and the rear right there of Scott Helm's car, but they're going to have to continue that battle into the chicane this time through. Laurie Minogue alongside Pontes, who was back up to speed after his slightly slow chicane one lap ago, and it is side by side as we go into the chicane then. Helm is going to have to hold on to the inside. Is he going to get the right-hander, but that's going to cost him speed up the hill. Oglesby's probably prime manoeuvring here, and Thornton's easily there, ready to pick up, and it is Caruso also making room, so it's all changed as they head up the hill. That time they all kind of tripped up each other, slowed each other down, and now it's absolutely everyone one on top of the other. It's going to be tight as they go through. Druids, Caruso on the outside, Crawley on the inside. They're going to make that happen. It's still Seb Thole looking on behind them, and then it's Shaw, Evans, Bond, and everyone else involved in that battle as well. This group's getting bigger again.
Couple of penalties. Craig Evans in the 86, who's charged through the field, and also Jimmy Way, number 38, 10-second penalty each. We presume, we haven't been told the reason yet, we presume that's for a false start.
Quite often a jump start penalty is
jump start or out of position at the start is usually 10 seconds, so a couple of penalties there. There is Craig Evans up on the outside, the 28 of Thole there, battling over 7th place, the two black and white cars. Jimmy Way is further down the order in 16th, so the leaders head towards Island Bend once again. Lap 6 of this 20-minute race for the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Scott Helm side by side with Rob Kennelly for the lead. Paul Oglesby tucked in third place. Then Brian Thornton is in fourth position. Dan Crawley on his tail in the 78. He's had a strong weekend. A strong Saturday, I should say, a one-day event here at Oulton Park. Normally it's 2 days, of course, but due to local restrictions, Oulton Park cannot run meetings on Sundays, unfortunately. As Scott Helm back round the outside retakes the lead from Rob Kennelly. A fantastic battle going on between these two. Paul Oglesby has got a grandstand view of all of it from that third place.
Yeah, he's got all that going on in front of him. You've got to work out how do you fit into that, and do you risk putting your nose in there and costing yourself time potentially. It's always a risk, especially when it's this close. How much do you risk to move on up? If you fail, then you will be dropping down. And with all these cars, another rear wheel arch dispatched from I think that was Bond's car as they go. Sorry, not Bond's car. It's Thole's car, I think, as he went through there. But Helm down the inside, then with Kennelly round the outside. Who's going to win out that one? At the moment, it's Scott Helm as they head on over the line.
Scott Helm looking for his first 270R win. Likewise, Rob Kennelly has not won in the category before. Paul Oglesby has had a couple of wins this year. We'll just total of 5 wins for Paul Oglesby this year. The star in the academy last season came close to the title. Sebastian Thole, third in the points, is yet to win a race as well. The best he's had is a string of 4 third places. He's a little further down the order, third in the championship. He's in 7th place in this race. Helm holds off Kennelly as they come down towards Island Bend. There's Oglesby in 3rd, Caruso in 4th.
More grass tracking then, I think by maybe it was Thole that got squeezed onto the grass, and as soon as that happens you obviously lose all that slowing down by your front left tyres. They come down then. It is Helm inside and will take the lead over Kennelly then. Oglesby into 3rd. Then we've got Crawley back up there into 4th place. Whereas Thornton is dropping down the order, isn't he? He's battling about 6th or 7th now. So watching the cars in front of him disappear off up the road.
So the lead gap was only 800ths of a second as they crossed the line that time through. Here comes Caruso on the inside. He's ready to make a move. He takes the 78 for 4th place. That's Dan Crawley. Here they come up towards Lodge Corner. Still Kennelly just about holding the lead. Yes, Brian Thornton really is dropping back here. Whether he's got an issue, he can't seem to get the 3 in a weekend. He's done 2 at Spa and was 4th in the other race, or 4th highest scoring driver anyway. And then he had a couple of wins at Cadwell, was taken out in race 3. So no hat-tricks so far in the 270Rs this year.
He's been out front for a lot of today, so maybe he just acts a bit of a cork in a bottle, and now he's drifted back a little bit. Maybe that gives them that extra pace maybe at the front. Hard to know, hard to read from this point. It could also be nursing a slight imbalance. Maybe his tyres have slightly gone off in this marginally higher temperatures. And again, remember the wind jet direction has slightly altered throughout the course of this day as well, which is going to making the challenges different. So we've got a bit more grass tracking as they go up the hill, and can see how much dust there is. Really dry everywhere. There's very little water being sprinkled on any of these pieces of grass. They were desperate for some rain. They had a few sprinkles earlier, but it was certainly not enough to be seeing that dust die down. But this field absolutely nose to tail, aren't they? 7 minutes left of their action here at Oulton Park today. It may not be a full weekend as far as timing, but we cram in a full weekend's action into a single day, so it's really relentless for everybody involved. And 270Rs coming to the tail end of their racing this weekend, but absolutely as close as they've ever been.
So here they come towards Lodge Corner once again. Rob Kennelly somehow still holding off Paul Oglesby, who's been all over his tail for the last couple of laps now. 0.2 of a second was the margin. I don't think it's going to be that much this time through. They head over the lights down to 0.1 of a second this time through. And here comes Paul Oglesby up the inside. Where's Oglesby come from? He's gone from 3rd to 1st almost there, coming out of Lodge Corner. Has he got the lead? He's think in front as they head up towards Cascades. Yes, Oglesby takes the lead for the first time in this race, and now Scott Helm coming under fire as well. I think that's Thornton recovering in 5th place and trying to take 4th. There he is, he'll be on the inside for the right-hander at Island Bend. Kenley up on the outside of the number 18 of Oglesby for the lead. Rest of the pack swings their way through. Who's it going to be as they come into the Hislop chicane then?
Ryan Tholle was absolutely outbraked himself and just managed to avoid another car as he went to the hairpin that time. He'd be glad that they just got out of his way to prevent that contact. He's back up and he's facing actually really well involved in this battle as well up there, sort of just behind Shaw, so he's going to be in that 10th or 11th place at the moment. But everyone else back up to lead in speed, including Lorryman, who was trying to fight back through. But again, even though he hasn't managed to make positions up, you can see that he's still firmly involved in this battle for the lead.
There's another battle further back down the order. Well, it's tempting to stay with the lead battle. There are plenty of scraps everywhere you look. 20 Steve Lorryman involved in that little group. So that's towards the tail of the field in this third race for the 270R, sponsored by Fan Drive. Paul Oglesby it is who leads the way. Has he been able to pull away? No, only 0.15 of a second in it over Rob Kennelly. Steve Lorryman, the Union flag car. The story behind that car earlier on. He's chasing 58, which is James Platt in one of the patchwork multicoloured cars.
This lead group is amazing.
Here they come then towards Island Bend. What's going to happen this time?
Paul wheels in the background. Someone spun off to the inside. Was that Jasmine Shaw? Did I see a red car? It was a real flash if it was, but they had to hear the wheels squeeching. I can't see her car involved. I think that was to be Jasmine Shaw getting spun to the inside. Whether she would jump or whether she was pushed, it's hard to tell.
We'll confirm that as soon as we're able, but I can't see that maroon liveried car with the white wheels there either. Paul Oglesby still leads. Caruso is up into second place now. Side by side with her, Scott Helm cuts ahead of Rob Kennelly. Here comes Brian Thornton back into the mix as well. He almost got squeezed wide there coming out of the chicane.
Couple of laps in a row I've seen Shaw diving down the inside of another driver in Cascades, clearly finding that was getting progress. You can see, that's up at turn 1, isn't it? Number 66 having a little bit of a spin there. That's Newman.
Yes,
getting
Tim
back
Newman
up to speed.
He's rejoined though. What's going to happen into Lodge this time then? Here they come. Trying to get around the outside there is Luciano Caruso, who's yet to win in Caterham. To the inside, fighting back is Scott Helm. Brian Thornton's on the back of this little group at the front. Kennelly's in there as well. In fact, Thornton only crosses the line 6th because the 72 of Christian Bond, the white and British Racing green car, gets drawn the inside. They're all starting to bunch up now behind our leaders.
The intensity dial, you can feel it's just being cranked up another notch, hasn't it, as we come through. Only 3 minutes left of this race to go, but yeah, definitely that intensity gone up. They're all being a little bit more resistant and a little bit more pushy out on track.
Here they come towards Island Bend. Scott Helm up on the outside. Oh, Thornton, he's getting desperate here. He wants that hat trick. Has he got it round?
I think
just about.
I think I might have had a bit of an issue with that, as if I was in Caruso's seat there. It was a little bit of a crash or avoid me. There he is.
Andrew Davison again
in the barriers. So that's that turn 1 again.
I think it might be at the exit of Old Hall. Yes. 2.5 minutes to go, so if the marshal assess there's damage to the barriers there, that might be a red flag, but we'll wait and see.
It also
race
looks like
continues
the
the moment.
pointing the wrong way, so I don't think the car's going to be easily moved. 2 minutes 15 left of the clock, but let's keep an eye out because that might be important. Oglesby's going to come around to that area, so they'll have to make a decision fairly quickly with only 2 minutes of this race to go. But Oglesby is currently leading them the first time as he's led them this time. Helm in second place. Is that Kennelly still into that third place? Caruso in 4th. You can see the waved yellow flag there and the yellow board marker as well, indicating that there's no overtaking as they come into turn 1 this time.
That's taken away one of the opportunities to pass for Scott Helm there. There was about 1 minute 45 left on the clock, so we will get, I think, 2 more laps out of this. There's Jimmy Way, the Gulf liveried car. So Oglesby from Helm, Kennelly, Caruso and Thornton with the number 72 Christian Bond next in the order.
they are really concerned about the car. They might throw the checkered flag early, so it's worth keeping an eye out. It's another thing that the drivers have to be aware of. If they see there is an incident, yellow flag for example, they might be aware of that. So it was tight across the line. They might choose to throw it one lap early to solve that problem. So keep an eye out for that. But at the moment, Oglesby's where he needs to be. Oh, more contact there. It's Pontes again having more contact as he's someone's wheel arch is going away. More wheel arches for the Marshals.
Yes, indeed, they'll be able to collect a whole field's worth eventually here at Oulton Park. Big thanks again for their services. As Paul Oglesby continues to lead the way. 40 seconds left on the clock as I talk to you, so will we see the checkered flag go out slightly early here with that car off? I don't think we will. I think this race will run to its 20-minute conclusion here. Still your leader is Paul Oglesby from Scott Helm. Rob Kennelly up there in third place, then a solid queue of Caterhams behind them. Here comes Helm to the outside at Lodge Corner. Is that going to work? Nope. No, it doesn't. Now up with them is the blue machine there. That is Rob Kennelly going for the inside. There could be 3 wide into what will be the final lap here. Rob Kennelly's going for broke up the inside into Old Hall. It doesn't work. Oglesby still holds the lead from Helm in second place. Kennelly did get his nose into second off the line. There was a yellow flag out there at Old Hall, of course, because Andrew Davison's car is off. So they head down into Cascades and then towards Island Bend for what will be the final time this weekend for the 270Rs. Paul Oglesby it is who leads it. Scott Helm holding off Rob Kennelly for second. Caruso up there in fourth position. Rounding out the top 5 is Brian Thornton. His hopes for hat-trick slipping away.
Not going to do it, I don't think. From there, that'd be an impossible act right now. He felt a little bit more passive in this race, whether that's by design or whether his car just wasn't giving him what he needed. Oglesby had a comfort gap into the hairpin that time, but it's all gone away again. Scott Helm has been showing that good pace. Kennelly has also been in the lead of this race for quite a lot of the number of laps. Caruso coming through strong, but he's got a lot to do in fourth place. I don't think we've seen anyone go from fourth to the lead.
5-second penalty for Kennelly.
So he's going to be out of that battle then for it. But Oglesby is up there in the lead where he wants to be at the moment. He's now got actually a defensive manoeuvre behind, because Helm is ahead of Kennelly. Kennelly's going to drop all the way back to the free of all the cars that you can see on screen. It's devastating for him.
Yeah, it'll be about 16th, but who's going to take P1? Here they come into the final corner. Scott Helm around the outside. Can he get alongside Paul Oglesby? Scott Helm looking for his first win in the category. Can he pull up alongside? It's going to be a photo finish. This could be the closest finish of the day so far. Kennelly up there as well. It's a photo finish according to the timing screen. Oglesby got there by 0.047 of a second. The closest finish we've had today. Oglesby ahead of Helm. Caruso will get third because Kennelly has the 5-second penalty. That's dropped into 14th place. Unfortunate Rob Kennelly. Paul Oglesby it is who takes his 6th win of the season.
Very slow car there as well.
Yes, there's been a bit of an incident on that last lap, quite possibly. We'll pick that up in a second. That's the 62 car, which is Anne Hall. There was another car slowing in the background. So Oglesby ahead of Helm, Caruso third. It was Sebastian Thole who came through for fourth place. Brian Thornton has to settle for fifth after his 2 wins earlier on. Christian Bond in 6th place. One car that was rather crawling home there, I think, was Tim Newman. Provisional result then, Paul Oglesby takes win number 6 this season, will provisionally keep his championship lead as well, 47 thousandths of a second ahead of Scott Helm on the line. It was that close. Luciano Caruso third, then Thule, Thornton, Bond, Crawley, Henry Speaks in 8th place, a frustrating day for him, then Andrew Bailey and Shane Forster rounded out the top 10. Just the one non-finisher, Andrew Davison went into the barriers at Old Hall. Well done to all the drivers in the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship for putting on a fine show of motorsport.
Shane Forster taking the fastest lap, the extra point, so our 10th place driver was the fastest lap turned in that race. And I will echo what you just said. Whilst it started with a little bit of a shaky start there, a little bit aggression out there, it's actually turned into a brilliant set of 270R races, I think.
It certainly has, yes. I thoroughly enjoyed the 270Rs today, certainly the most frantic and frenetic of our races here at Oulton Park.
We will see them again on the 15th and 16th of August for the Knockhill Super Header round. Can't wait to bring that to you as well. We'll see continuation, so that will be their penultimate round of the championship. So we really are moving into the tail end of this season, which is incredible, isn't it?
Mentioning Knockhill, am I the only one who really likes Knockhill in the reverse direction?
No,
I think it's fantastic.
The drivers love it. It really works in both directions. It's an absolute roller coaster and something that as drivers we all relish, and it's great to watch as well. And the racing is fantastic each way around. Both, superb to have a track that works in both directions and have the licence to do that as well. It's pretty unique in British
what's
motorsport.
normally the first section is uphill at the end of the lap, so it's like a roller coaster going
And
up
it's
there.
only
You
just
practically
flat out.
fly off the chicane.
Exactly that. It's only just flat out as well. It's one of those tracks that just works.
And the first corner, I'm reminded of Portimao in Portugal, except you turn left instead of right. Same sort of corner. Great circuit.
Absolutely roller coaster for the drivers, and the racing is excellent as well. But we have the drivers, you can see them all heading down into Parc Fermé, so let's go and hear their stories.
Well, what a heart in the mouth end that was to the final 270R race of this afternoon here at Oulton Park. Ultimately, it was championship leader Paul Oglesby who got that win done in the end, and due to track limit penalty, it did drop Roy Kennelly out of the point, so Scott Helm took home P2 and Luciano Caruso sits in P3. Lovely camaraderie here between the drivers, celebrating each other and recognising such incredible performances out on track. Hard but fair racing, I would say, has been the common denominator between all the series this afternoon. Go on, take pictures of Paul, go on. It's your moment, Paul. First. He's done it. Wonderful. Wow, I'll swoop in. Congratulations. A race win under your belt. Talk us through that final race here at Oulton.
I just knew I had to recover from a bad race one today and just gave it everything I've got. Absolutely phenomenal racing with my teammate Scott. Absolutely loved it. Best race I've ever had. Most fun I've ever had. Respect to all the guys around me. Shout out to RS. Shout out to my family, my dad, my sister, who are all here. And then, my wife Alison and the two boys.
What is it like racing so closely with your teammate? Is there an element of carefulness you have to take? Because there's obviously respect between you both.
It's more respect. We just know that we're going to give each other space. We're not going to do anything stupid. And it's been a long time coming, so I'm really pleased for Scott, and I'm pleased for the team. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Lovely, congratulations. I'll let you cool off because it's been a hot one here today at Oulton, no less for this final race here as well. So here we are, Paul Oglesby, the race winner for the final 270R of the weekend, and I think actually it is time now for the 310R race. So I'm gonna catch up with some of the drivers. I caught up with them earlier on in the assembly area, and it was a bit of fun with William Chadwick and the Harris brothers. Here we are then, guys, the final 310R race of the afternoon here at Oulton Park, and the sun's come out just in time for these Caterhams to get out on track and give it one final push around the Cheshire Hills. And it wouldn't be right to speak to anyone apart from as a wasp. I'm definitely scared of wasps. Let me try and speak. Look, Will Harris, it's been a bit of a nightmare to me today. I'm going to try and speak to his... I'm not going to speak to you.
This is the man you want to speak to. 2 wins today.
Will, how
are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, thank you. How are you feeling?
All right.
All right. What did you like Oulton Park? Is it a good circuit for you?
What do you think, mate?
I think you've had an okay day, but it's been tough. I think there's been a lot of competition. I think there's been a few people that have joined for this round that have made it difficult. Racing is difficult, but I think you've got a win in you.
I think so. I think I'm coming for you this one.
That's fruity. Shall I remind you of the around the outside I did at Cascades on you?
Don't recall that.
No comment?
No comment.
I just want to say to you, because I know you've been avoiding me, I just want to say to you, at Donington Park, you didn't qualify in the top 3.
Yeah.
And then in the first race you went in the top 3. Second race you were 3rd, and then the 3rd race you went on to win. So we are following the same trend here at Oulton Park, aren't we?
I hope so. I'm not too convinced though, but maybe.
What is it about Oulton Park that you're not seeming to gel to then?
I don't know. I feel pretty good. I just can't seem to make any overtakes, to be honest. Pace feels alright, but I just can't seem to get past really.
Well, heading into this weekend, you were the championship leader going into the summer break. I don't have the updated standings, so I don't know where that will put you. But you're generally doing pretty well in this championship, and it's consistency that means a lot at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It'd be nice if I could be consistently a bit higher than 6th and 3rd, though.
That's still pretty good, though.
Yeah, not when this guy keeps winning.
I don't know where it's come from, honestly. It's a bit of a shock to me as well.
I know.
You just can't get the staff, can you? I'll let you go and do some meditation or something to get in the zone. I'm going to try and nick your other brother, though. Because you are consistently 3rd, but you are also consistently beating him.
Don't tell him that.
Well, I'm going to. Charles! I've just said to Will, and he said you're not going to like this. He said he wants to be more consistently towards the front end, but I did say at least he's consistently beating you. What are your thoughts on that?
I think he got lucky in that last one. I think we both came out the last corner equal, and then he just had the car in front with tow, so it could have gone either way. I think I've got tyres in better condition for this race, and we'll beat that streak. So yeah.
Hopefully you will go out on track and do extremely well. You were P3 heading into this weekend with your brother obviously first too. The Harrises are doing pretty well in this category, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going well, but there's some speedy boys who are catching up behind us. So I think we've got Goldstein ahead of us. We finished both races ahead of him. So if we can keep doing that, it's Chadwick we've got to worry about at the moment. But we'll see.
And finally, a quick final word. You've got the summer break coming up after this race before you go to Knockhill in August. What are your plans for it?
I'm off to Spain next week. So I literally fly tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
Beautiful. We've had someone going to the US. Charles is off to Spain. Thank you so much for talking to me. I'll let you go and get ready for this final race. Well, here it is, the final 310R race before the summer break. And to talk you through it, of course, it's my friends Dave and Chris up in comms.
Cars on the grid, they're ready for their green flag lap. Thanks very much, Leah. It is Will Chadwick on pole position this time, with Ryan Wilby looking for his first win of the season alongside this 20-minute race for the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. They're just setting off for their green flag lap. Front row of the grid, Chadwick and Wilby. The Harris brothers together on the second row with Paul Goldstein and Chris Buck, the AM class winner earlier on row 3. Stephen Lancaster and Sam Parker line up on the fourth row. Peter Mott got a penalty in the earlier race, so he lines up on row 5, number 96, alongside William Coop in number 76. The sixth row is number 5, Ben Lopez Appleton, picked up some damage earlier on alongside 95, Steve Harris. On row 7 we got number 9 Steve Metcalf and 17 Alex Vincent, with Tom Willis and Lars Hoffman, who failed to finish the earlier race along with Vincent, at the back. So watch out for fireworks from the back of this grid. We've got some quick names if they are there, back there towards the rear of the grid. Let's have a look as they come through Ireland Bend. Let's see if those three are there. There's Metcalf, the yellow car. Yes, all three of them are there. There's Vincent, there is Willis, there's Hoffman.
So yeah, it's not the largest field today in 310 history. So they have got full opportunity to get to the front. But as we said all weekend, you don't need high numbers for high quality, and the quality of this field, it's been hard to work your way through the field. And there's also the AM Championship that's fighting its way sort of around where those cars will be in a few laps' time. However, we've seen Lars already chop through the front of the field, and we've seen Tom Willis fully able to get it. And everybody in the driving paddock wants to have that story of back of the grid to the win, so they will be absolutely thirsty for that. The AM Championship was raging all the way through the opening two events of today as well. This is their final 20-minute action for the 310Rs as well. We've got one more race beyond this one before we can call it a day, but this is going to be a scorcher for sure. The sun, as we heard from Leah, is out. Temperatures coming up, and you can see there's a little bit more breeze in those trees. You can see just a wafting in the bottom left-hand corner around, and the direction of that has changed slightly. So they've got a bit more to deal with in this race. But this is the most experienced of the sort of original Academy car. So 4 years in, this is the really good and high-level drivers with the team support in the 310R as they start to align themselves up on the grid then. Who's going to come out on top this time?
Well, I've got no idea what's going to happen here. This is going to be an interesting one to say the least. Will Chadwick in the white car on pole, with Ryan Wilby black with red wheels alongside. Second row, Will Harris, that's the black car with the dark red roll cage. Charles Harris in the Team Lotus colours, the British Racing green and yellow. Paul Goldstein in gold, and Chris Buck, he's in the sort of blue, white, red and black mixed colours. Top amateur, so the red lights are on. They go out now and away they go. Red lights out on and off very quickly there. Front row gets away well, and it is Chadwick who will lead the way into the first turn from Ryan Wilby, then the Harris brothers. Now let's have a look towards the back of the field, see these quick names. It started slightly out of position, starting to come through. They'll already start to make their progress. It's Ryan Wilby takes the lead from Chadwick as they come down towards Cascades for the first time around the outside. So it'll be Ryan Wilby leading as they come towards the right-hander at Island Bend for the first time. Moving up on the outside is Charles Harris, taking on his brother. I think our interviews provoked a bit of sibling rivalry there. Up the inside, 3 wide, and there's going to be contact on the outside. A couple of cars bumping and boring in there. They've all made it round. Couldn't quite tell who that was.
It was Lopez Appleton on the outside, so he's trying to make his way through. I saw Lancaster mounting the inside curve, which didn't look particularly comfortable, but he's still managed to stay up and with the battles, but it's Wilby out front.
Yeah, so Ryan Wilby leads the way. Good start by Sam Parker on the tail of Paul Goldstein there. So Paul dropped a little bit of ground at the start. Side by side for the lead then. Trying to move off on the outside is Will Chadwick in the white car. Ryan Wilby it is who leads though. Will Harris ahead of his brother Charles, third and fourth place. Rounding up the top 5 at the start was Paul Goldstein. He's lost about 2 or 3 places there. Steve Lancaster going well. The turquoise number 49 car, the Dutch Barn vodka car, used to be title sponsors of Caterham Racing. The company started by Chris Fraser, who's not racing today. Good to see the name still involved though. Please don't drink and drive, of course. They complete the first lap, then is Chris Buck up in 5th place. He's running well. He's the AM category. Goldstein down to 7th. Didn't get the best of starts. Then Wilby leads by 0.2 of a second over Chadwick in 2nd place. They're all round the first lap okay. And how are the cars from the back of the grid getting on? Well, Alex Vincent's made the best progress. He's up to 10th, gaining 4 spots. A big lock up there. There's contacts. Chadwick down the inside of Ryan Wilby, hits Wilby's front wheel. Chadwick's got through for the lead, but how much damage was done there, we wonder?
I think it's going to be okay. I think it's just wheel, as long as the mudguards are rubbing, and it wasn't, but Wilby just locked his front left wheel or front right wheel, and it just caused the car to sort of unstabilise itself. More contact. That's Ben Lopez Appleton down the inside. Oh, that was close, but he managed to get away with it. That was close on Alex Vincent's rear panel there, and Peter Mott just following along behind them as well. So yeah, a little bit of drama in that second lap through, and everyone coming together as they go up and over the hill once more. But Chadwick over the top then of Ryan Wilby, who is still in that second. Then it's Charles Harris over the top of William Harris. Like you say, maybe we've riled that up as well. But Buck is next along in the AM class as well, and looking out to see. But Lancaster firmly involved in that AM battle, as is Sam Parker a little bit further down the field.
So Ryan Wilby it is who leads the way then. Will Chadwick on his tail. They come up over the line this time. Which of the Harrises is in there with them? They're side by side over the line. That's Charles Harris now up into 3rd place. Chadwick round the outside, an old hole. Good bit of driving there, and he's taken the lead from Ryan Wilby. So Will Chadwick moves into the lead then in car number 8, the man from Wigan in Lancashire on his local circuit today.
I wonder whether that was Ryan saying sorry for the contact down at the hairpin. Oh, a little bit of a lock-up from
Steve Metcalf.
Yep.
Still learning his new car there at the tail of the field. The leader's heading up towards Island Bend. Lancashire against Yorkshire for the lead. Chadwick comes from Wigan. Ryan Wilby from Halifax. Up and over the top at the hill they come then. Charles Harris in 3rd place. The family comes from Northampton, the Harrises. They're 3rd and 4th. Chris Buck in 5th place. He's from Bracknell in Berkshire. Side by side there, Ben Lopez Appleton. He's had a bit of a fraught day, hasn't he? Battling it out there with Sam Parker. Then in behind them, we see the number 96. That's Peter Mott, one of the favourites in the AM class.
So that's the battle for 3rd place on that AM podium then at the moment. Buck and Lancaster are facing the proposition of going to actually get the outright podium at the moment. They're just running along in that 5th and 6th. But Sam Parker is now behind Peter Mott, so Peter Mott taking over that 3rd place in that AM trophy at the moment.
It's under 15.5 minutes this race to go, a long way to go yet. Fastest lap of the race last time around was by Alex Vincent coming through from the back. He gained another 2 places. He's 8th now in the number 17 car. We can see him in among this group up there with the grey car with the blue roll cage. And a new fastest lap that time through, as I say, that is Ben Lopez Appleton, 134.233. Despite a bit of bumping and boring in the early stages, he's in 9th place. Peter Mott is 10th. They've got past Sam Parker, who's dropped a couple of spots on that lap. There she is, the blue and pink car for Team Parker Racing. Here come your leaders, Chadwick and Wilby, still duking it out. Chadwick trying to go around the outside. Well, I think he has made it stick there on Island Bend. Yes, he's done it. A rare move there, but yes, it's normally national hot rod drivers who are specialists in using the outside line on the turns, but Will Chadwick,
they normally have
a specialist here.
Camber to work with, don't they? We haven't got that around that corner, that's for sure. So great move. He just had that momentum around the outside, was very late on the brakes, and it is surprising how late these cars brake into that hairpin as they come down. In the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, if you're into your watches, go and take a look at vertex-watches.com. Some beautiful mechanical watches there, such as their popularity, and so they've released to acclaim this year their pilot's watch that they're all sold out at the moment. They've still got some of their stock there, but yeah, check out vertex-watches.com, get them on your list of visits around the web.
Side by side for the lead down into Lodge Corner once again, despite that bit of bodywork flapping. Ryan Wilby is there on the inside. Can he retake the lead from Will Chadwick? No, not quite. And here comes Charles Harris, looking for his first win in the championship. The best he's had is a second behind his brother at Cadwell Park. He's up to second around the outside of Wilby. Now he got the toe off Chadwick there. Here comes Will Harris, the championship leader, coming into this weekend. Stephen Lancaster's running well too up there, fighting with Chris Buck for the lead of the AM category. That was Buck with the white bonnet in P5 behind the top 4. The AM drivers mixing it with the overall pace setters, which is good to see here. Very close, very open field here at Oulton Park. Chadwick
and Willis also making their move forward now, aren't they? So they've made it into that AM battle and nearly up to this lead battle, but they've still got a way to go. You can see them there just at the rear of the field. In fact, Goldstein's pulling out. Did he miss a gear? Maybe lost a gear knob or something else, but his car's definitely slow up the hill that time.
Yeah, he's had a very lacklustre day, unfortunately. By his usual standards, Paul Goldstein, man who's second in the points at the moment. He's yet to take a win this year, but it's been rather a day to forget for the Gold Machine.
Yeah, definitely something up with that, whether that's out of gear or just another ailment, but the car is definitely not up to speed.
Yeah, everything about his team is gold, not only his name and his car, his race suit, his transporter, everything. But no gold medals for Paul Goldstein today, sadly, here at Oulton Park. Side by side for the lead. Charlie Harris going for the lead on the inside. Charles Harris takes the lead as they go into Lodge Corner. It's the first time he's led the way today. Is he looking for his first win?
I think it might be all year, actually.
The 310Rs. Yes, I've not seen him at the front.
But he's certainly out front now, isn't he? In that sort of the old Lotus classic colours there out front.
Reminiscent of the Oulton Park Gold Cup for Formula 1 cars back in the 60s here. The likes of Jim Clark and Graham Hill would have raced Lotuses here. Of course, now we see the historic Gold Cup meeting held here these days. It's usually historic Formula 2 cars were the last cars to contest the Gold Cup. Up towards Island Bend they come once again. Chris Buck still leading the AM category in P5 overall. Here's Peter Mott up the inside. He's got Tom Willis on his tail, and ahead of him Lars Hoffman, so they're up into this midfield scrap now, the two cars from the back of the field. Alex Vincent's already in there. There he is, the grey car with the blue cage in about 7th place.
Still got over 10 minutes, over halfway of this race still to go, so they are just about in the position they need to be to get to the front of it, but it's still a lot of work between now and then, isn't it? You can see Pete Willis there just behind Peter Mott at the moment. As you get higher up, the harder it gets to overtake, and yeah, they're going to struggle to get through to this field, but they're just about on target if they want to get to the front of this field. But it's currently Charles Harris who's out front, and clearly he needs to have more race interviews ahead of going out on track.
Yes, he and Chadwick have swapped places a couple of times this lap, and they do so again. Chadwick at the inside retakes the lead. They're loving this. Ryan will be in behind them. I think it's a bit tricky to see the numbers there at Lodge now in the slightly lowering sun. they come up over the line, it is Will Harris in third place, in fact. So what's happened to Ryan Wilby? He's dropped back to fifth place behind Chris Buck. He's into the top four now.
Must have made a mistake on that lap through him again, and maybe a potential misgear, but here comes Willis and here comes Hoffman. They are right there now, aren't they? And as this group's all coming back together again. Ben Lopez-Appleton also fighting back through, but not succeeding that time. Sam Parker's in a bit of no man's land at the moment, in fourth place, but Peter Mott just at two, but still fighting with that group in front, as Chadwick then comes down in the lead into the hairpin. A little bit late on the brakes that time through, but I think also late on the brakes there was Vincent, I think.
Side by side up the hill there, Peter Mott and Tom Willis. So another obstacle cleared by the Hoffman-Willis combo from the back of the rear. Alex Vincent going down the inside as well, trying to attack. So it's still Chadwick from Charles Harris, Will Harris, Chris Buck up there in fourth. He's having a fantastic run. Ryan Wilby in fifth, and Alex Vincent from towards the back of the grid is sixth. Steve Lancaster seventh. Ben Lopez-Appleton is up to eighth. Then Hoffman ninth, Willis 10th. So the three drivers who hit problems in race 2 earlier on, all into the top 10 now as Charles Harris takes the lead back again from Will Chadwick. They're having a fantastic scrap out in front, those two. Steve Lancaster under fire from Ben Lopez-Appleton up towards Lodge Corner. Chadwick moves across to hold back the Lotus livery machine.
Wilby looks out of sorts. He's not got momentum in that car, and I don't know whether he's able to get it back again, but he's dropping backwards rather than moving forwards. You can see the gap now between that front group, which he was with until very recently.
Charles Harris retakes the lead as they come down towards Old Hall once again. Willis and Hoffman have taken Lancaster. Good save, Stephen Lancaster. I thought he was going to spin across into the barriers there. That was a scary moment. He'd have needed a few shots of Dutch Barn vodka after that. Goodness me.
Yeah, we've seen that accident many times. A spin onto the outside all the way to the inside happens very quickly, but he has managed to straighten that all up, and off he goes again. A bit of a lock-up that time from Wilby as they came into the wrap. Vincent taps him up the rear as they go up and over the hill again. So does that mean that that Wilby is back and up and running again? But Chadwick is leading them down. A little bit of a comfort gap back in this corner, so one corner gap where they can breathe a little bit more.
He leads Alex Vincent there. You can see a tiny bit of damage on Alex Vincent's nose cone there, I think. Behind him is Ben Lopez-Appleton up to 7th. There is Lancaster coming under fire from Tom Willis. Hoffman's already gone through in the number 2 car. 15 cars running out of the 16 that started because Paul Goldstein has pulled into the pits. Charles Harris it is who leads the way under pressure from Will Chadwick. Still a 7.5 minutes, so this cracking race to go for the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. Chadwick retakes the lead as they come up towards Lodge Corner yet again. I've lost count of the number of times they've swapped places now, those two at the front. So Will Harris is just biding his time behind them as well. The championship leader, he's had one win at every meeting except for Brands Hatch Indy this year. Had a best of second place there. Lopez-Appleton sweeps past Alex Vincent. They're having a good fight as well.
Probably triggered the track limits there, so again we've seen that a couple of times from him, haven't we? So needs to be careful of that as he heads through into the latter part of this race. He'll have logged at least a couple, I think, by now. Here though it is Charles Harris back in front then this time through as they head into the hairpin. Less action into the hairpin, so that change of wind direction means that the overtakes are happening slightly differently. They get more of a benefit from the toe down now into the chicane, so you're going to see more of that into the chicane and then up into Druids, which is what we've been seeing in the latter part. You can see how easy that manoeuvre was for him, just where he had the toe up and over the hill, and a little bit of compliance with Harris as well to let that happen. So the two Harris brothers running line astern, and Buck is threatening for that outright podium, isn't he?
He certainly is, yes. Chris Buck, this is the best I've seen him run. And the number 36, the C&V Mubob software sponsored machine. Of course, Mubob sponsored the Caterham Academy a couple of years ago. It's ahead of Ryan Wilby, trying to catch these three who are at it absolutely hammer and tongs at the front. Chadwick back up the inside on Harris. Here comes Will Harris, 3 wide behind. There's Steve Harris towards the back of the field, probably wishing he could join that battle with his two sons at the front.
Looking fun, yeah.
So who's going to be leading as they complete the lap this time? 9 laps ago it was Chadwick who led at the line, I can tell you from the timing screen, and off at the back of the field that was Will Coop going off. at the exit of
Didn't
Lodge
make
Corner.
it back before hitting that barrier.
I'm not
It was
sure.
close.
Charles Harris has got the lead back again. Meanwhile, every time we cut back to that battle, there's a different leader. You just can't keep up with this. You can't take your eyes off it. Here they come. Charles Harris has retaken Will Chadwick. There's still over 5 minutes of this to go. This is fantastic stuff. Will Harris in third, then Buck fourth. Hoffman's up to fifth, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. How's Hoffman done that? He finished the previous lap in eighth.
There you go. He's taken 3 people in one corner. He's lost a bit of momentum up over the hill, so he's going to get swamped a little bit back again, I think. So, but it is, it's just lost a little bit out there. He's lost 2 of those places again. So
yeah, Wilby and Lopez Appleton have got through. Vincent in there as well.
But Wilby is just not having a good second part, is it? I think the tyres must have gone off, or the setup is just not for this hotter weather.
Steve Lancaster still going ahead of Peter Mott there, second and third of the AM category. Sam Parker's rather lost the draft, as they say in NASCAR racing. She's in 12th place. And the final battle between Metcalf and Steve Harris further down the order. I think Will Coop is stuck in the gravel at Lodge. So I think there might be a yellow flag out here because he hasn't come through on that previous lap.
The yellow flag is there. I was chatting or joking with Will Coop that there's not many places around here that you can actually get stuck in the gravel, but I think he did meet with that barrier potentially, so hopefully that's going to be okay and not too much damage on that before he gets back out with us at Knockhill.
Ryan Wilby down the inside on Chris Buck, retakes 4th position. Here comes Ben Lopez Appleton. He's been yo-yoing up and down the order all day long today as Will Chadwick retakes the lead again, coming into Cascades.
That's Hoffman off wide there, so he got contact, he got squeezed up to the edge of the track, didn't see how it all started, but that is Hoffman back off, and he will be losing all that momentum he just gained.
And again, before we finish the next sentence, Charles Harris has retaken the lead again. I wonder if somebody's tallying the number of lead changes here, because it must change about 3 or 4 times a lap in this race.
The lap chart definitely doesn't give the full picture,
no, it doesn't. Results, proof that results certainly can lie, this race is going to be. Let's have a look what happened to Hoffman there.
Yeah, he got squeezed, didn't he, by, I think that was at Vincent? No, it was Buck, wasn't it? So he didn't know he was there and just squeezed him off the edge of the track.
So where is Lars Hoffman now? We'll pick it up at the end of this lap. There's Chris Buck. He's lost out to Ben Lopez Appleton. Ryan Wilby already had gone through. Then Vincent and Willis next in the order. Here are the leaders. Charles Harris. Can he hang on ahead of Will Chadwick for more than a couple of corners? No. I may as well say they're yellow flags at Lodge, of course.
Yeah. So he was ahead at that point of the yellow, so they'll have to work that out.
Chadwick's gone round there. Yeah, I think he just got him before the yellow flag zone there. That's a bit of a risk taken by Chris Buck on the back of Ben Lopez Appleton. He might set himself up to make a move here.
You've got to be careful that you do show you're fully in control of the car if there is a yellow flag, but side by side then with
Will Harris taking on his brother. I thought this might happen.
But absolutely, he's not resisting anymore, is he? He's not giving him it or letting him have anything. He's designing himself to be in front all the time, but Chadwick is still in that lead position at the moment. Charles Harris, great to see him fighting there for this outright win.
Yeah, the Harris brothers, they need to work together to try and get past Chadwick here, not fight each other, because they might let Chadwick get away in front. Up the inside, Charles Harris retakes the lead. There's Alex Vincent battling it out with Tom Willis through Island Bend. This is a brilliant race.
So
first class Caterham racing.
So I think this will be the penultimate lap, won't it? I think they'll get over the line again before time is up, so they'll get one more. But there's Hoffman drifting all the way back to Sam Parker there, so be a shame for him that after all that effort he's not going to get rewarded with some big points on his return to this grid. Like we say, hope for Henning Eschweiler will get better, but it is great to have Hoffman out here, isn't it, doing what he does best.
It certainly is, yes. I'd love to see him battling Taylor O'Flanagan in the UK Championship again someday. They were such great friends and rivals in the 310Rs over the last couple of seasons. Here come the 3 leaders. The yellows, I think, are still out there. So it'll be Charles Harris in front this time. There was definitely a yellow light on the Warwick Bridge there, so Chadwick up the inside. I'm sure I could see a yellow light flashing there. So
we'll flag up here though, so maybe it was withdrawn just before they got there.
Well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt from my point of view. I'm not sure then.
Yeah.
So Chadwick has got back ahead there of Charles Harris. William Harris looking on, and look, they've battled so much. Ryan Wilby has been able to catch them. He's got his second wind in this race after dropping back early on. We'll be on the last lap now, because there was just over a minute to go as they cross the line. This is going to be interesting. 4 of them going for the win now. Here they come up towards Island Bend.
Ryan Wilby did take a position, so he's into third already. He's gone down the inside. There's a bit of a squeeze there for third place. Lock up by Charles. He's going to lose momentum. That's going to get Ryan Wilby into second place then. One more car in front of him before the win is possible.
He locked up because Chadwick went round the outside of him on the entrance to the corner and got the lead away. He took him by surprise there. This is amazing stuff between these four, and the rest of them are catching up to them as well. Now Chadwick's got the break. Has he done enough here to try and take the win? Ryan Wilby, if Ryan Wilby can win this, that's one of the best comebacks in Caterham racing, the way he dropped down the order earlier on. This is absolutely superb stuff. Up they come towards Druids for the final time. I've no idea what's going to happen through the final corner here. Wilby's in second place ahead of the Harris brothers.
Chadwick's got this.
Has Chadwick been able to escape? They're coming up towards Lodge for the final time. I think it was one of the signs on the bridge I saw, not the yellow light, so I apologise there. Chadwick will lead them into the final corner. Wilby in second place. The Harrises are still at it for third place. They're going to take each other off if they're not careful. Lopez Appleton dives wide. Checkered flag is at the ready, and it's going to be Will Chadwick takes his second win of the day. Ryan Wilby, what a comeback for second place. And Charles Harris beats his brother for third.
Yeah, great stories across that, and it was Buck across the line first in the AM Championship, Lancaster and Mott, then Parker in that fourth place as we watched the Metcalf and the other Harris, Senior Harris, coming across the line to complete this grid. Fantastic action all weekend, all day from the 310Rs. Really fun to watch them racing and showing what they've been doing. So again, they will be up with us at Knock Hill on the 15th and 16th of August for the super header as well. But Chadwick takes another win. He's really making a habit of that, isn't it? And what a good habit to be in. But yeah, it did look like Wilby had lost the momentum, lost the setup, maybe the balance, but it all came back to him at the end. And Charles Harris really was. Majority of that race he was ahead of his brother, wasn't it? And it deserved.
Yes, he was in the lead for quite a lot of it, battling it out with Chadwick. But it is Chadwick who takes the win by 0.349 of a second. That's a big margin in 310R terms. Ryan Wilby, great fight back for second. Then the Harris brothers, Charles ahead of Will. Ben Lopez Appleton in fifth. Alex Vincent and Tom Willis coming through from towards the back of the grid for sixth and seventh. Chris Buck dropped to eighth, but he does win the AM category ahead of Stephen Lancaster. Only half a second between those two at the line. Peter Mott in 10th, then Lars Hoffman dropped to 11th with that off. 12th was Sam Parker, Steve Metcalf 13th, Steve Harris 14th. We lost Will Coop at Lodge Corner, and Paul Goldstein pulled into the pits.
Great racing, guys and gals. That's fantastic stuff, and I look forward to more of the same later in the season. But they're also coming late into their championship, so it is now time. But to see how are they going to finish off their championships? Well, if they finish them off the way they've been racing this year, it's going to be fun to witness for sure. One more race to go before we call time here at Oulton Park. We've got the 7 Championship UK drivers, and we're just waiting for Sam to get back into Parc Fermé and get herself ready for that. But yeah, up next is the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Just a reminder then, the next Caterham actions you're going to be able to get to see Academy on the 1st of August at Brands Hatch Indy. We've got the Road Sports 270s and 310s heading to Knock Hill on the 15th and 16th of August. But the week before that, Caterham 7 Championship UK cars will be at Knock Hill with the TOCA Touring car bases on the 18th and 8th and 9th of August. So yeah, plenty more action to throw at, and plenty more Caterhams throughout the course of this 2026 season, which is already turning out to be quite a classic. Again, let me take that opportunity as well to say thank you ever so much to all the marshals as we watch the recovery crews and ambulances and everything else that goes into making a race meeting happen. We can't go racing without them. Great to hear from some of them over the course of the weekend, and Caterham still feeding our marshals with their little goodie bag ahead of each race meeting, as we really do like to say thank you. And again, Academy also get to have a marshalling day to extra points in their championship. I think that's pretty unique in British motorsport, and again, it gives them a chance to see what it's like from the marshals' point of view, and that's really important for any racer to appreciate.
Very well said indeed.
Look how many cars there are out there. You know, it's just everything that goes into making one of these race weekends. It's an incredible infrastructure that's here to allow us to do what we love.
So just one more race to come then, 20 minutes for the Mottle Caterham 7 Championship UK. We used to see the partially reversed grid for these races, but that's not a feature this year. They line up in the order they finished the previous race, so it will be Taylor O'Flanagan on pole position with Matt Armstrong alongside. Before then, though, I think we can, in just a moment, hand down to Park Fermé with Sam to talk to our race winner in that cracking 310R race.
So Will Chadwick has done it again. Another race win for Will Chadwick. Come on down. Wow, absolutely fantastic. That's just what you need, isn't it? Just for points in it. So that's basically 3 wins, isn't it, in points terms for this weekend, which is fantastic. How was it from your end?
Very good. I mean, it's my local circuit. It's a dream come true to race here. I've been here since I was 6 years old or something, watching racing here. So it's a dream come true to race here, win here, and a really good weekend for myself. And it was really good working with Charles and Will for most of the race, which we were able to get a good gap, and it was calm it down a little bit.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, it was, I mean, I think having that, do you find that having that benefit, it has a benefit with being local, it's your home circuit, you know it really, really well, you feel comfortable here?
I think I think I know Donington better, to be honest, but I love Oulton. It's an amazing track, fantastic track to drive, and yeah, it's just that little bit of extra couple tenths of a second from being close to home.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, well done, very well deserved. And right, let's go and have a quick chat with Charles. Actually, is here. You're on the podium, Charles. Congratulations. Well done. Hard fought though, right? It's so hard.
It was. I mean, yeah, Will and I had a good thing going, sort of keeping pace up front, switching where we worked out who was faster in each section. And then it was all looking good until literally last lap. Will we managed to sneak into the mix, and then that was it. But still, take a podium. It's not bad.
Absolutely.
It's a good way to end the weekend.
Definitely, because you've been right there, haven't you, all the time?
I know. We've been just outside the podium for the last couple of weekends actually. So it's nice to be back.
Yeah,
it's nice to be
very
back.
Well done. Congratulations. I'll have a quick word with Ryan. Well done, Chris. Another win. Well done. You just got in there, Charles said. You just got in amongst the two of them.
Yeah, I sort of had a good start to race, and then I clipped the tyre stack going through the chicane, and so I had like a lot of play in my steering wheel, and the wheel arch was rubbing, and I couldn't see the apexes. So because it was stuck up in the air, so it was a nightmare. But then as soon as it came free, I found myself in clean air and could just catch the rest of the pack up back up.
Oh, well done. That's awesome. That's hard. Not being able to see the apex. That's dodgy around here.
Terrifying.
Well, very well done. Excellent.
Thank you.
Right, we have Chris Buck won in the AM class again, and Peter Mott got third, and Steve Lancaster got second. So yeah, fantastic for those guys too. Right, we have the 7 UK Championship up next, and I believe Leah spoke to some of the guys earlier.
Here we are then, everyone, the final race of Caterham Island here at Oulton Park, and what better way to round it up than with the 7 UK class, the pinnacle of Caterham racing here in the UK. And I thought it'd be nice actually to speak to the drivers who perhaps don't get as much time from people like us, because we do get so caught up in who's winning, who's on the podium, who's setting records, who is breaking down barriers, but we don't really get to speak to people at the back end of the grid who are as just important to this championship as those winning races. So let's see if we can catch a word with Chris Welch, because I'm very interested by his helmet. I quite like that. I'm okay to grab a quick word with Chris. I want to talk about his helmet, really. Are you free for a quick chat?
Yeah, not doing anything else.
I was about to say, we're just sat here enjoying this lovely sort of Cheshire sunshine. Chris, it's lovely to speak to you. I want to talk to you about your helmet, because in particular it's really caught my eye in this grid. What was the colour design behind it? Because you've got red with glimpses of yellow. It's really eye-catching.
Well, it's my grandfather's tartan, which is a Macmillan tartan. So we wanted to have it in the helmet. So my wife designed it, and we took it to Craig to get the design done. And then we went there with my wife to have it unveiled in front of her to see, because she was petrified it was not going to be great, and it is fantastic. So it's there's a bit of yellow, a bit of colour, it keeps Ian happy, a bit of tartan in there, and it matches the car.
It matches your car absolutely perfectly. Have you enjoyed your time here at Oulton Park today?
Yeah, absolutely, it's been lovely. It's been great fun. I've never done this particular circuit before, and it's great. Really good, and people here are fantastic, and of course the marshals and the stewards and everybody, and not to forget you lot of catering that are always there to help us out and tell us off when we need to be told off.
Lovely, thank you, Chris. I appreciate your time. Lovely to speak to you. See, look, this is what we find when we go back to these people here. We get lovely stories like his grandfather holding that. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Tom as well. Tom, just a quick word with you. We've been speaking all day to people about their cars and the liveries they've chosen. You've just gone full banana mode. What was the reason behind that?
To be honest, I really can't remember. We just always had a banana. Yeah, it's been yellow for as long as. Yeah, I think it was originally a sponsor we had like about 10 years ago, and it just fitted in with that, and then we really liked it.
So you kept it?
Yeah, we did. We went blue one year and just couldn't cope with it.
Wasn't the same, was it? Finally, my final question to you, just to wrap up before we head back to the race, is Oulton Park. It's had mixed reactions from a lot of the drivers. Is it one you like or don't like?
I would love it. It's a great circuit. Don't really want to be like back here, but it's like, yeah, we just had a bit of bad luck and stuff. But no, I love it. I love it. Yeah, really great circuit.
Lovely, Tom. Thank you for your time. Best of luck in your banana car for the race this afternoon. That's to wrap it up, guys. Here we go then. The final race of the afternoon. And as I said, what better way to end it than with the 7 UK Championship. And for the final time, it is my pleasure to hand back to my friends Dave and Chris in comms. Boys, enjoy this one.
Cars already on their green flag lap. Thanks very much, Leah. Time for our final race of the day, the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship. This will be a 20-minute race to round off the day. Will my voice survive the whole 20 minutes? If it was anything as lively as the last race, I'm not so sure. So race 2 saw Taylor O'Flanagan take the win, and he lines up on pole position. Fresh from his 4th win of the season. Alongside him, Matt Armstrong, last year's champion. Row 2 23, Justin Armstrong, who is likely to move to Pro-Am status soon, we think, and Harry Senior alongside in 28. Row 3 46, Steve Nuttall, 76, Monty Hind. 4th row is number 10, Henry Heaton, and the 56 of Craig Story. On row 5, 21 of Charlie Lower got that track limits penalty in race 2 while fighting for a podium. Lines up alongside Dale Head in number 6. Nick Heighton in 78 alongside 62 Darren McCormack. Then we've got the 7th row, 17 Mark Farmer, 35 Mark Kendall, 22 Gary Curtis and 68 Chris Welch we just heard from on row 8. The 9th row, 64 Tom Eden and 25 Louis Darling, and 93 Mike Evans. Hopefully will round out the field. He ended up in the gravel trap at Cascades in the 2nd race. Louis Darling hitting problems in race 2 as well. So lined up ready for their green flag lap. That was the lap behind our safety car to the grid. They cut across the shorter Foster's circuit.
You can see the staggered nature of this, the 7 Championship UK grid, the only grid that does get staggered like that. Always good to appreciate a good helmet on the grid. They pull away nice and colourful out there. I myself had painted mine with cheese holes to keep it unique to my nickname there. There's Mike Evans,
no comment.
Though, heading at the rear of this pack. He'll be looking to get through. He had some issues earlier on in the race weekend, and is now looking to see whether he can come back through from the rear of the field. As Taylor Flanagan leads us around then, ahead of Matt Armstrong and Justin Armstrong. There is that yellow machinery there. Justin Armstrong in the yellow and blue machine. Matt is in the blue and orange, as Harry Senior also had a bit of a quiet weekend for him, hasn't he? But he did make it all the way up into that 4th place, so he's going to see what he can do to see whether he can make a push for those podiums. And again, I wouldn't put it past him. He's certainly got the skill in that car. Just want to see his get back in that grid, because we really, for the rest of the season, we want to see that battle really rejoined by Harry Senior, because he's been so fantastic over the last couple of races.
So looking at the back there, Louis Darling is not there, unfortunately, the 25, he's missing.
So he had some problems all throughout the course of this race weekend, hasn't he? Still needing to get that sorted, so hopefully we'll see him back with a sorted car. It's great to see the pace in Darling's car, though, over the course of the weekend, so proving that he has got it. As soon as he's allowed to, he is up there with the front of this pack. Henry Heaton, another guy that's just been a little bit less pushing forward than we might expect, and I know he'll be sort of scratching his head a little bit. He's been absolutely a driver over the years, fully at the front of the field, so we'll look and see what he can do. And Steve Nuttall making good progress, but not making it to the podium just yet, so he'll also be seeing whether he can do anything about finishing in 5th place last time. Podium's just within reach.
Okay, up to the grid for the final time today then. The Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship. The yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan on pole. In blue and red, it's Matt Armstrong. In blue and day glow yellow is Justin Armstrong. Then we've got Harry Senior in the light blue car with the red roll cage. Steve Nuttall in black and gold on row 3 with Monty Hind alongside him. That's the white and yellow car. Henry Heaton on the 4th row with the sort of chrome turquoise livery. Craig Story in the bright dayglow yellow and pink on row 4. Green flag is displayed at the back of the grid then. 20 minutes then, the final race of the day here at Oulton Park. This one-day event for the Caterhams. The red light is on, the revs are up, and off they go. And down towards Old Hall for the first time. Super start by Taylor O'Flanagan. The Armstrongs slot in behind, followed by Harry Senior. They're all away cleanly. They charge their way through the right-hander at Old Hall for the first time, and Taylor O'Flanagan is already in the clear at the front of this pack of around 16 cars. We should have 18 cars, I should say, we have out there. Mike Evans already on the move from the back of the field there. It's Justin Armstrong side by side there with Harry Senior, who's got through, I think, into no, he hasn't got through into third place. He's going to be on the outside for Island Bend. Justin Armstrong holds that third, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan who leads the way. Matt Armstrong in second, Justin in third, then Harry Senior and Steve Nuttall round out the top 5.
They're working hard down the gears on this 6-speed Sadev sequential box that these cars have in there. Very race focused indeed. As we go side by side a little bit further back in the field, that's Charlie Lower, isn't it, having to recover back through after that time penalty. All the work to do, but we've seen him do it before. He'll do it again, a bit wide there though, out and up the hill, but he's lost a bit of momentum, but I think he'll maintain that place. But yeah, the 6-speed sequential box, easy for me to say, very unique to these cars in Caterham Motorsport, but fantastic tool there, fantastic tool. But Mike Evans pulling on through, made a couple of places up already as we watch Gary Curtis just coming through there. Taylor O'Flanagan though leading over the top of Matt Armstrong, Justin Armstrong, Harry Senior, Steve Nuttall, Henry Heaton making some good progress.
Monty Hind up the inside there takes Craig Story, and off has gone Dale Head. He's gone into the barriers. Yeah, safety car will be out as a result of that. I think that might be the exit of Cascades.
It is the inside of Cascades, yeah. Quite a regular, common thing to see a car spin to the inside there, and it's hard to avoid the barriers once the rear end steps out. Sad end to Dale Head. He's had a good weekend, a really strong performance, and really difficult car to pass as ever. But we've got everything back under control. Second safety car that we've seen this weekend, but still plenty of time on that clock, so they'll be able to clear that car, and then they'll get it back up and running as soon as possible.
So Dale Head in the barriers down at the bottom of Cascades. Looks like he just got a wheel onto the grass there on the exit and has spun across into the barrier. The flatbed recovery vehicle is on its way out to
it's so off camber.
That car.
Yeah, they're so off camber, this Cascade. You can't really see it, but it really does wash away. Watching the background there, you can see Dale just going to the inside. Hard to see whether he was involved with someone else at that point or whether that just happened all by himself. It's easy to just run into the curb a little bit wide and have the car spit to the inside just like that. But like I say, the car's having to work really hard down that off camber. And remember, these slick tyres are now in their third race, and they've also done qualifying, so they will be running out of grip as time goes on. As we watch them round there, the hairpin then, there's Gary Curtis, watching him just go up there. You'll see them weaving around just to keep some heat into the tyres, making sure it's all clear of dust. There is that safety car out front, so flashy old lights on top indicating that it's not coming in at this lap. They'll have a bit of work. In the background you can see the flatbed trailer ready to pick up Dale's car or drag him to a position where they're happy that he's behind the barrier or safe. But yeah, again, Marshall's doing what they need to do, and they'll do it as quickly as they can to get this race back up and running.
A chance to mention, while we have this pause, our next action on BARC TV. Just looking in the diary to see what's coming up. One-day event, of course, here at Oulton Park. So our next action is at Brands Hatch, August the 1st and 2nd, which is the Touring Car Rewind weekend, headlined by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. That's August the 1st and 2nd at Brands Hatch. Touring Car Rewind South. We had Touring Car Rewind North here at Oulton earlier in the season. Full programme from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The Caterham Academy are racing at that one as well. Junior Saloon Cars, MG Owners Club and the Track Action Racing Club. That's coming up August the 1st and 2nd at Brands Hatch.
On the Indy circuit.
It is indeed.
Seeing how the Academy get on in their second ever road race. So they had a bit of a difficult round at Donington Park with the abbreviated of their first race where guys got caught out in a bit of an accident. As we watched Dale Head's car, just you can see it's that contact on that nose cone. It is,
yes.
Isn't it? So he's definitely had some contact on the way to find the inside there. So just maybe someone, again, maybe it could have been someone losing it in front of them. All sorts of permutations, but nevertheless, they'll get that car back up and running and ready for Knock Hill with the TOCA Touring Cars on the 8th and 9th of August. So the rest of the cars just flow on by.
Of course, we're in action on BARC TV 8th and 9th of August as well. We've got Convoy in the Park at Donington Park, a British Truck Racing Championship headlines there.
Great to see British Motorsport in such a rude health. Meetings all over the place, all around the country. People enjoying their motorsport and enjoying their time out on track.
So a chance to see the recovery crew in operation. Big thanks to them. Also to, as well as our marshals, the medical staff here, all the other officials, the timekeepers, race control staff, everyone else here at Oulton Park and from the British Automobile Racing Club this weekend. Big thanks to our camera crews as well, to Dan, our director behind the scenes, and everyone else here. Big thanks to Leah and Sam down on the ground, getting us all the info from the drivers as well.
And Harry Cook earlier joining us, and nice to have another driver's voice in the comms.
Yes, indeed.
As well, to hear from someone drove last year very successfully in this championship, and great to have his input into that race. So thanks to all those, everything, and so many people go into making up a race weekend and everything that goes on here. So it's quite an enterprise.
Yeah, if you do want to see behind the scenes, sign up for a marshalling taste today. I urge you to do it.
Yeah, it's fun. You get to watch great racing all day, get to be a part of it, the best view in the house, and what a fantastic job to do out there. And we saw earlier, it's not just out there on the banks though. If you really like that sort of logistics and the organisation of the race meetings, there's the stewarding, but plus there's the paddock areas that all need to be marshalled, pit area that all needs to be marshalled, and yeah, it's fantastic. So are they going to get up and running? Not this lap through, so they've got one more lap at least of, there's that on the low loader. They might be able to just drive that behind. I wonder whether they're going to go all the way around to the pit lane or whether they're just going to move it into the other shell oils hairpin. I think that looks like what they're doing, yes. So that car will be clear now, so it looks like this will be the final lap under safety car.
Yeah, it's just disappearing down to shell hairpin with Dale Head's car there. That'll be repatriated to the paddock at the end of the race, so Dale can head home back to Colchester in Essex. Quite a long drive home for him tonight. Who's travelled the furthest today? I know Gary Curtis lives in Monaco, but
yeah, doesn't count.
Doesn't really count.
He gets to commute in some very nice cars as well. So
indeed.
It's great to have Gary out here on the track. He's someone who really loves his motor racing, loves the Caterham action, has done multiple steps of this Caterham ladder, and it's great to see him out there racing away.
I suppose Lars Hoffmann's travelled the furthest because he comes from Germany.
Certainly, that's I would say that's a fair shout for sure. Wonder whether, I don't think Henry Speaks is travelling from Hong Kong at the moment, but that's a fair
based in the UK. He works for Aston Martin in the UK, doesn't he?
Yeah, I believe he does. Yeah, he works across the Valkyrie project as well. So yeah, great again. Anyway, as to wherever they've come from, it's going to be a long old evening drive back home, isn't it? Maybe with the exception of Henry Heaton. But let's watch those lights. Hopefully we'll see them go out this time around this bend, which is where we saw them. Indeed we do. So it is now back to Taylor Flanagan. He went early last time. Is he going to do the same again? I think if he looked in his mirrors, he would see the gaps in this field. He might well be tempted to do that, but that safety car has to get round the bend and into the pit lane before he can overtake it. And he's decided to go, and he has decided to go early once more, and he is going to bring them over. And actually it does make Matt Armstrong's on a little bit of a back foot there. He's got a gap back to him, and that's a great start then by Taylor Flanagan. Yes, perfectly judged there by Taylor Flanagan. He really has settled in so quickly to the Caterham 7 UK Championship, moving up from the 310Rs, where he had so many battles with Lars Hoffmann last season. Into Old Hall they go then. It is Flanagan who leads from the Armstrongs in second and third. Henry Heaton coming under fire there. That's from Charlie Lower. There's yellow flag again.
A yellow flag at Cascades there.
That was almost like the safety car flag had just not been withdrawn correctly, because it looked like it was flashing yellow. Unusually.
It's now gone to green as they've gone through, so I think that was just a bit of confusion over the lights there.
Yeah, it did cause, I think it maybe cost Taylor Flanagan a little bit of confusion time there, because he's lost that little gap that he had as the rest of the field then plough on through. Still got 10 minutes of this race then, so plenty of action still to come in the 7 Championship UK, the top flight of motorsport for the Caterham terms, going for the British Caterham champion in this very equipped race machine indeed.
There they go then, and the lead gap has indeed come right down. Matt Armstrong right with Taylor O'Flanagan now. Craig Story battling it out with Monty Hind there a little bit further back in the order. Monty, who had a big crash in a 310R last season, and Matt Armstrong round the outside of Druids, and he takes the lead. Excellent move by Matt Armstrong. You don't see that move very often there. We saw Will Chadwick do it earlier on in the 310Rs, but Taylor O'Flanagan is fighting back. Justin Armstrong at the fire from Harry Senior. It's going to be 4 for the lead shortly. Here comes O'Flanagan. He gets out wide onto the curb though. Jinx back in behind Matt Armstrong. Steve Nuttall trying to catch up with the leaders too, and Charlie Lower, of course, started slightly further back as a result of that penalty in the early race. Justin Armstrong goes for the inside. Oh, that was close. Thought he was going to dive at the inside of both of them, make it 3 wide at Old Hall. Now here comes Harry Senior. They haven't noticed him creeping up as they come through Dentons. He might get Justin Armstrong here. No, not quite. Steve Nuttall's being drawn into this as well, because they're losing time to each other and allowing him to close in. What's going to happen as they come down towards Island Bend this time? Matt Armstrong leads. O'Flanagan goes for the inside. He stands on everything up the inside as he outbraked himself slightly. Armstrong back up the inside and retakes the lead as they come over Hilltop. This is frantic stuff.
It really is. That was the first time we've seen someone just trying for an absolute last of the late breakers dive bomb, but it actually, even though he went past on the way in, he did cost him on the way out, and it's the inside line that's important into that chicane. We've seen that all. Flanagan's car is really, I think he might have cooked his tyres a little bit. It takes a while, as Harry Cook said earlier on, for those tyres to get back under control and a little bit cooled off. So yeah, I think maybe working them a little bit too hard, but certainly no lack of commitment from this front 3. There were millimetres between them as they went through turn 1 last time through.
Under the bridge they come then. It's still Matt Armstrong who leads late. Taylor O'Flanagan going to try and move to the outside at Lodge Corner. Can he be late enough on the brakes? There's inches between them there as they come off the turn. Yeah, they bang wheels there certainly. Justin Armstrong might try and make a move here into the top 2. He's gone to the outside there. They're almost 3 wide across the line. Harry Senior doesn't know which side to attack on, and Justin Armstrong goes round the outside of Taylor O'Flanagan. It's Armstrong family 1 and 2. We've never had them finish in the first and second position. This would certainly end Justin Armstrong's amateur status if he was able to finish in second place outright.
I think that class and the status, he's certainly showing himself right up there, capable of running at the front here this weekend, isn't he? And he is actually acting as blocker now against Taylor O'Flanagan, who's on the outside and won't be able to do anything. He's got Harry Senior down the inside, and that's going to be the inside. Oh, the contact then! There was a little lack of speed, and that's clipped the wing off of Matt Armstrong. He lost all the speed and momentum, and he's lost 2 places. From looking like he was going to get 3rd as a surefire thing, he's now lost all those positions.
Yeah, Senior's down to 6th because Charlie Lower and Steve Nuttall. And Nuttall was delayed there as well, so Charlie Lower said thanks very much, I'll go through into 4th place as a result there, and that's hand-painted number 21 car, and he can go after the 3 leaders now. Fastest lap of the race done last time by Charlie Lower, 128.53, so he's on a charge from further down the order. His next target is Taylor O'Flanagan. 5th overall it is Nuttall, down to 6th is Senior. Craig Story in 7th, then Heaton, then Heighton, and then looks like in 10th place Tom Eden's come through from further down the grid, so he's running well from towards the back. He's gone ahead of Monty Hind. Bit of place swapping further back as well. Looks like McCormack trying to come through in the 62 car, battling with Mark Farmer. It's Matt Armstrong who leads the way by 1 second now. Justin Armstrong, his father, in 2nd place, and Taylor O'Flanagan goes down to 3rd. Harry Senior, the big loser in that little contretemps coming out of Island Bend. There he is in 6th, the light blue car. Leaders coming down through Cascades once again, and Matt Armstrong now just starting to break away.
Yeah, just starting to break away, like I said, as soon as Justin got into that 2nd place. Oh, Mike Evans locked up fully as he comes down Cascades. It's in the gravel. Can he get it out? He's got a bit of momentum on that car. Hopefully he can drive across there and into the sort of Foster's recovery loop, and therefore may be able to get back on it. But yeah, it looked like it just really just locked up on the way in. It's like a strange reaction of the car. He got a tank slapper on, and he went gravel bound. But yeah, as soon as Justin got into that 2nd place, that gap immediately sprung open to Matt out front again. as the rest of them come down the hill then into the chicane. Still some jockeying for position there. Tom Eden, like you say, doing well, and just on the back of Heighton as well. Tom Eden, he's been in this championship for multiple years now, very experienced driver. Here is Mike watching him near the rear of that park. He just caught a wheel onto the grass just as the outside got distracted by the cars in front, and that sends him off into the gravel.
That's exactly the same place he ended up in the gravel earlier on, so hopefully he's been able to keep going there. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see when he crosses, if he crosses the timing line next time through on the TSL timing screen. Here comes Harry Senior attacking Steve Nuttall for 5th position, a little bit further back, and Justin Armstrong coming under fire now from Taylor O'Flanagan for 2nd place. Just over 5 minutes of this final race. The weekend to go. Justin Armstrong runs a bit wide coming off the exit to Old Hall. Matt Armstrong leads by 0.9 of a second. Taylor O'Flanagan's just on the fastest lap, 1:28.173, so he is in attacking mode, trying to take P2 from Justin Armstrong. But is it going to be an Armstrong 1-2? It'll be a historic occasion for the family if it is, and Justin is hanging on in that 2nd place at the moment, side by side with 4th. Here comes Charlie Lower through into P4, and Harry Senior up the inside of both of them trying to get through there. There's another little sort out further back there. Tom Eden and Henry Heaton in the middle of that. Nick Heighton's got ahead of that group. He's running well.
Definitely feels like they've also turned the dial to 11 in this race. They're all absolutely monstering each other at the moment. It's absolutely throw caution to the wind, lace the last of the late breakers, and just see wherever there's a gap, let's shove a car there. And the gaps have often just about been wide enough for a Caterham. Hopefully they'll keep that all within the limits of what's acceptable as they head off and up into Druids. Then one more time, Charlie Lower side by side with Steve Nuttall, has to drift back in there, but holds up Harry Senior in the process. He's going to be seeing whether he can take that head of steam and deliver it at the net position. He can't at the moment. He's having to go to the outside. The outside hasn't worked too many times, although it has occasionally. But it's Story as well, looking like he's going to get involved in that battle.
O'Flanagan looked like he was about to make a move on Justin Armstrong for 2nd place. We'll see if he made that stick as they come over the line this time. I don't think he has. Smoke out of Charlie Lower's car there. What was that?
What happened there? It looked like he caught the brake or something. Very unusual. The car looked like he absolutely just caught the brake pedal. Now he's got some sort of problem. Maybe that's the impact. Was that an engine blowing out?
It was a very sudden puff of smoke there. It doesn't look big enough to be an engine blow-up, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, out the middle and the bottom of the car. If it was an engine blowout there, that's going to have left an awful lot of fluid, and it won't be a very nice fluid. It'll be all the oils as
lock up there.
Story.
That was Craig Story, yes, nearly into the side of, that's Harry Senior. He's dropped back again as well.
And more side-by-side Heighton and Heaton having a bit of a contretemps out there.
Yeah, Monty Hine there going off wide.
Apologies.
This is getting a bit chaotic in the midfield here. Matt and Justin Armstrong are still 1 and 2 ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. It's anybody's race for 4th place. We've lost Charlie Lower, so it's Nuttall, I think, in 4th. Craig Story was up as high as 5th in the 56 car. He's got ahead of this Senior.
Yeah, fluid on that start-finish straight is something we need to be cautious of here, because that could be quite nasty if it really did let go of a bunch of fluid. Hopefully, if there is a fluid, they'll mark it. So keep an eye for that.
Side by side, this is Nuttall and Craig Story. Craig Story is absolutely flying along in this one. He's trying to take P4 here around the outside, up into the start-finish straight. Then in behind them is Harry Senior, who dropped back a couple of laps ago. 3 of them together for this 4th place over the line. The Armstrongs are still 1-2. Justin has just done the fastest lap, 1:28.020 for Justin Armstrong in 2nd place. There's a yellow flag out there for Charlie Lower's car.
I think we're good on the fluid though.
Yes, looks okay.
Yeah, perfect.
And next through it's Heighton, Eden, Heaton and Hind, your top 4. Try saying that after a few drinks. A few Dutch Barn vodkas.
Yeah.
This is the battle for 4th place.
They've kind of drifted away though from those lead groups after that little bit of contact they had a couple of laps back. They've just drifted away from that lead group. Absolutely fierce battling here with Tom Eden and Heighton, and Hind was a little bit further back now, isn't he, after that little wide escapade earlier on. Eden diving one way then the other, Heighton doing a bit of a double move. They've got to be careful of doing that, just as you do in all sorts of motorsports. You can only move once. There was a little bit of a jink there, but knows the limits and maybe going to get away with it. But heating off wide once more again. There is another sensor out there, so you've got to be careful about drifting off wide at those corners.
Henry Heaton just behind. That's backed Eden up into Henry Heaton slightly there. So Eden tries again at Druids. I don't think he'll get alongside Nick Heighton in the 78. There's only 1 minute left on the clock now. Wait for the leaders to come through over the line. I think we're into the last lap of the weekend this time through. Yes, indeed, they are. Armstrong, the two Armstrongs over the line. It's only 0.68 of a second between the two leaders now. Could Justin Armstrong go for the win here?
He could. Whether it'll be a good idea and something he will do, but there you go. Harry Senior did have a head of speed. He's gone round the outside. He's just got Steve Nuttall there. Remember, in fact, he's got it done ahead of that yellow flag, which is just as well as they go down into Cascades. And 30 seconds left of Caterham action here at Oulton Park for 2026. Matt Armstrong is still ahead of Justin. Justin's still having to hold back Taylor Flanagan. Matt, with a little bit over eager on those brakes, did have to do it. He's lost some more speed, lost a bit more momentum. Here comes Justin, and here comes Taylor Flanagan. Who is going to make it? They've got a couple of overtaking opportunities left. Justin's really in that manoeuvre, and has Matt got anything left to defend?
Oh, this is going to be a grandstand finish to the weekend. We're on the last lap now. The clock is counting down to 0. Matt Armstrong, Justin Armstrong, Taylor O'Flanagan. Any one of these three could still win it. They're 7 seconds clear of everybody else. Up towards Druids for the final time. I've come back into our view. Justin Armstrong is not holding back here. He's trying to get into the toe for Lodge corner, but he's got to be mindful that Taylor O'Flanagan is there right on his tail as well. He might have a look up the inside here. Goodness me, this is going to be close. Justin Armstrong moves to cover. Is that going to allow Matt to get away slightly? I think it has. Oh, this is going to be really close on the run to the line. What a cracking finish. It's going to be a second win of the day for Matt Armstrong. It's an Armstrong 1-2 for the first time ever. What a finish. Justin Armstrong, you are no longer an Am, my friend. You are now into Pro-Am status, surely.
What a fantastic race. And I think that might be the first father and son 1-2 we've had in Caterham Motorsport. What a fantastic. The rest of the field still coming over the line then. Still battles to be won. Looked like it was indeed Hind and Houghton that won that battle in that second pack of cars as well.
Yes.
But here's Mike Evans still fighting away, so he recovered back to the track, and he's just overtaken Gary Curtis and Chris Welch, who had a battle to the end there.
So fourth goes to Stephen Nuttall, then Harry Senior fifth, Craig Story in sixth place, then Houghton, Eden, Hind and Heaton. Almost poetic, isn't it? From 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th across the line.
Great for all those drivers. Matt Armstrong doing what he needed to do. He had to recover his race season. I think he's done a good job of that with a couple of wins and a second place. You can't get much better than that, can you? With that pole position as well, scooping up most of the points on offer then. Here's a compilation of the provisional results.
So Matt and Justin Armstrong are son and father 1-2, a historic result there, just a quarter of a second or so apart. Taylor O'Flanagan in third place, and they were 10 seconds clear of Steve Nuttall, who fought off Harry Senior and Craig Story. Only 0.3 of a second covering those three, and then only 0.3 of a second covering the next four. Nick Houghton, Tom Eden, Monty Hind and Henry Heaton. Behind them were Darren McCormack, Mark Farmer, Mark Kendall, then Evans fought his way back up to 14th ahead of Curtis, and Chris Welch the final finisher. Bad luck Charlie lower, his car breaking down, and of course we lost Dale Head on the first lap. Oof. Well, that's about all from here in the commentary box.
Indeed.
Any final words, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic series of races we've had today. It finished off by that 7 Championship UK. But I just want to make my personal thanks, and on behalf of Caterham Motorsport, all the marshals, officials, the BARC team that are out there doing their thing, all of 24/7 Bark TV, Dave, Sam, Leah and Harry Cook in the comms box. And yeah, been a brilliant day's action, and we've packed a lot in, and I hope you've enjoyed it at home.
Yes, I don't think I've got anything that I can add to that. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Full credit to everybody here today, to all the marshals and officials. Big thank you to all the volunteers making this event possible. Big thanks to our camera teams and our director Dan behind the scenes as well for bringing this production to you. And a big thanks to Chris Hutchinson for joining me here in the box today. Big thanks to Leah and Sam down in the assembly area and Parc Ferme. And to Harry Cook for making his commentary debut with us as well. Hope we'll hear more from him soon. But that's about all from myself, Dave Goddard, and Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box. I'll see you at Brands Hatch on the 1st of August for Touring Car Rewind South. But for now, we can head down to Parc Ferme.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Well, what a way to finish the Caterham 7 racing today. And Armstrong 1-2 on the road, which is absolutely fantastic. So I think Justin might have to move up to the Pro-Am class now if he keeps getting these finishes. There is a certain number that you're supposed to get. But let's have a quick word with Taylor because he's come in and he's ready for me. Well done. Did you enjoy that final race?
I did. The guys drove really well, deserved it. Justin put up a great defence and ultimately didn't want to put it too much on the line. So yeah, happy with that. Yeah, great weekend all round. Very happy.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well done, Taylor. Where's Matt gone? Matt's over here. Look at that, father-son. Amazing. What, you two, amazing. Fantastic, Justin, and winner, but obviously second on the road.
Yep.
Fantastic. How did you must have enjoyed that.
Oh, mate, that was great.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, we did it here last year, but it was during a safety car that the race was finished with. To do it today on pace and quite easily on pace as well. It's been great. Credit to the team. Done an absolutely great job all weekend. The car's been mega. It's been amazing.
Fantastic way to end the weekend, hey?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Brilliant. Well done, Justin. That's great. Matt Armstrong, well done. And then to have your dad finish behind you, that is it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, super proud of him because he was generally catching me on pure speed. So yeah, he deserves to be where he was, and if not, he probably should have won today.
Well, I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I've got to watch me back at Knockhill. So yeah, really happy. Great weekend. So thanks for the team. Can't complain, can we? So yeah, really good weekend.
The Armstrongs go home very happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Celebrations at home, I'm sure. Let's go and have a word with Steve Nuttall. Your first podium this year.
I know, yeah.
Fantastic. Well done.
No, thank you. I'm pleased with that. It's been a good day all round, and the car, we changed some things on the setup. It was far better in race 2 and 3. So I enjoyed that much more. I can actually fight a bit more. But they're fast guys, aren't they? They're quick.
They are, yeah.
I'm not getting any younger, and they're not getting any slower. That's the problem. So, yeah, no, I'm pleased with that though. Good end to the day.
Excellent. Well, very well done. Well deserved. Let's have a quick word with Craig Story. I know we have got a few minutes before they have to go off to the podium. Craig Story, well done.
How you doing?
How is that for you?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really exciting. I made a big kind of mistake on race 1, so I'm just kind of trying to be playing catch up. But finally got there. I feel like I had that in race 1 really. So yeah, just been behind the curve. Yeah. So that was really good. Good way to end the Saturday.
Absolutely. Yeah. Feels like Sunday though, right?
I know it does. Well, yeah, I'm as tired as I will be. Cheers, Steve.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Well, very well done. You've got a day off tomorrow to rest.
Yeah, can't wait. Lie in.
You need it after a day of racing like this, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to lie in, do nothing all day, and maybe eat.
Sounds good. Excellent. Well done. Right, I think that's it for our Caterham race weekend. I'm just coming over here to find Leah. Leah, do you want to come on in? We have finished all of our Caterham racing today, and it's been very, very exciting, close racing.
It definitely has been, yeah. Another great day to be a Caterham fan, I think. That's the main thing. We luckily stayed out of the rain. It did start to come down a little bit in that last race, but a good day weather-wise too. What was it like out on track?
Hot. Extremely hot. But, it's going to be, isn't it? The cars get very, very hot. You're sitting in assembly with all your kit on, ready to go for, 7 minutes or so before you get out on track, and it's just heating up. And obviously, the more intense the races are, the hotter you get.
Exactly. I can actually feel heat come off this wheel as I'm stood here. So yeah, definitely a warm feel out there. Don't envy you guys being out on track at all. We're actually going to stay and linger around a little bit because I want to catch the podium. I think that'd be a nice little finisher, especially for the 7 UK, which is obviously the top class of Caterhams. Just for people who might not know, you can obviously stay around here in 7 UK for as long as possible, I assume. What would the progression be like after you kind of feel like you've reached your peak in the 7 UK Championship?
I mean, I guess people would go on from this to GT racing. I mean, Matt and Justin Armstrong have both raced in Porsches. So Matt did the Cayman Sprint Challenge and Justin did Carrera Cup. But they enjoy this more, so they came back.
Oh, that's so lovely. And I mean, we bang on, but all I've heard today is the family feel to this championship. But it is true, it brings people back, even if they are going on to different challenges, and the Porsche is no easy feat. It's not like they've come back because it was too easy for them, because they're really difficult cars to drive. But I guess that's just the appeal of it. What is your favourite thing about racing in Caterham, actually? Because I love these things. I think this has been my favourite thing I've covered with Bark so far. So what is it for you that keeps you in this championship?
I mean, I've always been a Caterham fan. I've worked with Caterham for 20-something years now, and I've always loved the car because it's a raw car. There's no assisted anything on it, so it comes down to driver ability. And the cars are all identical. Okay, there's little changes you can make on it setup-wise, but it's very minor, really. And it's just such close racing. I don't know really many other championships that you can race so hard, so close. There's so many overtakes on every lap. Where else do you get that?
You don't get it anywhere else, really, but the key thing to that as well is the respect you get with it, because you couldn't go wheel to wheel with some of these guys if there wasn't an element of respect, whether you're teammates, whether you've been rivals for years, whether you're newcomers. You still get that element of respect from every single person on the grid. So yeah, it is definitely a really special championship, and I really envy you guys being involved in it so much, because I've covered 2 now, and it's honestly been my favourite thing to do ever. So yeah, thanks for having me, Bark. I've loved it. But
there you go. That means you need to get him on then. Have a go.
I would love to, but I think as a student, I'm a bit I'm not on the money side of things. That's for sure. I wish I was. Yeah, I'd absolutely love a go, but we'll see. Hopefully one day. Maybe you can show me away from my 2 wheels. I'd still like to do bike racing a lot, you see. So. There's Alex. Is he going to come to the podium? He's just lingering around. Look, he knows to speak about him.
All good. There you go. Giving him a thumbs up. So now he's going to call them to the podium.
Let's walk and talk. This is a skill you have to develop as a broadcaster, isn't it? What do you prefer? Do you prefer presenting or driving?
Ooh, that's a very tricky one, because I've started presenting in 2022 for Caterham, and then started racing in 2024. So, and I've done both. I've done both every race weekend that I've raced. So we've had the odd race where we raced on the Toker package earlier this year. So obviously that's ITV. So I had that weekend just to do the racing. And it is nice. I do have more time. But I do love this because I love being involved with all the championships and seeing the reactions when everyone gets out the car. It's like just great to be part of it, really.
I guess especially in academy with those drivers coming up. We experienced it at the first race weekend at Oulton Park a few weeks ago, didn't we? And that emotion coming out of the car for the first time.
That's what I love to see. Honestly, that is, especially academy and road sport, actually, to be honest. It carries into road sport quite a lot. I mean, it does in all the championships, but it's more so in academy and road sport. Because they are on this journey. They've only just started this journey together, and it's everyone's congratulating each other, and it doesn't matter where you fit, where you are on the grid. There's always someone to race with, so you can always have a good battle, even if you're at the back, and you haven't quite got the same experience as some people at the front. You can always have a good battle with somebody.
Definitely, like you say, wherever you are, no matter who you're racing with, there's always respect and there's always close battles. I think we're going to get Alex presenting the podium now.
Yes.
If we just get, we'll just put the mic on him.
We'll put the microphone on him, but we'll move over this way a little bit because let the crowd come through. Oh, is there more people? Oh,
you go ahead.
Just being told by the marshal that is there more cars coming through? Yes, more cars. So we just have to watch some cars coming from there. The marshals coming off from different parts of the circuit. Oh, more cars are moving. We've got cars going everywhere.
No
pressure on you, reversing.
Oh, see, he's fine. He's got that. And it's so nice to see everyone turn out for the podium, because easily if you've had a bad race you can go, oh, sulk off, I don't want to watch this, but everyone's here, everyone's supporting each other. It's just so unique. It's such a special championship to be involved in. Alex, short time to shine.
Here at Oulton Park, we're going to start with our AM podium. Can we have a big round of applause for Tom Eden in P3?
Well done, Tom. Thank you. Cheers.
Well done, Tom.
Thank you.
Going to record me doing all this shouting now, aren't you, Sam?
I am.
As well. In second place, Craig Story.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well done, mate. And once again on the top step, Justin Armstrong.
All up on the top step, please.
No champagne spraying.
No champagne this time. Right, next one.
I think Alex needs a glamorous assistant for that. Leah, you should be up there putting the trophies on the podium.
I was just going to say that. For those who don't know, this is Alex Reed, and he's the head of motorsport at Caterham, doing it all himself. It's not just a one-man show, though, is it? There is so much support he gets behind the scenes from all different kind of people, isn't it? But he is the star.
He's doing it all.
Okay, over to Pro-Am. In third place, big round of applause for Stephen Nuttall. That was a good round of applause, wasn't it? They listened.
Trophy up, please, Steve. Been ready to do it.
In second, Taylor O'Flanagan. Well done, Taylor. And completing an overall Armstrong 1-2 in first, Matt Armstrong.
Well, guys, I think that is all from here at Oulton Park Circuit for the 5th round, stroke 3rd round, stroke multiple rounds of Caterhams we've got ahead this season. Just for your reference, the next round of Caterhams will be at Knockhill. I believe these guys, are they supporting the touring car group?
They are indeed, and then the rest of the championships are there the weekend after.
It's like we planned it. I mean, I didn't plan it, maybe Alex did. But they'll be up in Scotland for their next round. And the next round for Bark is the Tocker, who are also supporting the British touring car paddock in just a couple of weeks' time. I think it's actually next weekend.
It is at Thruxton.
Yep. That'll be a scorcher as well. Personally, my next event is TCR Autumn here in October. Sam, and we'll see you back for Caterham's. Are you going? Well, you're racing up there.
I'll be there when I'm racing. Yes, I won't be there for the 7 UK because I'm not sure I want 2 weeks up there. I like Knockhill actually quite a lot, but I'm not sure I want to spend 2 weeks up there.
Just give these guys a little teaser. What can they expect from Caterham's racing at Knockhill?
Oh, it is so good because it's such a good. It's a short track, and it's quite unusual. But when we race there, not the 7 UK, because obviously that's a touring car weekend, but the weekend that we race there, we race clockwise and then anti-clockwise. So we get it switched around. So yeah, we have a lot to learn that weekend.
That's brilliant. I love when they do that because obviously Knockhill, and hopefully, have you ever been to Knockhill when it be sunny?
I have actually, for a touring car weekend. Yeah, it's been delightful, yes.
Oh, see, whenever I watch the superbikes there, it's always raining. Always, without fail, and they go in June, July, it's always raining. So hopefully you get a lovely weekend up there.
I'd actually like rain. Just for my racing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I like it in the wet.
You had a great P2, didn't you?
Yeah.
At Donington, qualifying last time out. But yeah, that's all we have time for now here at Oulton Park. We look forward to Knockhill in a couple of weeks' time. As always, a massive thank you to the whole 24/7 live stream team. Director Dan, big shout out to you. Amazing job this weekend. And Roman, Cam, John, thank you for putting up with us as we run between the assembly area and Park Fair, mate. I'm going to get run over by BMW.
We are. He's not stopping.
Yeah, not stopping at all. And a
John, you might want to move slightly to your right. There we go.
There we go. Lovely Marshall.
He says thank you.
Yeah, God bless. And a big thank you to all our cam ops out on track too. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals, all the Bark staff, all the circuit staff for putting on an amazing weekend. Big thank you to you, Sam, of course. I know it's intense swapping between your racing and your presenting, but we really appreciate all your insights too. And also a massive thank you to Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson up in comms. And thank you for watching too. We'll be back with BARC at Tocker next weekend, but Caterhams will see you at Knockhill in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.